investments would you need to see?
Yeah, Katie, there's really no, I would say fundamentally,
Hello.
they're checking all the boxes. I don't think any of us on the sell side or buy side can really quibble with anything that we saw in these
Hører du
results.
meg ikke?
JP Morgan really it has been
Hallo.
an incredible executor from a fundamental
Hallo.
standpoint. I mean, the ROE of JP Morgan has remained in the 20s despite
Dere hører
the
meg, eller?
capital has doubled since the GFC. So it's been a phenomenal investment. And
Ok, jeg forstår at de ikke kan høre meg. Stream mode is enabled. Username has been
expectations are really high
truncated.
at 3
Vet du
times
faen
tangible
hva det
book and
betyr.
over 15 times earnings. And we just think it's difficult to paint a scenario where the gains that you mentioned are sustainable from these price levels.
Another question I have, and this has become a bigger and bigger rivalry of late. You have Jamie Dimon on the call talking a little bit about the private credit sector. At the same time, you see firms like Citadel Securities and even Jane Street
10 minutter er vel.
and some banks in terms of how much they're bringing in terms of trading revenue. When you're thinking about the potential for JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley moving forward, how much do you factor in that competition that is coming from the not regulated sector?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's something that has been, I think, a thorn in the side of all of the big banks and even the regional banks for that matter. Private credit has taken a lot of share for new credit demand. If you just look at kind of commercial bank loan growth since the COVID period, it's been pretty limited. It's been in the low single digits. And part of that is just inherent demand has been low. But part of that as well, as you mentioned, is that the private part of the market is taking share. So I think that part of the benefit of regulatory.
Jeg kjøpte mer, men jeg skal være litt forsiktig, for det kom en melding på Nvidia sa, og hva heter andre selskap for noe? Broadcom er vel. De får lov til å selge produktene sine i Kina nå, og det kan gjøre at Nasdaq drar opp markedet, og da vil jo gull henge litt etter, ikke sant? Så Nvidia opp 5% på pre-handelen. Det er Trump som forandret loven på Nvidia. På AI. Før så skulle ikke de få lov til å selge til kineserne, nå skal de plutselig få lov til å selge til kineserne. Ja, han sliter med 66 gjort det hver dag før børs. Eller 60 da, 60-tallet. Jeg tør ikke gå short gull, så jeg kjøpte mer her nede.
A check on futures ahead of the opening bell. We have had an interesting trade. You're seeing the S&P futures up about 0.4%. Welcome, relief. Katie, NASDAQ 100 up about almost 0.8%. Russell flying a little bit too, 0.3%. We missed you yesterday. Stuart Kaiser of Citigroup was telling us that traders.
Det er jo samme mønster vi ser nesten hver dag. Vi ser at gull går opp på natta og på morgenen, og så åpner USA, og så går Nasdaq opp, og så går gull ned. Det er samme mønster hver dag. Nå kommer inflasjonstallene, de vil ha høyere enn ventet. Det vil også dra opp gull. Men så lenge Nasdaq bare går og 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 går hver dag. Eller det er basically en video da, som går hver eneste dag, så får vi litt sånne rare bevegelser. Så jeg tok litt gevinst, og så kjøpte jeg mer her nede på gull.
It's the world's second largest economy, with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more.
We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right?
Så Nvidia på pre-market opp nesten 5%, tror jeg, hvis ikke det feil. Nvidia opp 4,65%, og Broadcom opp 1,7%.
And the analysis you need.
It's basically going to vault this region into the same sort of sphere as the US and China.
No one covers geopolitics like Bloomberg.
Our global headquarters in New York, I'm Danny Berger. Welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need, live every weekday, only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Open Interest. We are minutes away from the opening bell on this Tuesday, and you can see we have a green setup as we head into the bell. The S&P 500 up about 0.5%. It's big tech that's leading the charge right now. The Nasdaq 100 up about 0.8%. The small caps getting in on the action too as we really kick off earnings season. We were talking about the big banks. You also had State Street reporting. State Street plunging right now pre-market after it saw a drop in profit. Shares down about 3.4%, expenses higher than expected.
Yeah, I think, well, yes, the financials are not being treated with too much love this morning, especially if you miss, as you say, MP. We love this story.
Yeah, crazy.
It's more than 211% this
Ja, nå er det
morning,
meg.
and another 11% this morning, soaring on a report that
hørte meg
people
selv.
supply Apple rare earths.
Ja, Trump krangler for tiden, da. Same old.
Appreciate this. They operate the only rare earths mine in the U.S., so scarcity adds value. AMD, as we've been talking about, this is an Nvidia story as well.
Jo, AMD det som går som faen. AMD og Nvidia, de opp 5% på pre-markedet. På grunn av meldingen om Kina.
Soon to be expected. So you can see that AMD shares are rising alongside Nvidia, and that is going to be the setup as we head into the opening bell. Less than 4 minutes to go. We'll begin the trading day with Emily Bowersock-Hill. Don't go anywhere. The open is up next. This is Bloomberg.
Herregud.
Nå åpner vi om 3 minutter. Det er sånn at en video kan bare gå videre på de Kina-greiene. Det litt sånn at det kommer noe på AI hver dag.
There is a nice confluence between the long-term investor and what we're trying to do. We have an operating principle that's in our handbook, take the long view. When we went public, we put a timeline up on the screen for the whole company in an all-hands meeting. And that timeline went from founding to 100 years out. And the IPO was one dot in 1 year on that timeline. And we tried to orient the employees to this.
Hva skjer med gull nå? Sikkert gevinstsikring, og det skjer hver dag. Når USA åpner, så faller gull hver dag. Det skal egentlig opp på de tallene som kom nøst da, de inflasjonstallene. Han gikk jo helt jævlig ut da, han var helt oppe på 68. Det det samme som har skjedd hver dag. Går opp på kvelden på morgenen, og så åpner USA, og så faller det. Det sikkert bare litt støy. Jeg kjøpte her nede nå. Det kommer til å svinge litt. Det liksom... Sånn det bare. Så det nesten ikke noe volum eller. Jeg mest fascinert av den Nasdaqen. Den går jo faen aldri ned.
And I decided that for a short period of time,
at the end of a lesson in our app, we would show 2 ads instead of 1. It turns out that by itself was good enough to beat the quarter, but it's bad for the product. It's not good. After that, I am never doing that again.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Doha, Qatar, and this is Bloomberg.
We are moments away from the start of trading on this Tuesday morning. Welcome back to Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Katie Greifeld. We're taking a look at all-time highs. We're hovering just about there when it comes to the S&P 500, and it looks like we're set up to add more green today. It's officially the start of earnings season with the big banks kicking us off, but today it's all about tech. It's all about NVIDIA, AMD, those chip makers maybe being able to sell in China. Again, that is certainly giving a lift to this market as the bells ring at the New York Stock Exchange, at the NASDAQ. And you can see Colin Lee Bank ringing the bell at the NYSE. Then you take a look at the NASDAQ. This is Ollie's. I can't pretend to know what they do, but I do know they have a very interesting looking mascot. Don't love looking at him, but they are celebrating a 10-year anniversary. So that is the setup. The bells are ringing and big banks are in focus.
We missed you yesterday. This is the new thing in vogue to bring a big mascot to the exchange, apparently. Anyways, today we have the banks, of course, reporting, kicking off bank earnings. JP Morgan Investment Bankers posted a surprise gain in the second quarter, while Wells Fargo missed net income estimates. You have Wells Fargo now down 3.5%. JP Morgan has been fluctuating throughout the morning between gains and losses, but into the open up about 0.3%. Citigroup up 2.5%. Their traders had the best second quarter in 5 years, thanks to record trading volumes. Katie, a lot of people paying attention to that because there's a lot of new talent in high-level seats there. So they are winning today.
Winning today, so too are traders broadly in the S&P 500, which just hit a record high. We'll see if that holds through the close. What's helping it in a big way.
Det er rart at Nasdaq faller nå, etter Nvidia opp så mye.
Between Washington and Beijing thaw. The U.S. first restricted NVIDIA China sales in 2020 due to potential military use of those chips. You can't see it right now, but NVIDIA up at the bell. What you're looking at is that fund managers are rushing back into risky assets at a record pace. A monthly survey by Bank of America found that investors took on more risk in the past 3 months than any point since 2001. Joining us now is Emily Bowersock-Hill. She is CEO of Bowersock Capital Partners. So you can see the investors voting with their feet here. Do you think that that's the move as we get deeper into earnings season?
I do think there's a lot of momentum in the market, and it's much more difficult to dislodge greed than it is to dislodge fear. I think, in theory at least, the S&P 500's high valuation should make it vulnerable to earnings disappointments during earnings seasons. But frankly, I think overall...
Wells Fargo litt dårligere tall, JP Morgan var midt på.
And there are two reasons for that. The first is that, big tech continues to spend lavishly on AI. And that spending is going to reverberate through a wide array of company earnings. And the second is that, frankly, expectations are reasonable, and so they're not going to be difficult to beat. We're going to be watching companies that are more dependent on consumer demand very closely, and so McDonald's, Walmart, Amazon. We saw La-Z-Boy come out in the last 24 hours with reduced guidance, partly because of the American consumer. So, we will get some disappointments, but overall, I think we've got a fair amount of upward momentum here, and we're going to get some volatility likely in August, tariff-related. But I'm not expecting, usually high valuation is not a cause for a market correction.
I want to go back to something Katie had mentioned a little bit earlier, the new record in the S&P 500. We're knocking at that 6,300 level after we've seen strategists after strategists on Wall Street revise their estimates higher for the year as well. It's a new marker to be sitting on. To your point on the U.S. consumer, you look at everything we've heard so far. Jamie Dimon saying the consumer's fine. They're just fine. You look at the upcoming expectations here and where CPI sits today and some categories feeling that increase. Do you think that the U.S. consumer could be a significant drag to the S&P 500 given where we stand right now?
I do. The American consumer just continues to surprise me with their enthusiastic spending. So, there's a note of caution here. But in general, companies have not had to raise prices through the end of the second quarter. So retailers, for example, went into the Liberation Day announcement with 3 to 4 months of inventory. And they are using, as are many companies, every tool in their toolkit to avoid raising prices. And I think that those price increases are going to be a third and fourth quarter story, where the tariffs are either going to end up in prices or they're going to end up in reduced company profit margins. And frankly, it's probably going to be a little bit of both. And I do think the consumer, who's very sensitive to rising prices now, and this is why companies have tried so hard to avoid increasing them, could very likely pull back. And that's one of the reasons that we are going to be watching these consumer-dependent company reports so closely.
Watching the consumer-dependent company reports really closely, you're not seeing those price increases when it comes to CPI, but there was a really interesting note from Brown Brothers Harriman this morning, just making the point that you consider that the average effective U.S. tariff rate
Den pumper for det blir ikke noe rentekutt fordi inflasjonen for høy.
In January to 20.6% as of July 14th. Emily, that would be the highest since 1910. It seems like trade policy, tariff concerns, you're not really seeing it show up in this market in a way that you were maybe a couple weeks, a couple months ago.
Frankly, investors have become inured to the tariff drama. Look what happened in Brazil when Trump announced a 50% tariff. The market hardly moved. When he did the same thing with South Korea, the market was up that day. And I frankly think investors have started tuning it out. When these tariffs actually begin to be enacted in earnest, then we're going to see the impact. And again, there's a delay before the price increase actually show in company reports and in the effect on consumer demand.
Emily, rest of earnings season, where is the biggest availability of upside in this market right now?
Two things. First of all, we are suggesting that clients continue to move assets outside the US dollar. If you look at emerging markets and international markets, they have very soundly outperformed US markets year to date. The dollar has declined more in the first part of the year than it has in over 50 years. I do think we're now going to get a pause in that decline because it's been so precipitous, which is actually unusual in currency markets. But I think having assets in both stocks and bonds outside the U.S. is going to be very important to portfolios. And I think the Sell America trade, which people have stopped talking about in the last month and a half, is likely to resume over time. I think 3 years from now, 70% U.S. stock allocations, within someone's equity allocation, are not going to be the rule as they are now. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that, the thesis about the roaring 20s that is being pushed along by AI and the booster productivity growth is real. So we are buyers of tech, and I think what we're seeing today is a good example of that. That is where the growth is going to come from. And yes, some of those values are stretched, but you have to own them.
Well, halfway through those roaring 20s, that's certainly where the growth has been coming from. And to your point, maybe that's where it will continue to come from. Emily, great to spend some time with you. That is Bowersock Capital Partners CEO and founder, Emily Bowersock-Hill. Let's go check on this rally right now with the S&P 500 at all-time highs, knocking on the door of 6,300. That all sounds great, but I have to be honest with you, the breath doesn't look awesome right now. Pretty much an even split, maybe a bit more when it comes to the downside when you take a look at the individual movers. You take a look at what is leading this market higher. It's all the names that you need. NVIDIA higher by almost 5%. That is your biggest points
Du bor jo I Norge, da.
You have Apple, Broadcom, AMD, Tesla. The list goes on. Take a look at the downside.
Ja, jeg vet ikke. Det bare å lage en profil på Discord.
Wells Fargo cut their guidance. This is the punishment. Shares down
Sånn ja, må du ta Norge.
JP Morgan up there as well. And then you have BlackRock trading places with JP Morgan. BlackRock assets at an all-time high, but inflows missed expectations.
Ikke akkurat når jeg følger meg. Du klarer det, det bare lage en konto. Ja, men da bruker du ChatGPT.
Not great breadth. As you would expect, you have tech up top, higher by about 1.6%. Thank you, NVIDIA. Then you take a look at consumer discretionary, just barely green, and then we get into the red. At the bottom, consumer staples, utilities, and the big banks, financials down 0.8% right now, Shanali, even though we had very impressive showings when it comes to trading.
But to the point that you've been also making all year long, Katie,
Alt rødt unntatt Nasdaq. Gull ble egentlig komme opp. Jeg kjøpte mer gull her nå. Det tar alltid litt tid før folk skjønner hva som skjer. Hva makrotallene betyr. Dette det første måneden hvor du faktisk ser at inflasjon begynner å få en innvirkning av tariffene. Det har gått på konsum, det har gått på enkelte råvarer og ja. Så gull burde egentlig komme mye opp på dette her nå. Sånn egentlig. Så kan du si det at ja, men dollaren styrker seg, det er bare støy. Bare støy. Du kommer til å se en reversering der, for de må drive noe med betalende gjeld også, så de må trykke ned penger. Så selv om ikke de får satt ned renta akkurat sånn som de ville, så kommer den dollaren til å svekke seg.
About 2.5 years ago, we created a solution. We are able to generate refrigeration using the sun and water. We're able to store energy in the form of ice, as opposed to storing energy. Jeg
litt overrasket at Nasdaq faller nå. Wall Street ned med 130 poeng, DAXen rett ned, alt nede.
Uncover is a women's wellness brand that is specifically made for women of color. It's based in Africa, which is the most underserved beauty market in the world. We are making Africa a priority and not an afterthought. We believe that the population on this continent deserves to be formulated for, heard, and we are giving this consumer a voice.
Bitcoin går opp på grunn av folk flykter fra totalmarkedet. Det veldig mange som da kjøper krypto nå som en sånn safe haven. Det ikke safe haven. Når markedet faller, så kommer det til å falle som faen.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Men det som har gått mest nå sølv. Sølv har gått som et helvete. Sølv på 30 års høy.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
Gull lagger.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated
Det litt volum nå, Roy.
Is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading.
Gått 10 ganger fra bunn. Ta så sjekk hvor langt fra bunn. Når bunn av Håvard? I år, eller? Han var jo på 17 000 i fjor, var det ikke? Hvis du skal se noe som har gått, så kan du sammenligne Bitcoin med Nvidia, så får du litt andre ting å tenke på.
Welcome back to Open Interest. A check on this rally fading a little bit. We're still green.
Den har ikke gått 10 ganger opp fra fjor, da.
It's still big tech.
Så var det 17 000. 17 millioner, 17, 40, 60, 80, 100 har gått 6 ganger. Som fortsatt er jævla bra. Men se hvor mye gull har gått, da. Eller sølv. Det har gått noe hinsides.
Next up, you have DoorDash getting cut over at Jefferies. The firm says that the food deliveries company's growth potential is now...
Jeg snakket med en fyr som kjøpte sånn der meme-coin og greier. Den gikk jo faen meg flere 100 ganger. Jeg husker faen ikke hva det ikke var for noe. Det er flere av de som har gått mye, ass.
Will be approved by the Trump administration. You have Melius Research raising its price target on Nvidia, saying next stop, $5 trillion. Wedbush, meanwhile, calls it a watershed moment for the company. Shares up about 4.3%. If you take a look at the points breakdown of the S&P 500, right now, Shanali, we'd actually be a little bit lower on the benchmark if it weren't for this gain in Nvidia right now.
Super interesting. Of course, a really large gain. And of course, they're not the only ones. But we're going to talk more about Nvidia in particular because they had prepared.
Ja, virker som det er krypto. Det var en investor jeg kjente som har vært veldig bra på krypto, da, men han putter bare på sånn, det var ikke så mye penger å putte opp der da, men det gikk jo så flere 100 ganger. Så hvis han traff han på 1 av 10, så gjorde han en formue, liksom. Jeg kan ikke det der, ass. Jeg har ikke snøring på det. Han måtte jo følge med på når de droppet coins og sånn. Jeg vet ikke hvordan de gjør det. Nå låste feeden seg her.
And were found to have properties that worked in artificial intelligence. That put NVIDIA at the forefront of the effort globally to advance in AI. And in China, the race is on with the United States to try to gain an edge in this emerging technology. And so for Jensen Huang, looking into the Chinese market and unable because of US restrictions to sell his chips there, it is a tantalizing and potentially, as you pointed out, economically costly loss to not be present. But he also sees the need to be able to compete with his top Chinese rival, Huawei Technologies, because if he can't at least be present in the Chinese market, Huawei could not only gain an edge in China, it could also start...
Jeg tror jeg bare kjøper de Peppina. Jeg som sa, jeg snakket med en 17-åring som hadde tjent... Han var enten 17 som hadde tjent 21 millioner, eller så var han 21 som hadde tjent 17 millioner. Jeg husker ikke hvilken rekkefølge det var i. Han hadde kjøpt krypto for... Mye var det? Jeg tror det var totalt... Enten så var det 50 eller 250 000 kroner, og det hadde han tjent på et år. Og han tjent 17 eller 21 millioner kroner på et år. Han kunne ingenting om finans, kunne ikke en dritt. Han hadde vært på sånne forumer og greier, og så hadde han bare hørt at det var bra, og så kjøpte han det. Og så spørte han hva faen han gjør nå, for han visste ikke hvordan han skulle med tanke på skatt og sånn. Han stod på han på privaten, ikke sant? På en sånn wallet. Foreldrene, ingen visste om det. Sjukt, det. Jeg trodde ikke noe på han. Han sendte en sånn print screen, og jeg bare, fy. Ja, se på gull nå. Den motstanden er på 45 da. Jeg sitter fortsatt rolig. Jeg kjøpte det gull der nede nå.
But China's national security apparatus could also potentially deploy that technology in a way that puts U.S. security at risk.
The flip-flopping, Michael. Please explain it to me, because you have, and Mackenzie Hawkins of Bloomberg pointed this out as well, that Treasury Secretary Bessent said last month...
Coins med low market cap på ting. Ja, fordi de kan plutselig gå når det jævlig.
But when asked whether the U.S. is allowing NVIDIA H20 sales to China as quid pro quo for rare earths, he said, yeah, I think it was all part of a mosaic. So then, what changes again later?
Well, you know, Shanali, I'm so glad you brought this up because that was the thing that the Secretary said during his interview this morning on surveillance with our colleague Anne-Marie Horridern that really caught my ear. That he was saying that, look, we used, in essence, to borrow his own pun,
det som jeg synes er litt sånn der... Jeg snakket med en investor her forleden, en svær investor, og han var lastet opp i bitcoin. Men vi var enige i en ting, da var det at hele poenget med å ha coins, eller ha kryptocoins, var at det skulle være uregulert. Det skulle være et system som var mot fiat-systemet. Men problemet nå er at nå er det så mange banker, store banker som BlackRock og svære institusjoner som har kjøpt opp bøtter og spann av bitcoin da. Sikkert Ethereum også, men bitcoin. Og da blir jo på en måte kryptoregulert. For det er noen som stikker med majoriteten av disse jævla coinsene. Og de kan jo basically styre kursen. Og da er jo plutselig ikke krypto lenger uregulert. Men det er veldig mange som ikke tenker sånn. Men det er akkurat det de gjør. Det er derfor BlackRock og alle de kjøper nå. De kjøper for å ha kontroll på dette her. Og da blir det jo regulert. Så da er liksom litt av poenget borte med basically det som var med krypto. Og så kom det en ny regel i dag, eller foregårs fra Finanstilsynet også. Så det blir jævla vanskelig å være anonym da. Hvis du skal drive med kryptogreiene. Kom en ny regel i dag. Hvor faen? Jeg har så mye mail, jeg vet ikke hvor jeg fant meg. Nei da, så det er det eneste jeg tenker på krypto, er at det er jo liksom ikke, det er jo plutselig regulert, liksom. Og da sitter du der da, hvis de finner ut at nei, nå skal vi ta gevinst, eller nei, nå skal vi kjøre kursen opp, eller nei. Så sitter du der da, så får du ikke gjort så jævla mye da. Nei, jeg skjønte ikke noe av de reglene. Jeg bare så det fort, Empro. Jeg skjønte ikke noe av det.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Ottawa, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business,
Joe
Matthew and Katie Lawrence deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets?
Jeg fikk den i dag tidlig, altså.
Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Nå har Meta gått til rødt.
Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Og bondsene i Japan er på all-time high nå. De har aldri vært så høye. Og normalt sett så er det kjempefarlig. Normalt sett.
Trying to reach 6,300, not quite getting there, but we have a long day ahead of us. The NASDAQ 100, big tech really rallying right now. If we take a look to my left, we can probably see why. Actually, not on this board, but you know NVIDIA is moving a lot higher right now. We don't have that up, but NVIDIA is the story of the stock market today. Also a big story in the stock market are the big banks. They're not moving too much. Wells Fargo taking a little bit of a deeper beating right now, but BlackRock. You take a look at BlackRock, not a bank, but an asset
BlackRock er ned 6%.
This morning, and boy, these losses are just piling up.
Wells Fargo er ned 4%, BlackRock er ned 6%. Altså alle bankene har tatt penger i år, ikke sant? For de sitter jo ikke lastet, vet du. De er jo short markedet sikkert, alle sammen.
assets, as you've been mentioning. The stock is in the red after missing estimates on net inflow.
Retail har jo...
Having their worst day since early April.
Altså institusjonal har jo ikke... De har bare solgt det hele tiden.
The company's CEO, Larry Fink, saying, quote, our expanding client relationships are resonating in higher, more diversified, organic base fee growth. For more, we are joined by Bloomberg Intelligence financials analyst Neil Sipes. And it's interesting, I want to contrast Larry Fink's comment with saying, given the nature of the continued declines in fee rates,
Du kan jo spore sånne coins. Jeg vet ikke om det bare gjelder bitcoin eller hva jeg. Hvis du ser på han der... Jeg ser mye på han der som driver med sånn kryptoetterforskning. Han der journalisten fra USA, han jævla kul. Han der... Hva heter han for noe? Coffeezilla, har du hørt om han før? Har du hørt om Coffeezilla før? Da kan du jo spore faen meg coinsene fra omtrent fra wallet til wallet til wallet. Jeg kan ingenting om det der, jeg bare sier det med en gang, men jeg har bare sett hva han viser. Og da kan du jo spore, det er helt sykt, de kan jo finne alle transaksjoner, hvor pengene har vært der, hvor de har flyttet fra alt.
Of which of those flows are actually generating more revenue, and that's increasingly the private markets.
Yeah, big time. I mean, you think about ETFs, they cost next to nothing. You can be the biggest...
Så du kan opprettholde sånne fake-navn sikkert da, som brukernavn. Se på gull nå forresten. Nå gjør jeg $10 på gull.
Private assets in the retirement funds by 2026. I mean, that has to be one of the white whales here, those retirement funds.
Men det er det her som er litt sånn der... Sånn som gull, liksom gull ramler nervøst, folk vet ikke hva de tallene betyr. Jeg vet hva de tallene betyr. Og så går det litt tid, og så går gull, liksom. Og det er sånn markedet er nå. Folk er drittnervøse, ikke sant? Gull skal opp på de tallene.
The liquidity that's needed, which is obviously going to be a pretty sizable hurdle for these products.
Inflasjon stiger. Og dollaren vil svekke seg videre.
You know, BlackRock's talking about 2026 for one of these products. U.S. retirement assets are 40 trillion plus, right? A third of that is already defined benefit. Those are, you know, sponsors that already have access to private markets. 2/3 of that is sort of the DC plans where alts can really get into.
And it could be pretty imminent, Katie, but you also see, I would just point out, if you look at Ares, Apollo, and Blue Owl, how they're trading, it's pretty sluggish this year. So even the market not reacting that well to private credit and private markets yet this year. A lot of worries under the surface.
Det var en fyr som hadde svindlet for nesten, jeg vet ikke om det var 300 millioner, om det var 300 millioner dollar. En norsk fyr som hadde svindlet jævla mange. Det var med han på jeg tror det var Bloomberg eller CNBC. Han ble catchet i Dubai for 14 dager siden. Jeg vet ikke storyen, men han var bare 21 gammel. Ja, han var jævla ung. Han hadde stikket av med, enten så var det 300 millioner, eller så var det 300 millioner dollar. Eller som de sier at han hadde ansvar for det, jeg vet da faen det. Nei, og ikke Johannes Flø, han hadde ikke et norsk navn. Han hadde ikke norsk navn. Se gull nå. Skal vi se på dollaren og euroen da. Nei. Nå går det kun opp på grunn av folk frykter inflasjon. Ikke noe med valutaen å gjøre det hele tatt her nå.
That require you to have conviction about where demand is going. Another bucket is, as more people are on our network, we also have to add more coverage and capacity. It's almost like a variable expense. Third, We are modernizing our wireless network right now. Through the investments we're making, we are driving down our unit costs over time and providing more capacity to serve the demand that we think is coming.
Do you have less confidence in that 3-year plan now than when you first came out with it, given that some people are having trouble deciding how things are going to look in the next 3 days?
No, I really don't. I look at the nature of our business. It doesn't matter.
Altså, jeg drithappy at Nasdaq faller, men det veldig spesielt at den faller nå. På den meldingen fra Trump-administrasjonen med tanke på at Nvidia at de skal få lov til å selge chipene sine mot det kinesiske markedet. Det veldig rart at det faller på det. Jeg tror Nasdaq skal halvere seg, men det veldig spesielt at den faller på det. Det jævlig spesielt faktisk. Det åpner opp en helt annet marked for Nvidia. Det kan hende at man tenker sånn at ok, men da vil kineserne få tilgang til teknologien deres, så at de da vil drive med copycat. Jeg vet ikke om det det som skjer nå. At man tenker sånn litt innviklet da. For de var livredde for at kineserne skulle få tilgang til teknologien på Nvidia. De var livredde for det. Tar du ikke vinst på Google kanskje? Så jeg tror Google skal gå mye mer da. Jeg gidder ikke. Jeg sitter fortsatt på det. Ja, for det, jeg kan tenke meg det at store investorer nå, de tenker ikke å bra på markedet. Jeg tror de tenker såpass. Ok, Nvidia har ligget mange mil foran konkurrentene. Kineserne har ikke hatt tilgang til teknologien. USA har gjort alt de kan for å holde tilbake teknologien på Nvidia til kineserne. Og nå så skal kineserne få lov til å selge til, nå skal USA få lov til å selge til kineserne. Kineserne verdensmestere på å kopiere. De ligger allerede ute med tilsvarende konkurrenter til Nvidia. Og hvis de nå kan få lov til å få tak i Nvidia-teknologi, det kan at det faller på, rett og slett. At det derfor det faller. Det burde gått mye mer på det. Det ingen annen grunn til at Nasdaq skal gå ned. Unntatt at det en PE på Nasdaq nå på over 50 da. Den skal jo ligge på rundt 40. Den skal ligge på rundt 25-30 maks. Så du kan jo si det at Nasdaq jo grisedyr nå. S&P også jo testdyr.
The National Park Service initially let the fire burn for several days. Ranger Joel Baird.
Så nå har du en indeks som grisehøy, og du har press på råvareprisene, du har en dollar som begynner å svekke seg, du har inflasjon som begynner å stige. Du kan ikke sette opp renta. For de vil ha ned renta. De kan ikke sette ned renta for mye heller, for da går inflasjonen videre oppover. Nå begynner de å få problemer med housing bort i USA der nå. Det veldig mange som sliter med å betale regningene sine. Og de sier jo det at det fordi renten har vært for lave for lenge, så prisene på boligene har vært for høye. Prisene på boligene for høye i forhold til realøkonomien. Så de har økonomene borte i USA har jo, de krangler seg imellom. Rentene for lave? Nei, for høye? Eller boligprisene for høye? Hva det som riktig? Husene for dyre? Eller rentene for høye? Rentene ikke for høye. Du kan ikke sette ned rente heller på den inflasjonen. De tallene så vi i stad. Og tariffen har ikke kikket ordentlig inn heller. De kommer inn nå. Dette første måneden vi ser effekten av tariffen. Det vil jo bare øke. De trodde du skulle se det forrige måned, men det var ikke noe reelle utslag forrige måned. Så nå har du en høyere tariff. Nei. Nå har du en høyere inflasjon. Og en rente som de sliter med å få satt ned. Du har en president som vil ha ned renta. Da øker inflasjonen enda mer. Da får du problemer videre med valutaen og råvarer. Og så har du en økonomi i USA som går som bare faen. I tillegg. I enkelte delstater da. Så har du boligprisene som for høye. Ok, så hva gjør man da? Det beste som basically at det kommer en korreksjon, så du kan få satt ned renta, og at du kan få ting til en normal pris. Det det sunneste på hele markedet.
Correspondent Cami McCormick. There need to be investigations in each and every killing. Tamina El-Katana, the UN Human Rights Office, says the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has bypassed traditional aid systems while the violence only grows. As of the 13th of July, we have recorded 875 people killed in Gaza while trying to get food. 670...
Trump gjør alt han kan for å bli kvitt Powell nå da. Nå sier han det at Powell har brukt alt for mye penger på opprustning av Fed-lokalet. Men så har Powell svart tilbake, kom og se på kvitteringene og gitt beskjed til amerikanske finanstilsynet og bedt dem se på pengebruken som Trump, og de sier at han har brukt for mye penger. De gjør det for å få muligheten til å gi Powell sparken. For basically så kan ikke Trump gi Powell sparken på grunnlag av hva han gjør i Fed. De tror de kan klare å gi han sparken på grunnlag av hvis han har misbrukt posisjonen sin med da de pengene. Så Trump gjør alt hva han kan for å fjerne Powell.
There is the possibility of a death spiral. Both quantum computing and AI are going to power the future. People are just buying everything with tech.
Bloomberg Intelligence.
Jeg har jobbet i finans i over 17 år totalt. 17 år. Og så normalt sett da, så har man kjemperespekt for Federal Reserve. Hvis Federal Reserve sier hopp, så hopper du. Hvis Federal Reserve sier ligg, så ligger du. Hvis Federal Reserve sier at dette ikke bra, så det ikke bra. Og så hører du på notatene til Fed. Det liksom det viktigste som kommer fra finansmarkedet. Det Fed. Hva sier Fed? Hva sier Fed? Så markedet har vært nå, basically siste, både med Biden, for Biden var jo tilbakestående. Det var ikke så kaos som det nå da. Men det har aldri vært sånn nå at man på en måte aldri har et marked reagert så jævlig på Twitter-meldinger fra eller nå har ingen president gjort det før da, men det har aldri vært sånn at markedet reagerer mer på presidenten enn Fed. Det har aldri skjedd før. Så det litt sånn fascinerende da. Det liksom ikke sånn lenger. Hva det Powell sier nå? Det ikke sånn det helt tatt. Det var neste tweeten til Donald Trump, ikke sant? Og så tror jeg aldri sett en president som så involvert i aksjemarkedet. Trump mer opptatt av aksjekurser enn egen politikk. Det som blir spennende nå å se hva han får til med de nye kryptolovene som kommer denne uka her. Han skal jo holde oppdateringer på nye kryptolov, og derfor krypto går som faen også. Crypto Week. Denne uka her så kommer det nye ting på krypto. Og nå har han startet sin egen fuckings kryptobørs også, det vel? Så det liksom... Han vil gjøre alt man kan for å holde det oppe, antagelig. Vil jeg tro. Jeg tror han mer lastet av krypto enn han i aksjer, ass. 4.45%, but the 2-year currently yielding 3.94%. Gold up $3, the ounce up by about 0.1%. 34.46 West Texas Intermediate Crude. Akkurat her nå så har gull litt motstand, så vi må se han bryter 50, og så neste nivå 55. At 118,320. Today's CPI report marks the uten cash. Ja, det tror jeg faen man har. Det litt sånn det lett å bli sånn etterpåklok. Det sånn, han ga beskjed til alle kjøp aksjer nå, når han sa det live. liksom. Det bare sånn, det bare sånn, hvorfor gjorde jeg ikke det? Hvorfor gjorde jeg ikke det? S&P har gått 26%. S&P har gått opp 3 år på 4 måneder. Den har gått opp 3 år på 4 måneder. Eller 2 måneder. Nei, la oss si 4 måneder da. Hvis det sier noe til dere. S&P 500 har gått opp 3 hele år på noen måneder. Det skal liksom ikke være mulig da. Drit å kjøpe en aksje, kjøp en indeks, og så har han gått 26%. Altså det er jo faen meg helt kline mulig. Jeg har aldri hørt om det før. Husker når jeg jobbet som megler, så kjøpte du aksjer. Og hvis du var usikker på aksjer, så kjøpte du bare indeks. Så liksom var du heldig, så gjorde du kanskje et par prosent i måneden, liksom, hvis du var heldig. Var du heldig, så hadde du et par prosent da. Nå har du det på en dag. På en time.
Government space, government officials telling NVIDIA that they would greenlight export licenses for its H2O artificial intelligence accelerator, according to a blog post by NVIDIA. And so that move would restore its ability to fulfill orders to China, which it had written off as lost due to previous government restrictions. So remember, you know, NVIDIA, as a response to those China chip curbs, they actually designed this H2O chip, which is meant to be a less advanced version, so that they can comply with those trade curbs. But then the Trump team decided in April that they were going to block H2O sales to China without a U.S. permit. So if that is all getting over and done with, then it's potentially a big boon to NVIDIA's desire to enter the Chinese market at this point.
All right, and we go from that to bank earnings. Big day for that today. Let's start with Citi. So traders had their best second quarter in 5 years. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Lisa. Big day, and such a big boon for Citi as well. So ticker C, Citi shares just up over 1.3% at the moment. And yeah, it is definitely a fixed income trading boon for them. That business soared 20% to $4.3 billion for the quarter versus $3.9 billion for the Bloomberg consensus estimate. And stock traders not doing too shabby as well. They brought in 1.6
Det stemmer en pro. Det er helt riktig.
Deals another big part of a Citi's success for the quarter. Investment banking fees rising 13% from a year earlier to more than $1 billion. And you know, we did see a warning from Citi saying that they might need to put aside hundreds of millions more to cover potential losses.
Dere burde sjekke Opticom.
As expected. So their credit costs just up 16% to 2.87 billion, which is just below the
Ta så Google Opticom.
Well, stock hit a 52-week high today. It's up 25% this year. I worked at Citi way back in the day when they acquired us, when I was at Salomon Brothers. When I was at Citi on that platform, I felt like there was no deal I couldn't get. I had the best bankers, I had the best trading desk, I had the best, cash management. I mean, we were the biggest invested in everything, but the stock just never kind of got out of its way. But now, maybe under Jane Fraser, turning things around.
Yeah, definitely looking that way for sure.
All right, what else?
Well, Wells Fargo not doing so well this morning. Ticker WFC and Dow shares down more than 4.5% right now. And so, you know, it really was the fixed income trading boom.
Husker du hvordan det gikk, Roy? Kanskje du skal fortelle oss når det var? Det er litt sånn tendens jeg ser nå på AI.
Volatility in interest rate markets that led to their second quarter net interest income coming in at 11.7 billion, which is just short of analyst estimates, and also led them to lower their full year net interest income growth target to little change from last year. Now, part of Wells Fargo's problem, of course, is that, you know, up until
Wells Fargo nå ned 4,76%. Dere som lurer på Wells Fargo for noe, så de største investeringsselskapene i verden.
So that's been lifted in June. And so Wells Fargo officials now saying that they will aim to leverage their trading business to drive
Selina Middelfart ned med nesten 300 millioner år. Lundqvist ned med nesten 0,5 milliard. Stordalen ned med over 0,5 milliard. Alle har tapt cash.
Audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify.
Han økte noe helt sykt. Og Opticom bare gikk og 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 gikk, og så bare sånn puff, og så forsvant det bare på en promp. Det litt den følelsen jeg har av det der AI-greiene som nå, ass.
We'll see how rapidly it progresses. It's President Trump's decision, and it will move at his speed.
Ja, det hype. Men nå tjener Nvidia, Nvidia har jo jævla omsetning da. Men liksom, den priset til månen da. Det det som problemet med Nvidia, du vet liksom ikke helt, man vet liksom ikke helt hvor stort det markedet egentlig. Så det enkelte som mener det at AI blir allemannseie på lik linje som internett. Husk på det var mange som skulle tjene penger på internett før, ikke sant? Det jo gratis nå, basically. Du kan ikke eie internett, liksom. Jeg tror det det som kommer til å skje med AI. Det kommer til å være sånn allemannseie, tror jeg. Det det jeg tror. On the idea, I think that, hey, maybe inflation's not going to be as big of a concern as we thought. Now, you know, there's still a lot of wood to chop here. We still have inventories that are being worked through, so the next couple of months will matter quite a lot. But I think when you see data like this, where you have, you know, 0.3% inflation, that still keeps... Så nå krabber Nasdaq opp. Det Nvidia som går opp her nå, 4,15%. Microsoft opp 0,4%. Krabber opp sakte men sikkert hver jævla dag.
So Ira, you mentioned tariffs. Economic indicators, are they made for these large shifts in policy?
Well, yeah, I mean, you'll see it. It's just that the lags are much longer, right. I think, sometimes than the market is anticipating, right? Like, you know, we're used to, you know, I used to joke around that everything had to be in a 30-minute sitcom format. Now it's all, you know, a 5-minute YouTube short format, right? So I think we just don't anticipate how long the real economy lags you know, some of these policy changes. And in fairness, we also don't have the full... Det samme med et selskap på Sverige nå. Jeg skal ikke si hvem han fyren men det noen scam-gutter. Det flere investorer som står bak det i Sverige. Det priset til 1,3 milliarder eller sånt nå, så har de en omsetning på 6 millioner kroner. Jeg tror det var 6 eller 12 millioner kroner. Så det priset til, ja, det omsetning altså, tjener ikke. Og så det priset til 1,2 milliarder. Og et par av de gutta solgte masse aksjene sine for noen måneder tilbake. Traff han inne på byen, småbrisen, og holdt på å lese her. Bare, fy faen, jeg solgte aksjer for 40 millioner. Jeg bare, hæ? Ja, 40 millioner, det ikke vært en dritt. Jeg bare, hva det å si for noe? Det selskapet har en omsetning på 6 millioner, sånn. Så jeg kødder det? Nei, og så det på børs, holdt den på å lese her. Så nevnte den 3 andre store profilerte gutter som bak det, og så har jeg sett på mye av de tingene de har drivet med. Det bare sånn der dritt-case som har gått opp på luft og helvete. Det egentlig noe som Finanstilsynet burde ta titte på. Søppelfolk, ass. Jeg tror han hadde gått inn i det caset her med 50 000, ja, så han gikk ut med... For noen år tilbake, så gikk han ut nå med nesten 40 millioner på svenske børsen. Tenk deg da, omsetning på 6 millioner, så priser det til over 1 milliard. Det jo helt spinnvilt. I think the president has to understand too is that the chair does not make the decision. The chair is only the chairperson of of the Federal Open Market Committee, so you need to convince all of these other members to cut rates as well. And if you look at the dot plot, stemmer det, Roy. We still have you know, almost half the members saying we don't think we need to cut it all this year based on our forecast.
All right, dots go on the Bloomberg terminal. Ira Jersey, chief U.S. interest rate strategist, Bloomberg Intelligence, safely ensconced in the Princeton, New Jersey offices, just getting ready for that outstanding lunch they have there. The Princeton office. Spectacular. I mean, it's just every day. You're stuck in the middle of nowhere. They got to feed you. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Null inntekter. Og lanserte aldri et produkt. Det er dritbra, Roy. De hadde null i inntekter, lanserte aldri et produkt, så var det omsetning, og så var det priset til 30 milliarder. Det er litt sånn jeg føler det AI-greiene der. Finance Credit, da, det husker jeg. Fy faen, det var sjukt. Han ene sønnen til han i Finance Credit var en ganske sånn respektert meglersjef. Jeg tror han jobbet i Enskilda, hvis jeg ikke tar helt feil. Enskilda, eller var det Carnegie? Hvor faen jobbet han da? Det var det Norse, jeg husker ikke hvor han jobbet da. Det var han tjukken. Det vil kunne bryte 2,60 ordentlig i dag, så tror jeg vi kommer til å se 80 relativt fort. Skal vi se her om euro. Ja. Dollaren begynner å svekke seg litt nå kontra euro. Ja, Kristoffersen, stemmer det. Han hadde en sønn, han som var jævlig god megler.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 10:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. An early rally losing steam. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum...
Synes ikke det er litt rart at Verdensbanken nedgraderte hele USA for 3 uker siden? Og så gått på all-time high etter at Verdensbanken nedgraderte det, og Moody's nedgraderte det. Alt er nedgradert. Alt er nedgradert, og ingenting har gått ned. Synes ikke det er litt rart? Jeg synes det er veldig spesielt. Og så har de advart mot inflasjonen, at den har begynt å stige, og så fikk vi bekreftelse på det nå, for en halvtime siden. Vi fikk bekreftelse på at inflasjonen begynner å kicke inn nå. Og allikevel så er det liksom som om ingenting har skjedd. Det er ganske fascinerende. Gud skal i hvert fall stige på de tallene.
10-year 4.46%, the 2-year 3.94%. Spot gold up $3 the ounce, up by about 0.1%. A retreat for crude down 0.7, 66.50 a barrel, and Bitcoin now down by 2%, further falling from yesterday's record at $117,000. $5,840 on Bitcoin. Apple has struck a $500 million deal to buy rare earth minerals from MP Materials. That's the American producer that just last week secured backing from the Pentagon.
Apple landet en svær avtale på $500 millioner og kjøper edle metaller, sjeldne edle metaller. Det er sikkert til produksjon av disse komposittene. Jeg aner ikke hva de bruker det til. Men de fikk en avtale nå nettopp fra MP.
Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Lisa Mateo alongside Paul Sweeney. A lot going on today. We have inflation data, bank earnings. Here to break it all down for us is Walter Todd. He's President, Chief Investment Officer, Managing Director at Greenwood Capital. Walter, I mean, where do I start? Okay, let me start here at the S&P 500, right? So it hit a record high last week. It briefly touched 6,300 today, but it showed some signs of caution Friday, right? Then it rebounded yesterday. Do you feel that Wall Street has kind of shrugged off President Trump's trade announcements?
Wall Street er ned 123 poeng.
Thanks for having me.
Nesten day low. Dags gått i rødt.
Today is that we've come a long way in a short period of time off those lows in April. Very reasonable to bounce from very oversold levels, but to go back to all-time highs this quickly, probably a little bit over our skis. And I think some of the reactions we're seeing to earnings today, good reports. BlackRock would be one, down 5% to a very strong report. JP Morgan down a little bit to a very good report as well. I think just indicates that we may need to digest a little bit and trade sideways to down for a little bit of time.
So what do you think we need? What do you think this market needs, Walter, from earnings this season? Do we need to take numbers up? Because if you think about last quarter,
Og sitter med å styre live nå at markedet trenger å komme litt ned der den siden.
Guidance over some of the uncertainty around tariffs. What do you expect to see here this quarter?
Yeah, again, I think numbers coming into this period.
Jeg kan si til dere med en gang at det kommer til å være full fokus på japanske yieldsene. Det kommer til å være fokus på hele uka. Hvis de begynner å gå helt amok, så kommer det til å være utslaget på at det skal falle.
We're seeing that already in some of these early reports. They're better than expected, but I don't know that that's enough to take the next leg higher. As we're sitting here at all-time highs. So, we got the bill. Pro-growth initiatives in there, but the big thing we really did was avoid a major headwind and tax increases at the end of the year. So that's good to get that certainty in front of us. But kind of the next leg higher for the market, I don't know that earnings are going to be enough to get us there, and that's why we think we're going to need to kind of digest some data here.
Now, Walter, you mentioned earnings. So aside from bank earnings, we get reports, this week Johnson & Johnson, Netflix, PepsiCo. Have earning estimates, have they been conservative? Are we going to start to see a change?
Yeah, I think it's definitely very industry specific. And so when you look at kind of how the market's traded off the bottom, it's been very macro, I think very macro driven. And so as we start to get these individual company fundamentals, I think you're going to see a tale of two cities, so to speak. So, for example, with Pepsi, a lot of individual struggles that they're having. Consumer staples have been like a no touch in this market for investors. Have been going down seemingly every day. So the bar is very low from a price standpoint, but from an earnings standpoint, very low growth expected there. On the flip side, healthcare, again, another kind of defensive area that's been struggling. So again, for J&J, very low. With these banks, I think the expectations were high, as we're seeing here. I think as we get into the technology reports later in the month, those expectations are very high. So again, kind of counterintuitively with some of these areas that have a trail like Pepsi and J&J and the healthcare and staples, they could actually rally on not so good reports, whereas these other companies are trading down on good reports. So kind of a counterintuitive move with stocks here in earnings season.
Walter, what do you make of the fixed income space here? We're seeing yields creep up yet again today. The 2-year is up about 5 basis points at 3.95%. Do I just stick with my 2-year and clip that coupon, or do I take some credit risk? How do you guys think about fixed income?
Yeah, so for fixed income, it's interesting, the CPI report today, the market initial reaction to that, bond yields actually went down, stock futures went up, but yet the outlook for rate cuts actually was reduced on that report. So we're seeing a reversal there in rates. For us, we're kind of sticking to that 3 to 4 year duration as we're building out a portfolio, but that's a barbell approach. So we do have some shorter paper in there. We are a little bit overweight credit, less overweight than we were, say, 6 months ago, just given where spreads are. but we're kind of targeting that belly of the curve through a barbell strategy of shorter and maybe medium to longer term, but nothing beyond 7 years.
And Walter, since you mentioned CPI, were you surprised at the results at all?
No, not really surprised at the results. Again, more surprised at the market reaction that it traded up, just given that the outlook for Fed cuts actually came down. So to see equities up, and we're seeing a little bit of that, I guess, come off with rates reversing.
Skal vi stikke og kjøpe noe mat, det. Det er jo tross alt sommer.
Spør du de eller meg?
Nei, jeg sier det dit.
Ja, her er det.
I think the main takeaway from me from the CPI report is that we went from the headline was pretty much in line, but we went from 2.4 to 2.7. So inflation over the last 3 reports, while it may have missed expectations, has actually gone higher. So we are seeing some impact from these tariffs, perhaps not as much as people anticipated, though.
All right, Walter, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Walter Todd, he's the president and chief investment officer and managing director of Greenwood Capital. Want to turn our attention to healthcare company, managed care company, United Health Group. It's a big company, $267 billion in market cap. It's down 40% year to date, but it's had the distinction of having, I think, 60 consecutive quarters that kind of beat earnings estimates out there. But I think analysts are starting to take another look at some of those earnings numbers and taking a look at how this company put those numbers up. And I remember this kind of story back in the day from General Electric, where they would just beat by a couple of pennies every single quarter. But that turned out to be a little bit of a mirage when you go back and look at some of the data there. Michelle Davis joins us here, Bloomberg senior deals reporter. Michelle, what you find when you're looking at United Healthcare? How are they making some of those numbers recently?
So, yeah, as you mentioned, they had kind of a pristine record for more than 60 quarters. They beat estimates. Analysts love them. And at the end of last year, that got a bit harder for them to keep up. Medical costs were rising. The government's been cracking down on reimbursements, and that was eating into profits. And so what we reported is that at the end of last year, they approached several private equity firms and asked them if they wanted to buy stakes off of them, of their businesses. And a couple interesting things happened here. Not only did they quietly do this, but the deals were structured such that United Health can be forced to buy the businesses back down the road. So it's temporary in nature. And United booked the gains in an interesting place. They booked them as part of operating earnings, or adjusted earnings, which is normally where you look to see kind of how a business is doing, excluding one-off gains or one-off events like this. And so it was just interesting to see not only the fact that they stealthily did this, but where they put them. And without these gains, they would have missed estimates and profit would have dropped in the last quarter of last year.
So as I'm going through this article, this certain quote stands out for me from an analyst that you spoke to. He said, if the company is manufacturing earnings by chopping up their furniture or selling their assets, that's not exactly a great business model. Okay, so is the risk that it might be kind of masking this weakness in the operations?
That's the concern. And just to be clear, there's nothing illegal about what they're doing per se.
Right.
They disclosed that they did this. Most people didn't see it. It was in a footnote in their 10K that kind of went under the radar. And there are no details about what exactly they sold. That's what we're trying to, report on here. But yeah, the concern is it clouds, your ability to see how the business is actually performing. And we heard from sources that there's a culture inside United Health of, kind of there being this pressure to do whatever you can to meet targets every quarter.
Yep. So, again, the stock, it's a huge company, huge player in the managed care business. But stock's down 40%. What's the underlying concern for investors out there, do you think, around this company?
United Health has been dealing with a lot of things. I mean, even before we knew about this, there was obviously the tragedy of, one of their executives being murdered last year. And then, there was a Wall Street Journal investigation this year about potential Medicare fraud, which they have denied. They also, in the first quarter, reported their first earnings miss in, more than 60 quarters. So that shoe finally dropped. They ousted their CEO. So investors are just concerned about the story here. What is the United Health story? I think that's what the big concern is.
So are there any other companies, like maybe other health companies or something like that, where this same story that you've been talking about kind of plays out?
Not that we could find. It seems like United Health is really, unique in its ability and history of, really carefully managing its reporting every quarter.
So new management team here, what's kind of the focus now of the company? What's kind of the message to Wall Street about how they're, I guess, going to try to turn this thing around?
So they brought in their former CEO, who is a accountant by nature, and it seems like the market's pretty, they've been put at ease by him. The view or the hope from analysts is that the last quarter was kind of an anomaly and they were just bleeding out all the bad stuff, and now they'll have a lower base to kind of beat off of. They report earnings later this month, so we'll see, how the business is actually doing. But the big surprise in the first quarter was that, medical costs were a lot higher than they say they anticipated. That was confusing to people because their job is to anticipate that. But
that's what when we were reporting on that story a couple weeks ago, I said, isn't that the job of the company to know how that's going to go? All right, I'm looking at the ANR function on the Bloomberg Terminal that tracks analyst recommendations. And for United Health, there are 21 buys, 6 holds, and 2 sells. So, I think the street's still generally buying off on this, maybe this turnaround story, but maybe we'll take a look at your story here today. Michelle Davis, thank you so much for joining us. Michelle Davis is a senior deals reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive broker studio. But it's interesting to see on the healthcare space. And again, you come in here every Monday, Lisa, and it's like there's an M&A deal coming out of the healthcare space, which keeps the likes of Michelle Davis busy on the deal front. But again, we see it time and time again in the healthcare space. If you can't come up with that next drug or that next, procedure, whatever, in your R&D lab,
You got to join up.
you got to go buy somebody. You got to go buy somebody, and that's how that business is played. All right, looking at the markets here, we've kind of got a mixed market here. The S&P is just up about 6 points. The Dow is down 200. That's almost 0.5%. But the NASDAQ, the tech-heavy NASDAQ, is up 140 points. That's 0.7%. So again, red and green on the screen. The Tom Keene VIX is now below 17, 16.94. So volatility kind of muted here. Yields a little bit higher here today. The 10-year Treasury yields up about 3 basis points, 4.47%. Gold higher, $3,350. And Bitcoin, it's down a little bit, now $117,000. We're above $120,000.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 10:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index pairing gains after briefly hitting 6,300. Right now, the S&P is at 6271, up 3 points, little changed, up under 0.1%. That rally in stocks driven by a fairly tame CPI report, losing some steam. We've got the Dow, in fact, negative by 233, down 0.5%. NASDAQ up 134, higher by about 0.7%. Our Mag 7 index pushing higher, up 0.9%. NVIDIA and AMD certainly, or at least NVIDIA, driving the gains there. NVIDIA up 4.7%. The 10-year, 4.46%. The 2-year, 3.94%. Gold up 0.2%, 33.49 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.3%, 66.77 per barrel of WTI. Bitcoin now down by $3,100, down 2.6%. Bitcoin at 117,039. So it is an up day barely right now for the S&P 500 index, holding on to a gain of 2 points, up less than 0.1%. CPI Tuesday, Walter Todd is president and chief investment officer at Greenwood Capital. He's digesting the CPI report. He was a guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
The main takeaway for me from this CPI report is that we went from, while the headline was pretty much in line, but we went from 2.4 to 2.7. So inflation over the last 3 reports, while it may have missed expectations, has actually gone higher. So we are seeing some impact from these tariffs, perhaps not as much as people anticipated, though.
Walter Todd of Greenwood Capital, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. NVIDIA and Advanced Micro Devices plan to resume sales of some AI chips in China after securing Washington's assurances that such shipments would get approved. NVIDIA shares ripping higher by 4.8%. Advanced Micro Devices up 7.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. Thank you, Charlie. Welcome back, Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Lisa Mateo alongside Paul Sweeney. Big day for bank earnings. Some mixed reports, though. Taking a look at the stock, we have JP Morgan. They're down. Their shares down about 0.5%. Wells Fargo down 5%. We have Citi up about 1.5%. So here to break it all down for us and what happened with each bank is Allison Williams. Who else? Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst, Global Banks and Asset Managers. Allison, thanks for joining us here in the studio. Good to see you. So let's start with JP Morgan, right? They had some surprise deal-making gains. I mean, is that a sign that tariff fears are easing, or how do you take it?
Yeah, I mean, they had a solid quarter. There's always a high bar for JP Morgan, but I think a really good quarter, strong returns, good organic growth, and I think, about $1 billion of upside with trading and fees. And so I think that we did see that fee pick up. We saw April stall, then we saw fees really did pick up in May and June, as you said. It really is the advisory business was big upside, for both JP Morgan and Citi. And we also saw IPOs better. And so we have seen that improving sentiment. I think there is going to be a little bit of a lift in terms of some of the expectations for those banking fees going forward as well.
Red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Tesla's top North America sales executive, Troy Jones, exits. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. So when it rains, it pours there. All right, here we go. So we had JP Morgan, Citigroup, and Wells report today. Guess what? I worked at all of those firms. Chase Manhattan Bank, now part of JP Morgan. Salomon Brothers, now part of Citigroup. And Wheat First Securities, which is now part of Wells Fargo. That's where Wells Fargo got its original broker-dealer license by acquiring my firm, Wheat First Securities, Richmond, Virginia. So I'm biased all over the place here. Let's start with Citigroup. I think that's got the most upside because I think it's underperformed for such a long time. It was just begging for really, really, really good management. Is this, the stock's hitting 52-week high today. Is this the turnaround that everybody's been waiting for, do you think?
Yeah, Jane is getting it done,
yep.
Right? So, and to be fair, her predecessors made some changes, but I think
yep.
she's made some tough decisions, especially the sale of the Mexico business where she really cut her teeth. I think that is a sign that she can be objective in terms of deciding what's right for the business, and they are working their way up to some better returns. So, you know, there's a lot of talk about the valuation for Citigroup. We know that they trade at a discount to their book value. They trade at a discount to their peers.
Wow.
That's what happens when you don't earn your cost of capital and your returns are below peers.
Yep.
But I think the changes that they're making are moving them in the right direction.
So when I look at Wells Fargo, because I'm trying to go through the information, so the big thing that kind of stands out to me is that it crossed the 1.95 trillion asset mark. Is that a big milestone?
Well, the removal of the asset cap, that is really, I think, the big structural benefit.
Okay.
And I think that goes to the number that you're talking about where, you know, for years they had to limit their balance sheet growth. They finally got the go-ahead that, you know, we don't have to be so concerned about what that exact number is. I think the stock has really priced in a lot of the optimism around getting that asset cap removed. I mean, basically has been you know, a huge gainer since the U.S. election. I think the shares are responding today to the lower net interest income outlook. And I think there's a couple things there. The core net interest income, that's what people focus on, right? Because the income that you get from trading generally has an offset to fees. But if you're just focusing on top line, you're just focusing on that number, people are disappointed in that outlook for Wells Fargo.
What are you hearing from these banks today and over the coming days about loan growth? Because it seems like with the yield curve steepening, it's a good time to be making loans. How's the demand out there? Because all I hear about is private credit here, private credit there. How about the banks?
I mean, we did see like things a little bit better. I would say that, you know, the loan growth is still a bit modest, but the expectation in terms of reduced risk to the economy is really a positive for these banks going into the second half. And so I think there's certainly room for improvement in the loan growth, but I think things were fine.
Well, there's been the loosening in regulations, capital requirements for the banks. I mean, did this show up in the results, or when will it?
I think that is something that is going to come over time. I mean, we did see some good buybacks at Wells Fargo, for example. But I think the big news was the stress tests that we saw in June basically are signaling that their capital hurdles are going lower. Further, a proposal out there that, you know, we're going to have sort of average results over time. So that for this year means that the decreases might not be as much and they might come a little bit later, but we think that's positive over time because what that means is that there'll be more stabilization and not sort of these ratios moving around a lot. So lots of excess capital at the banks. Even more as those ratios go lower, that means more buybacks, especially since we expect that any further regulations are not going to be as drastic.
Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, they report tomorrow. I always love looking at the way you guys analyze kind of league tables and how people are doing competitively. What do you expect to hear from those two investment banks tomorrow?
I mean, so we expect strength. I mean,
Yep.
the results that we saw today in terms of fixed income trading better than expected, equities trading better than expected, fees almost across the board better than expected. We talked about the IPOs, like that's a really good sign for Morgan Stanley and Goldman. The M&A, Goldman is typically an M&A leader there, although JP Morgan has really been catching up. So those are all very positive signals. I mean, 27% growth year over year in Citigroup's rates and currencies business. That is a really strong result. And, Goldman and Morgan Stanley lead in the equities. They earn the most from these businesses. So I think that, the bar is definitely higher for them tomorrow.
All right, good stuff. We appreciate it. Allison Williams, Senior Analyst, Global Banks Asset Managers, Bloomberg Intelligence. She's been doing it for a long time. She worked on the buy side at Morgan Stanley Investment Management, investing in these big banks, so she knows what she's doing. She's got a great team there at Bloomberg Intelligence on a global basis, looking at some of the big global banks around the world. So I appreciate getting a couple minutes of her time. Looking at the markets here, again, kind of red and green on the screen, as Charlie Pellet would say. The S&P is pretty much unchanged on the day. Coming up, Nicole D'Souza, Bloomberg Intelligence Internet and Software Equity Analyst. Where did she come? I didn't hire her. But anyway, we're going to check in with her and see what's going on with dating apps and how Gen Z is using. Can't you just go to a bar and pick up? I mean, that's the way it's done. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Lisa Mateo, Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube, so check us out there. You know, to the extent I've had any luck in meeting other people, it's been at a bar. No dating apps here.
I know. I met my husband at the Grease Trucks at Rutgers after
Who doesn't?
party, having burgers. There you go.
Now, dating apps must evolve as Gen Z redefines romance. That's according to a Bloomberg Intelligence survey. We're going there, folks. We're going down that rabbit hole. Nicole D'Souza joins us here, Internet and Software Equity Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Nicole, what's your survey? What are the questions it asked, and what did you find?
Yeah, so we at Bloomberg Intelligence conducted the survey to better understand how people are navigating dating, how they use dating apps, and then also how they feel about AI within dating apps. And so some really interesting findings. First, that, specifically Gen Z tends to be single but not dating.
Gen Z is what age again?
16 to 28.
16 to 28. All right, so I
they're
got
single.
2 of my 4 are into that one. Okay, go ahead. And so they're not using the apps?
They're not even dating, single and not dating. So
Why?
There's a few reasons. Studies have kind of shown they do have higher rates of loneliness, but they are also prioritizing independence. They are also, feeling a reduced stigma around being single. So it could really change dating patterns generationally.
I can kind of say it. My son was on a dating app and then he stopped because he got tired of it, and he's in that Gen Z kind of group. And they're not going to pay for them too. So how does that change for these different, dating apps out there? How do they have to change their approach?
So right now, a lot of what we're seeing from Gen Z is that even though they are dating less, they are looking for long-term relationships. Those that are dating, they are looking to form meaningful connections. So, some of the products we've seen from these dating apps that really introduce AI are more around how to create a profile, how to make it easier to talk to people, using AI to generate prompts. That might not necessarily, correlate with what Gen Z is looking for in terms of forming a meaningful connection.
I'll tell you, Lisa, go to the Parker House in Seagirt, New Jersey on a summer Saturday.
Jersey Shore.
Thousands and thousands of kids of Gen Z type are there.
Yes.
At like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They're not on the beach. They're all made up, dressed to the nines. I think they're looking to meet somebody.
I know. I've been
So-
there. I had to wait online because of that.
So, I mean, I don't know what's going on. How about millennials? How do they fare?
So millennials they kind of came of age during the time of dating apps. So a lot of
Okay.
dating apps are really created to target dating patterns of millennials. So millennials have a more favorable relationship with dating apps, and they also are much more comfortable with AI in dating apps versus Gen Z, which was surprising to us.
Now, what about, people always forget about Gen X. Okay. The Gen X folks.
You're Gen
what
X?
So what about Gen X? And then, my mom, single, like she wants to find out about these apps. I'm telling you. What about the older generation?
They're on dating apps.
So they're on it.
There
Okay.
there are a lot of Gen X and baby boomers on dating apps, and there are a wide variety of dating apps to kind of address different age groups, different things that people are looking for. So they're available.
How does AI? I have to ask the AI question
Okay.
because we had a guest on earlier about it. I walked out of there thinking AI is going to take over Wall Street. How about AI and dating apps? That I would think could be helpful to better select somebody who might be a good match or something.
So we've seen dating app companies roll out a lot of AI products. I would say right now, it seems, at least based on our survey, that they haven't been that well received. It seems like people don't necessarily need AI to build a better profile. They don't need AI to help them engage in conversation. I think where it has been helpful is user safety, so to weed out profiles that are fake or potentially people who are sending harmful messages, and that is a common complaint. But as of right now, it doesn't seem that at least Gen Z and even some millennials are really adopting these new AI products.
So are there certain dating apps that are more popular than others? I mean, which are the hot ones right now?
So right now, at least by users, Tinder
Okay.
has by far the most users.
Okay.
That's owned by Match Group. And then Hinge is actually one of the few dating apps that is continuing to grow users. And that's probably because Hinge focuses a little bit more on kind of long-term relationships, building meaningful connections. Tinder still has a reputation of kind of a hookup app.
Yes.
Which one is that?
Tinder.
Yeah, that's what my son was on.
Hookup app. Oh my god! And I'm looking at Nicole's research report. I mean, she's got graphs here of like, I'm in a monogamous relationship. I'm single and currently dating. I'm in an open relationship. Single but not dating. In a casual relationship. By demo. By baby boomers, Gen X, millennials. I mean,
who knew?
This is a lot of research here, dudes, on dating. I mean, go to a bar, have a cocktail, relax. I don't know. It's good stuff here. But Nicole, thanks so much for joining us. Great research. Again, BI's cutting-edge research, Bloomberg Intelligence, using some survey data here to go out and take a look at how some of these apps are working out there. Nicole D'Souza, she covers all the internet stuff and all the software stuff for Bloomberg Intelligence. An analyst at BI I did not hire, but I highly approve of. So thank you very much,
Thank you.
Nicole. We appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
All right, folks, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio. It's on Sirius XM Channel 121. It's presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts in just a moment with the S&P down 9 points, the Dow down 325 points at 0.7%, but the tech stocks are moving higher. The Nasdaq's up about 84 points, 0.4% there. So some red and green on the screen. The Tom Keene Memorial VIX now just above 17. Yields a little bit higher here today, maybe on that CPI data print. The 10-year Treasury yields up about 4 basis points. Let's call it 4.47%. Bitcoin, after touching 120,000, now down to about 116,000. This is good morning.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield. These are two big-time blue-chip companies. One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Our view is that the economy is slowing down. There is the possibility of a debt spiral.
Both quantum computing and AI are going to power the future.
People are just buying everything with tech.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to check in with Neil Sipes, Bloomberg Intelligence financial analyst. Talk to us about BlackRock. Listen to this. They have $12.5 trillion in assets under management. Unbelievable. So we'll check in with that and see what they're doing there in the asset management business. We're also going to have a simulcast with Bloomberg Television. Chris Wright, U.S. Secretary of Energy, is going to speak with Bloomberg Tyler Kendall. We'll bring that to you when it starts in this hour. Jeffrey Cleveland, our good friend over there at Payden & Riegle, he's the chief economist. Get his outlook, his thoughts on maybe some of the inflation data we got and what's his outlook for the U.S. economy. And we're also going to talk to our new energy finance, BNEF folks, on talking about clean power going forward. So a lot coming up in this hour. Let's kick it off with Charlie Pellet.
Very much. Here's what's going on. Paul Sweeney, got to begin with a headline right now breaking on the Bloomberg Professional Service. Department of Justice ending its Poly market probe in a win for crypto betting under President Trump. So again, that headline right now, breaking news on the Bloomberg. DOJ ending the Poly market probe in a win for crypto betting under President Trump. We got the S&P just turning negative right now. Happened in the past few minutes since our last update. Right now, the S&P 500 index down 6. CPI Tuesday 62.62 where we stand on that index. Briefly, the S&P cracked through 6,300, down now by 0.1%, giving up earlier gains. The Dow down 303, down by about 0.7%. NASDAQ Composite Index, as Paul mentioned, ripping higher now by 94 points, up by about 0.5%. A lot of that having to do with chip names, including NVIDIA up 4.3%, Advanced Micro Devices up by 6.6%. The 10-year 4.46%, the 2-year 3.94%, gold up 0.2%, 33.49 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%, 66.74 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin now down 3.5%, 115,990 on Bitcoin. Wells Fargo has lowered its full-year guidance for net interest income after another quarter of tepid growth amid the ongoing trade war. Shares of Wells Fargo down by 5.2%. Alanson Williams is a senior bank analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence.
The core net interest income, that's what people focus on, right? Because the income that you get from trading generally has an offset to fees. But if you're just focusing on top line, you're just focusing on that number, people are disappointed in that outlook for Wells Fargo.
Alanson Williams of BI interviewed right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. Again, Wells Fargo down 5.2% after earnings. Citigroup up 1.6% after earnings. JP Morgan Chase down by just about 0.7%. French Prime Minister Francois Bayrou is proposing scrapping 2 public holidays as part of a $50.9 billion effort to repair public finances that risks a parliamentary backlash toppling his government in the fall. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Charlie was just mentioning, kind of got red and green on the screen out there. Let's see what's happening with stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney alongside Lisa Mateo, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Christine Aquino. Christine, what are you looking at here today?
Well, Paul, let's take a look at one stock that's definitely in the green this morning. That is AMD. Ticker AMD. Shares up just over 6.5% at the moment. And earlier we saw those shares hitting the highest levels since October. So again, AMD benefiting alongside NVIDIA from this development in U.S. regulation. So the company saying that it plans to restart shipments of its MI308 chips to China after the U.S. said that it would approve the sale. So earlier I mentioned that NVIDIA enjoying a similar move. And, you know, AMD, they said in April that these export restrictions would cost the company about $800 million. And so now that that's off the table, that's definitely some money back into the AMD coffers, and shares reflecting that today.
Well, a stock that's running lower, BlackRock, their share is actually down about 6%. What's going on there?
Yeah, absolutely, Lisa. So ticker BLK, not having a great day today. Those shares also down by the most since April. And so we did did see BlackRock reporting earlier this morning, second quarter results. They said that they took in $94 million of performance fees for the second quarter, which is far short, or $1 billion, I should say. It was far short of the 114 million average estimate for the Bloomberg consensus. And then we also saw a revenue of $5.4 billion from a year ago, also short of analyst estimates. And so several key metrics for BlackRock missing those estimates. And Paul, you mentioned though that they still have a record 12.5 trillion worth of assets. And, I think some analysts are saying that some of the top line news from those results not landing well with investors, but longer term growth looking good because of that amassed amount of assets that they have under management.
Yeah, we got Neil Sipes, Bloomberg Intelligence, right in our studio. He's going to give us a couple analysis coming up in just a moment. All right, one more.
Let's take a look at Uber, ticker UBER. Shares down just 0.8% at the moment, but that is a 5-day losing streak today, the longest since June. We have some news earlier saying that Uber and Baidu are apparently planning to launch robo-taxis in several markets outside of the US and in mainland China. So Baidu autonomous vehicles will be available on the Uber app in Asia and the Middle East later this year, and then future rollouts will also include Europe and Oceania. But, that's not particularly doing well for the stock today. We do have Uber set to report on the 6th of August, and Bloomberg Intelligence saying that their expansion into grocery delivery could help those results. So we'll see. 6th of August is when they're set to report there.
And Uber up 53% this year. So the market likes kind of what they're doing there. So, all right, I'll ask you, Christine and Lisa, do you arbitrage between the two? When you're going for a ride hail, do you pull up the Lyft app and the Uber app and get the better price?
Oh, good question. I mean, my default is Lyft. I'm more of a Lyft customer.
I only have Uber. I don't even have the Lyft app. I know.
I mean, the arbitrage is unbelievable. It could be like 20%. Now, Matt Miller doesn't do it. He's just we had this conversation. I tried to convince him to be an arbitrager, but no, he just kind of goes with Uber. All right, great stuff. Christina Aquino there with the Stock Movers. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Christine was just telling us about BlackRock. The stock's down, but I mean, it's BlackRock. I mean, $12.5 trillion in assets under management. I can't get my mind around that. It's just an extraordinary story. And by the way, it's separated from Blackstone. I mean, imagine if those two were together. Holy cow. Anyway, I mean, it's got a market cap of $160 billion. BlackRock is down 6% today, up about 1% for the year. Neil Sipes is in studio. He's got to explain to us what's going on there. He covers all the asset managers for Bloomberg Intelligence. Neil, talk to us about BlackRock here. They never seem to have problems getting money in the past. What's going on?
Yeah, and I think what you're seeing a little bit in the second quarter is the net inflow figure was about half the first quarter. So perhaps a little bit slower than the analysts were expecting. But what I think is encouraging and sort of what we're seeing with the transition, you even mentioned Blackstone. BlackRock is trying to enter some of those businesses in a more meaningful way that Blackstone is involved in the private markets. We saw the handful of transactions last year, Global Infrastructure Partners, HPS. And what this is going to do is really sort of improve the organic base fee growth. So while we're seeing a little bit slower on the net inflow figure in terms of broader asset growth, what it means is as we push further into those private markets, those higher fee products, that organic growth is actually more meaningful to the fundamentals of the business. So we're going to see a little bit of a transition here. I think perhaps that's what you're seeing in the second quarter results today is that sort of slower inflow growth, but perhaps still pretty robust base fee growth. And let's not forget the second quarter was really a tale of two stories, a rather unique quarter with a very challenging April and an incredible May and June. So that is also sort of balanced in the results.
Now, a lot of investors look to what the executives are saying. So what kind of tone did CEO Larry Fink take?
Yeah, I think he struck a generally positive tone, especially considering the sort of broader macro uncertainties that are still out there. It feels like we've certainly moved back from some of the more worst case scenarios, we'll call them. But there's still certainly quite a bit of uncertainty. But when you look at equity markets, you don't necessarily see it, right? All-time highs pretty much in the global equities landscape. And so that's generally a positive for asset managers, particularly someone like BlackRock. And what they've talked about is they experienced momentum exiting the second quarter and into the third quarter. Clients continue to remain engaged. They haven't necessarily pulled away in sort of the volatility that we saw and some of the uncertainty that we talk about. So that sort of creates a solid setup for BlackRock moving forward.
All right, so for the asset managers that you follow, like when I grew up in the business, the biggest customers on Wall Street were the mutual funds. And then hedge funds became big. Now it's ETFs. How do the asset managers that you deal with, think about it? It just seems like all the money's going to ETFs. How do your asset managers deal with that?
Yeah, well, there's the way you deal with it is enter the ETF space to sort of capture that flow. But that is a business where scale is paramount, because you talk about ETFs, you're thinking about average 10 basis point fee rate, right? You're not going to earn quite a bit. The margins are going to be razor thin unless you're the size of BlackRock, who garners 30% of the market in US ETFs. That can be a profitable business. Yep.
I thought it was like Vanguard.
And that's actually been shrinking from over 40%. Vanguard's the one that's sort of nipping at the heels. But again, it's sort of an oligopoly with Vanguard, BlackRock, and Fidelity in the ETF space. But how do you complement that in a business where the flows are increasingly going to ETFs? Well, they're also going to private markets, and that's why you saw, again, BlackRock push into that space last year.
All right, Neil, thanks so much. We appreciate it. Neil Sipes covers all the banks and asset managers for Bloomberg Intelligence. Right now, let's go to a simulcast we have with Chris Wright, U.S. Secretary of Energy, speaking with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Let's go to that right now.
Demand for energy to help power artificial intelligence, and the administration focuses a lot on its deregulation agenda. Do you think that you can accomplish your goals fast enough to keep up with what has been a surge in energy consumption?
I think we will. You're right, it's a challenge. I mean, the agenda of President Trump is to unleash American energy. The last 4 years, the Biden administration was more to shackle American energy. But you're right, there's rapidly rising demand. And what we as the government need to do is enable private businesses to build the things they want to build and invest in the things they want to build. We're not going to do this building ourselves, but we're going to enable private businesses to do it.
Well, I'm glad that you brought up private businesses, and to kind of put a finer point on this idea of urgency, we actually heard from Mark Zuckerberg yesterday, pledging billions that Meta is going to invest in data centers. But it is raising concerns about an energy crisis to fuel it. I'm wondering, have you spoken to Mark Zuckerberg or Meta about their plans?
We speak Meta extensively about their plans. And yeah, there's a number of the hyperscalers that have huge investment opportunities. We're excited about that. This is the newest energy-intensive industry to arise. That's what artificial intelligence is, energy-intensive industry, taking the most sophisticated, most expensive form of energy, electricity, and turning it into intelligence to transform our world and protect our nation. So yeah, Meta has huge investment plans, as does Amazon and Microsoft and Google and the other players in that space. And we need all of them will invest. It's a few $100 billion this year. In fact, you'll hear at the conference today announcements. It was 70 and I think now $90 billion just in the state of Pennsylvania.
When you hear big investments, though, and how much energy that is going to take, what's your level of concern, though, that there is going to perhaps be such a great demand? Can the U.S. really keep up with it?
Absolutely. You know, United States energy production, because of the shale revolution, just exploded in the last 10 or 12 years. Pennsylvania is a massive energy producer today. Pennsylvania exports more energy out of its state than any other state except for Texas. And Pennsylvania could massively grow its energy production, just doesn't have enough pipeline capacity to move that natural gas out of the state. So what's going to happen is more of that gas or additional gas will be consumed in Pennsylvania, turned into electricity, generated intelligence, and keep the United States ahead of China in the AI race.
So I want to talk about oil, and I also want to welcome in our audience that has just joined us. We are talking to the U.S. Energy Secretary, Christopher Wright. I'm Tyler Kendall. I want to show you some of these statistics that our analysts at Bloomberg polled, that the U.S. oil rig count has dropped 13% since late February. It's in the midst of its longest contraction since 2020. I know that there were some incentives in the reconciliation package, but what further incentives is the administration considering to help get forward these oil rigs to continue drilling?
Mostly it's get out of the way. You know, the Biden administration had 4 years, all of government approach to try to, as they said, end fossil fuels. Now, that didn't work very well. We went from 82% of American energy coming from fossil fuels before Biden took office to 82%, exactly the same when he left office. Those are just simply the energy sources that power our country and our world today. But it's get out of the way of the marketplace. Right now, U.S. production is growing so fast, as has other places in the world, that prices are maybe at the low end of profitability for producers here, so you see a pullback in activity. You're going to see, with these new investments in economic growth in the United States, we're going to see growth in demand for oil, and of course that'll probably bump prices back up a little bit, keep drillers active.
Well, you mentioned there perhaps a lower price environment. And part of this also, when we're talking about costs that these companies are facing, has to do with tariffs. And I wanted to ask you about copper in particular, which is essential to data centers and getting energy to help power AI. What sort of impact is a 50% copper tariff set to go into effect on August 1st going to have when we're talking about the cost for energy infrastructure?
Well, I think the biggest impact of that 50% tariff on copper is going to speed up copper mining in the United States. We have enormous copper resources here. We have some huge mines that have been trying to get going for years. We want to get copper production growing rapidly in this country. Copper, like steel, is just essential to everything that happens in the world.
Should we expect the energy industry to get some sort of tariff carve-out moving forward?
I believe the president plans no special carve-outs. He wants to reindustrialize the United States of America. There's a lot of tools to do that. Make it easy to invest in the United States, make it attractive to invest in the United States, and tariffs are an additional element of that toolbox.
I'm sure you're talking to industry, though. Is
Yes.
a carve-out on the table? Are there any negotiations underway for, say, the oil industry to get a carve-out when it comes to the equipment that they use in the field, like copper or steel, for example?
No discussions right now. We are hearing from the industry, and of course this is true. If you incrementally raise the cost of projects, that hurts the economics of them. We want to do everything we possibly can to maximize investments in the United States, so jobs and opportunity come here to our country.
Lastly, I just want to ask you a geopolitical question, because we did hear from President Trump yesterday threaten a 100% so-called secondary tariff on countries that import Russian energy supplies. If that were to go into effect, what would that do to prices in the global energy market?
Something like that would likely drive oil prices up. I think President Trump's strong agenda there is to end the war in Ukraine. Our hope is that that large pressure will have an impact on Russia, and we can bring just a brutal war in Eastern Europe to an end. That's President Trump's goal, is prosperity at home and peace abroad. And the old formulas weren't working very well in that respect. So yeah, President Trump has very different tools, very different negotiating skills, and very different level of boldness. I think we're going to see tremendous growth in peace abroad and prosperity at home.
All right, we have to leave it there. U.S. Energy Secretary Christopher Wright, thank you so much for your time. This has been a conversation here in Pittsburgh on the sidelines of the Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit. I'll toss.
All right, that was Tyler Kendall from Bloomberg Television speaking with Chris Wright, U.S. Secretary of Energy in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, talking about some of the pro-energy policies coming from the Trump administration so far, and more to come, and we'll keep reporting on that as well. All right, let's get a little bit of a reset here on these markets. We can go get a Bloomberg Business Flash with Charlie.
Thank you very much. Recap, reset. We have got the price of crude oil moving lower. WTI, West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.7%. Brent, the global benchmark, down now by 0.5%. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Lots of moving parts to this market today. Geopolitics, earnings news, China chips, also keeping an eye on the economic data. S&P 500 index wiping out again the 30-year, now topping 5%, 5.01% on that 30-year. We've got the S&P turning negative, down 4, 62.64, down 0.1%. The Dow down 283, drop there of 0.6%, while NASDAQ pushing higher by 123 points. NASDAQ Composite Index up by about 0.6%. 10-year, 4.47%. The 2-year, 3.95%. Of that 30-year bears repeating 5.01%. Spot gold down 60 cents the ounce to 33.42. Drop there of just under 0.1%. As we mentioned, crude down 0.8%, and Bitcoin now trading lower. Bitcoin down 3.3%, 116,265. And again, should point out that after hitting a record of 6,300, we've got the S&P retreating now by 0.1%. NVIDIA and Advanced Micro Devices do plan to resume some sales of AI chips in China after securing Washington's assurances that such shipments would get approved. NVIDIA up 4.3%, AMD up 6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. Thank you, Charlie Pellet. Lise Mateo here alongside Paul Sweeney. So we had more inflation data out today. Core CPI, will start there, rose less than expected, a fifth month in a row. How does the Fed take that information? How do the markets take it? Let's right now turn to Jeffrey Cleveland. He's chief economist at Payton & Rygel. He's going to talk about the U.S. economy. Jeffrey, I want to start with that data that came out. Were you surprised more at the results or with the market reaction to CPI?
I guess I'm a bit surprised at the market reaction. I think this is more evidence that we're not seeing some sort of widespread pickup in inflation that should concern policymakers. So I think this should tilt things in favor of cutting rates sooner rather than later. So maybe the market reaction is the bigger surprise here, not the actual data.
So, Jeffrey, how do you think about tariffs, however they shake out? And I think the Yale Budget Lab is now talking about something like a 20% kind of level where the average effective tariff rate may shake out. How does that get reflected in inflation, if at all?
Yeah, it's definitely showing up, Paul, in goods prices. So in the June report, we saw that in apparel prices, in recreational goods prices. I don't know if that's your pickleball paddle or something, in household furnishings. So we are seeing some evidence. It's not like it's not showing up. I think, Paul, the big issue is that most of what you spend your money on, so most of what's in the CPI, are services, in particular shelter, so housing, and that continues to cool off. In the report we got this morning for June, we saw the softest increase in shelter in terms of its contribution to core inflation since early 2021, since February of 2021. So you're going to have and continue to have some goods price pressure to the upside, but I think that's being offset by softer prices elsewhere, and that's keeping core CPI softer than people had anticipated. That's the big story here.
All right, so if we stick with the data, we have PPI tomorrow. Even you look further ahead, you have the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. You have core PCE that's out later on July 31st. What direction do you expect those to pull?
Yeah, we're still thinking that you're going to have some upward pressure on goods prices, but overall, core inflation is going to continue to make progress, let's say over the next 6 months, towards the Fed's target. We'll end the year, I think, on core PCE that you mentioned, probably around 2.5%, maybe 2.6%. So a little bit above target. But then we think as the tariff pressures fade, we get into next year, we'll be getting closer to 2% on core CPI and core PCE. So maybe next year at this time, we'll be talking about, on target inflation or even below target inflation. And that sounds crazy, but I think that's a real possibility here. The inflation story will be in the rearview mirror.
So, Jeffrey, does that assume that corporate America effectively takes most, if not all, of the tariff increases in their profit margins?
I mean, Paul, that could be part of it. I think the bigger issue is that goods are just a small portion of overall spending. So even if you have goods price pressure, it can be held in check in overall core inflation by what we are seeing on the services side. And so that's the main theory there. Also, if the labor market continues to weaken over the second half of the year and into next year, which we anticipate, that will also contribute to a slowdown in price pressure. So a lot of moving parts in the inflation story. I think the main thing, though, the inflationistas, they were telling us we were going to have a lot of inflation by now. We're not really seeing it. We're seeing a little bit of pressure from tariffs, but the inflation eruption story from after April 2nd has just not panned out. I'll be willing to give them, until the fall, Paul, for this, we can wait. We can be patient here. But at some point, we got to say that was a false alarm or the inflation story is actually behind.
Jeffrey, we heard from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent today. He touched upon the role of the Fed chair. Does that debate over Fed Chair Jay Powell's role, does that affect stocks at all? How do you see that playing out?
Well, I think if you talk to financial market participants, they like Chair Powell. They think he's been a steady hand at the helm, if you will. So any kind of upheaval there could change things. From our perspective, what we've been telling clients is, well, you need to have a position available on the Fed board in order to appoint someone else as Fed chair. That won't actually happen until early next year. You'll have one vacancy on the board at that point. You could put something else on. If we're advocating for someone, I think you already have a good candidate on the board itself. He's been on the board for a while. He was at the St. Louis Fed before, and that's Christopher Waller. I would say he's probably one of the more dovish members of the FOMC at the moment. So I think President Trump, if he's listening, he should just he appointed Christopher Waller to the Fed board. So you already have that in favor, and that would be an easy option for me. I think the markets would like that. It wouldn't create too much upheaval. And to your question, yeah, I think that would be good for stocks.
Jeffrey, how's the consumer doing out there? What's the latest data tell you?
I'm surprised. I'm impressed, Paul, by how the unemployment rate has stayed quite low. I thought unemployment would drift up a little bit more this year. So we're at 4.1 on the unemployment rate. And so that's a solid labor market. We can debate, the reasons for the 4.1. Now, some people appear to have left the labor force, so that's probably keeping some downward pressure. But overall, the consumer is in better shape than I had anticipated. We like to look at consumer income growth as being a key determinant of consumer spending and, in turn, the U.S. economy. And consumer income growth has slowed this year, but it's still, I would say, in line with longer-term averages, Paul. So nothing really, we're not seeing signs of a major deterioration on the consumer front from that perspective.
All right, Jeffrey, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Jeffrey Cleveland, he's the chief economist for Payden & Regal, getting his thoughts there on some of those economic data points. It's interesting, Lisa, when the consumer surprises, I think, to the upside. And Tom Keene always says this, that, companies adjust, companies adapt, consumers adapt to different conditions, whether it's a pandemic, whether it's inflation, whether, and maybe that's kind of what we're seeing in consumer behavior here, consumer retail sales, just for example.
Right, and it depends on how you adapt, right? Do you take from, do you stop spending somewhere else to pay for this? It's kind of that whole question, too, about where your money goes.
Yeah, exactly. And so, but when you go to Costco, though, yes. I mean, it's as crowded as it typically is, right? I mean...
It is. No, the lines are still long. People are still buying, but I guess they're watching certain things like, do you go for the meat, which is a high expensive item, but do you put aside some of the snacks, too? So it's kind of balancing what you put in the cart.
All right. Here's the story that I just think is so interesting. France proposes cutting 2 public holidays to plug budget hole. I mean, one of the first things I learned about Europe when I started working over there was how Europe, and it's not so much today as it was 30 years ago, but it would shut down for the really July and August, definitely August, but July and August. I mean, people would just en masse go on summer holiday. And you couldn't get anything done.
Well, I was about to say, who runs everything?
Exactly. It's a little less like that today. But just when you think about cutting holidays, I think that it's a bad political strategy, I think, anywhere in the world.
Right.
But particularly in Europe, where our friends enjoy their time off. They have a little different work-life balance than maybe we have here in the U.S.
Well, yeah, I know. We're all about I can't take vacation days. I gotta work. You gotta take some time off.
Yeah, I don't know. So we'll see. But it's interesting. So France, and just to plug a budget hole, we'll have to see how that plays out. All right, let's get back to some tech talk here. I don't understand what's going on here. So I said, can we get the expert on? And that's Mandeep Singh, senior tech industry analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He joins us here in our studio. Mandeep, thanks so much for joining us. Can you explain what the policy is of the U.S. government as it relates to our chips? Because it kind of made sense to me when they said, we shouldn't be, or we should really restrict some of the high-level chips we export to China because they use them and they're not maybe our friends in a lot of different fronts. Now it seems like the U.S. government has told NVIDIA and AMD, no, it's okay to sell those chips, which is great for those chip companies. Can you explain what you think the policy is going on there, Mandeep?
Yeah, I mean, so in mid-April, the current administration banned the sale of NVIDIA H20 chips. And remember, H20 is a deprecated version of the Hopper 200 chip that NVIDIA sells in the US and other markets. So it's not the highest end chip in terms of performance and power consumption. But at the same time, what they were able to do is to sell this deprecated version for a while. And then since mid-April, it was completely banned. And so what NVIDIA did was they took down the guidance and they pretty much wrote off the inventory of the H20 chips for their 1Q. Partly it was around $2.1 billion for 1Q. And then for 2Q, they guided for an $8 billion sort of headwind from the lack of sales to the China region. Now, with this new guideline around NVIDIA being able to sell those H20 chips, I believe it's a similar version to what they were selling before. I think you could pretty much add, I would say up to a $25 billion run rate annually in terms of sales to China. So think of NVIDIA sales next year are going to be around $250 billion. That's the current consensus. Add $25 billion to that, because that's how much they are able to sell to China as of right now. It could be much higher, but at least a 10% lift from being able to sell into China with these kind of lighter version of their highest end chips. So I think it's a net positive. Same thing for AMD. AMD, the market is much smaller for them, given their market share in GPUs. But I would say AMD would get a similar lift, at least 10% of their sales expectations.
So is there a difference between what NVIDIA can sell and what AMD can sell in China? Is it about the same as far as what the White House would say?
So AMD also has a deprecated version of their highest end chips that they're selling into the US market as well, just because the administration doesn't want either AMD or NVIDIA to sell their highest end chip that's made on 3 nanometer node that has got a certain performance spec. And so they don't want the latest technology to be sold into the China region. What they're okay with is an older version of NVIDIA chips that doesn't have the same level of performance as the current version, and that they can sell into these Chinese companies, and the administration is okay with that.
All right, Mandeep, I have no idea why the government's changing its policy, but it's good for these companies.
Negotiation.
Certainly, so we'll keep an eye on that. Do we know, just offhand, why they changed the policy?
I mean, it's part of the bigger negotiation. The administration is focused on building more data centers here in the US. For the companies to be able to do that, Meta talking about super intelligence and, all the CapEx spend, they need some stuff from China as well. So this is more about, you have the rare earth stuff, we have the chips, and it's part of the bigger negotiation, and that's how the administration is going about it.
And you kind of mentioned that when it initially happened, that this is just part of the negotiation.
Yeah.
All right, Mandeep Singh, Senior Tech Industry Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. So let's go to this. We're going to go to a simulcast right now with Bloomberg Television. White House AI and crypto czar David Sacks speaks with Bloomberg Television anchor Ed Ludlow. Let's go to that right now.
And we're going to speak with AI and crypto taking center stage of the energy and its digital future. Joining us now, delighted to say, David Sacks, White House AI and crypto czar, Senior Policy Advisor to the President. David, welcome back. It's great to have you, as always, on the program. The focus is
good to
NVIDIA.
Be here. Thank you.
Thank you, David. The focus is NVIDIA and AMD's ability to now sell, in a limited way, chips back into the Chinese market. Just your reaction generally to that.
Well, Ed, we still have a policy of not selling our state-of-the-art advanced semiconductors to China. And the H20 is not that. It's a heavily deprecated chip. And that's why the Biden administration allowed the sale of the H20 to China. And this is a continuation of that policy in the larger rubric of the trade negotiations that Secretary Bessent was talking to you about. So this is a heavily deprecated chip. I think that, like Secretary Bessent said, there are some things that China wants from us, there are other things we want from China, and this was all part of the overall trade negotiation.
David, you advised the president on AI policy as well as crypto policy. Do you have any sense of when he met with Jensen Huang last week at the White House, what case Mr. Huang made to the president that it was the right thing to get the American technology stack back into China?
Well, Jensen's been making the case publicly for competing in China, and I think there are a lot of merits to the argument. If you look at developments over the past year, Huawei has advanced very rapidly. They have a new technology called Cloud Matrix, which networks together 384 of their Huawei Ascend chips. Now, the Huawei chip is not as good as the NVIDIA chip. The NVIDIA chip is 3 times more powerful, but if you network together enough of those chips, you can brute force your way to a similar kind of result. And that is what Huawei has been developing, is this Cloud Matrix 384. And there have been reports, including from Bloomberg, that they've started exporting that technology, or they've been seeking to export it. So Huawei is becoming much more competitive. And if you give the whole Chinese market to Huawei, it's a huge subsidy for their R&D, right? And it basically forces Chinese companies that might be willing to use the H20 to use the Huawei chip and to basically figure out the bugs, work out the kinks of the Cloud Matrix system, and help Huawei scale that up. So I think there is a compelling argument here that you just don't want to hand Huawei the entire Chinese market when NVIDIA is capable of competing for a big slice of it with a deprecated, less capable chip. Again, we're not selling our latest, greatest chips to China, but we can deprive Huawei of basically having this giant market share in China that they can then use to scale up and compete with us globally. So I think this policy is nuanced, and I think it makes a lot of sense.
The report you were referring to that Bloomberg had was that Huawei was going out to some of the Gulf nations and also some of the Southeast Asian nations and offering prior generations of their chip, but also the Cloud Matrix that you mentioned. The concern being that in dealing with third countries, that be some Chinese access to other nations' technology. How involved have you been, David, in these kinds of talks, in framing the president's thinking that actually just having direct access to lower performance compute is okay with China right now?
Well, look, I'm not going to discuss what I talked to the president about, but I can tell you what I think, which is the Bloomberg story discussed how Huawei was basically trying to make available the Huawei Ascend chip, which is their current chip, which is basically put together in a rack system with Cloud Matrix to create a viable competitor to NVIDIA. And I think it is a viable competitor. I think NVIDIA and AMD and other American companies have a better product, but if we don't compete across the world, then we will hand the market to China. And one of the reasons that the president went to the Gulf states on that trip is to encourage business relations between the U.S. and the Gulf state. He signed massive investment deals. And one of the deals that we signed was this new AI acceleration partnership, where we want to create a pathway for the Gulf states like UAE to buy American technology, to buy American chips, and to create data centers on the American tech stack. And I can tell you that I don't quite understand why this has proven to be so controversial in Washington, but these nations, like the Gulf states, they have two choices. They can go with an American technology, or they can go with a Chinese technology. And if you don't let them buy the American technology, you're pushing them into the arms of China. And a lot of people said, well, China won't be ready to sell for years, but now we see that there are reports that Huawei is out there trying to sell and export the Huawei Ascend chip. So I think it's very important that we enable our American companies to compete in the global market, that we don't tie their hands, that we don't hobble them, because again, it's a zero-sum game. That market share will either belong to our companies like NVIDIA, or it's going to belong to Chinese companies like Huawei. There's a very simple test for this. Just look at market share. If 5 years from now, we look across the world and we see that NVIDIA or other American companies have 80% market share, it means that we won the AI race. But if we look across the world in 5 years and see that Huawei has 80% market share, then it means that we lost the AI race. So I think it's very important that we do everything we can to encourage American exports. To be sure, we can name our security standards, but this is a very easy trust but verify situation. The chips that we're talking about are really mainframe computers. They're 8 feet tall, they're 3,600 pounds. It's very easy to send inspectors into data centers and count the server racks to make sure that they're where they're supposed to be. So the security concerns can be addressed. I understand that there are some security concerns, but I think they're very easily handled. And what we need to be doing is making sure that we win the AI race globally by making American technology the global standard and not creating a Huawei Belt and Road.
Live on Bloomberg Television and radio worldwide, we're in conversation with David Sacks, Senior Policy Advisor for AI and Crypto, the AI and Crypto Czar. David, I wrote in my newsletter earlier this week about the analogy that Jensen Huang has been using, that the American technology stack should be akin to the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. That's how he would like the administration to approach it. Do you share that view and see some truth in that analogy?
Well, here's the way I see it, and this is really, I think, a Silicon Valley view, because I've been a founder and investor in Silicon Valley for 25 years. And what we see is that the winning technology companies are always the ones that create the biggest ecosystem. They have the most developers on their platform. They have the most apps in their app store. And so they work very, very hard to create a partner ecosystem. And I think that the United States needs to do something similar with the American technology stack. We want the most other countries using our technology because, again, it's a zero-sum game. And it's not just the chips, it's the operating system that runs on those chips. It's the AI models that then are run in these data centers. We want all of that to be American-made and American-powered. And, look, to be sure, there are security concerns and we can address them. I don't think that's that hard. But if we hobble our American companies and don't let them participate in the global market, again, we're playing into China's arms and playing into their digital Silk Road. So I think, to me, this is a pretty easy question. I think we do want American technology to be the global standard. It is a little bit like the dollar. There is a network effect there. The reason why everyone loves the dollar is because they know that everybody else will accept it as well. So we do want to have the strongest dollar. We want to be the reserve currency, and we do want our technology to be the global standard.
David, Bloomberg reported this morning that on July 23rd, the president's going to speak in an event titled Winning the AI Race, which you and the rest of the All In Pod team will be hosting, essentially. I guess that's going to be a moment where we'll have a fuller sense of what the president and this administration's big picture AI policy is going to be, what the big goals are going to be.
That's right. So the president will be giving a keynote address at that. It's a one-day AI conference in Washington, D.C. on July 23rd. It's co-hosted by All In and Hill and Valley Forum, which is also a D.C. and Silicon Valley policy group. And the president, I think, will be giving his first major address on the topic of artificial intelligence, building on the remarks that he's giving here in Pennsylvania today, which are also AI-related and related to energy investment, the kinds of investments we have to make to power the next generation of AI.
David, you've been speaking there in Pittsburgh this morning. What's the main focus on the energy side of this AI story? Energy security is a national security priority, but just simply whether we will have enough energy resources to power the goals of Meta and the other hyperscalers.
Well, Pennsylvania is a huge energy-producing state. I think it's our second biggest energy-producing state. They have abundant natural gas, which I think in the near term is going to be the power source for these data centers. I think, in about 5 years, we could start seeing nuclear scale up, and the administration believes in that too. We want an all-of-the-above approach. But Pennsylvania is very big in natural gas, and there are major investments being announced here for more fracking, for more grid infrastructure, for more power generation. All of those things are needed to power data centers. AI runs on GPUs that are incredibly power intensive, and these data centers of the future are going to need more power. And the one area, I think, where America is a little bit behind, I think we're winning the AI race pretty much at every level of the stack, except that the size of our power grid has not increased very much over the past decade. If you go over to China, they've roughly doubled the size of their electric grid over the past decade, where ours has only gone up by a couple of % a year. So this is an area where we need to make major new investments, and the president is coming to Pennsylvania today to announce many of those investments. And I think this has been a major priority of the administration, and I think you're going to see a lot more of this.
White House AI and Crypto Czar David Sacks, thank you very much for coming back on Bloomberg Tech.
All right, that was Bloomberg Television anchor Ed Ludlow speaking with White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs. Mr. Sachs is in Pittsburgh there reporting. Let's stay on the world of technology as it relates to clean energy. We check in with Meredith Annex, head of Clean Power, Bloomberg BNEF, joining us via Zoom from London, talking about the clean power transition. Meredith, thanks so much for joining us here. New policy coming out of this White House. We have a new spending bill, tax bill. How does that impact the transition to clean power?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call it so much a new policy as a reversal of the policy that's been in place for about 2 years. For the last couple of years, the big flagship policy for renewable energy in the United States has been the Inflation Reduction Act. What the One Big Beautiful Act now has effectively done is remove those tax credits on a set schedule. Now, in the text of the bill, that schedule would be mid-next year. However, with an executive order that came out last week, there's a possibility that these tax credits have been very fundamental for the buildup and expansion of renewable energy, that those might actually become very difficult to find at the end of this year.
Meredith, since that announcement of the change, what's changed actually since then, since that announcement?
Yeah, what we saw was an executive order from the Trump administration essentially saying that they're going to really look at how companies claim these tax credits. Now, the details on that are still pretty opaque. A lot of that's going to come from IRS guidance that we're expecting to see in the coming weeks or months. However, there's a couple of things that could be open to debate. For instance, the interpretation of what it means to safe harbor these tax credits, which means proving that you're far enough along that you would still merit the tax credits once you become in service. Those definitions could change. At the moment, usually there's a look at 5% of CapEx commitment or some amount of equipment being procured, that sort of thing as an indicator. If that changes, that could change which projects are eligible. We could also see differences in the timelines around how long you can have to become in service in order to claim the tax credit.
Any sense at this early stage, Meredith, how this will affect this overall transition to cleaner energy? Is this a material bump in the timeline?
Unfortunately, I think it is. And that's hard because renewables are the fastest technology to deploy in the US right now. So the segment's been talking a lot about data centers, around the need for more power in the United States. You know, that power is not going to come from nuclear tomorrow. It's going to come from solar, a project that takes 6 months to deploy. What we're finding is that there's sort of a couple of sectors that are particularly impacted. Onshore wind, for instance, is affected a lot because it's quite location sensitive. What the tax credits did was it allowed more projects to be able to break even at the same rate of return, even with the change in the quality of the wind speed that was in that area. Now you're going to have to be a lot more picky. Even with solar, especially things like rooftop solar, the tax credits that are available for homeowners are disappearing by the end of this year. When you're looking at more utility scale solar, we think that is more robust just because it's so cheap. But there are concerns around what's called the foreign entities of concern, FVOC categorization, and how that will get calculated, how that exposure will get calculated once IRS guidance comes out. That could be complex because a lot of solar modules, despite an increase in local manufacturing, are still imported.
Now, Meredith, we heard earlier from the U.S. Secretary of Energy, talked a bit about that energy crisis to fuel AI. The White House AI crypto czar just talked about it too. I mean, what changes could the act mean for data centers, for manufacturing sites?
So as of right now, a data center is much more likely to be operational if it's connected to the grid. So at the end of the day, the biggest thing that the U.S. needs, which wasn't addressed at all in this budget bill, is more investment in transmission and distribution grid networks so that you can actually connect. Outside of that, renewables are the easiest thing to deploy. So if you're talking about more power demand being on the system, you need to generate more power. It's one thing to produce natural gas, it's another thing to make that into electricity that a data center can use. That requires a turbine. We're seeing very long wait times on the supply chain for new gas turbines for power plants. Nuclear capacity, similarly, if it's not a restart, can take maybe a decade before it'll be online. If you want something online now, the vast majority of planned and permitted projects in the US are wind, solar, and storage.
All right, Meredith, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Meredith Annex, she's head of clean power for Bloomberg BNEF. She's based in London and coming to us via Zoom there today. So again, maybe some conflicting policy there. We need more power, but removing some of the government-supported incentives to get there, see how it plays out there. Looking at the market here, still red and green on the screen. S&P's up 5 points. The Dow's off 200 points. And the NASDAQ's up 160 points. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, welcome back to Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Lisa Mateo alongside Paul Sweeney. We talk a lot about business sentiment, how business owners are feeling in this economy. We get it from University of Michigan, right? But another place is at Umpqua Bank. This is Tori Nixon who's going to join us, president of commercial banking at Umpqua Bank. Tori, thanks for joining us. You put out this 2025 Business Barometer survey. So before we dig into the details, kind of set the tone for us. I mean, who did you speak to? Are we talking about middle market businesses? Who was included in this?
Hey, great. Thanks for having me, Lisa and Paul. Good to talk to you this morning. So we do this every year, and we survey roughly about 1,300 companies, split relatively evenly between middle market companies and small businesses across the country. So we get a pretty good, I think, level of insight from those customers or those companies that are strong customers for Umpqua Bank, not only in our footprint but throughout the United States.
Tori, what's a typical corporate customer for Umpqua Bank?
So there's a couple things. I think on the small business side, we tend to look at companies that are less than 10 million in revenue on the small business side, and then middle market ranges anywhere from 10 million up to about 250 million. So that is the typical customer for the bank, both for middle market and small business. And we've got a pretty large sample of that in the survey itself.
And I'm looking at the survey. So let's say 60% of middle market businesses expect economic conditions to improve in the next 12 months. So what is that telling you?
Well, interestingly enough, I think businesses have become quite resilient and adept at handling whatever is in front of them. If I look back on several years ago, the things that businesses have gone through, whether it's COVID, inflation, interest rates rising at the fastest pace in history, a couple bank failures, and now tariffs, they've become pretty nimble and pretty agile. And they can kind of figure out how to maneuver through whatever is thrown at them. So my takeaway from the survey on the middle market side is it's comparable from a 60% number as last year, but it's also measured. It's like they're not quite sure what's going to be thrown at them, so they're optimistic. They think the economy is going to look better for them in the future, but there's still 40% that aren't quite sure that that's the case. So it's a little bit measured, but it's also optimistic. And I'm always pretty impressed with the way business owners can navigate what's thrown at them.
What do you see in terms of your own business, Tori, at Umpqua Bank, in terms of loan demand out there? What are you seeing from your corporate customers in your world?
So it's really in line with, I think, what the survey showed us. Today, tariffs and inflation are kind of obviously the big conversations. And I think what we are seeing today is there's a lot of companies that need to know where tariffs land before they can make some decisions. So I kind of equate it to they're kind of standing around with their hands in their pocket waiting to see what happens, so that they can actually make decisions and maneuver. What we're seeing a lot on the lending side is people are holding back on the investment. And so they're holding investments in their company a little bit. So they're holding back on what they would borrow to make those investments. If they have the cash, they're using the cash instead of borrowing when available. So you're seeing demand relatively tepid. It's not super high. And I think that it's two pieces. One, if you've got cash, you're gonna use that instead of borrow. And two, you're not quite sure what's happening, so you're gonna sit and get ready. And when there is a decision, when there's something concrete, you make a decision and you go. And so that's what we're seeing with our customer base as well.
All right. Now, I see this headline coming across. For no names, new CFO Duncan Minto as interim CEO. Now, Tori, I'm not going to ask you about this, but I want to ask you about that in general, because it seems like we've been seeing a lot of the changing of the guard in a lot of companies. How are you seeing that? Are you seeing a lot of change in leadership? And if so, why do you think this is happening?
So for our customer base, no, not a lot of change in leadership. What we do see is a lot of companies that are small and middle size that were founded by somebody, and either it's a first or second or third generation company. Sometimes those companies don't have a successor, and they'll turn around and sell those companies. But change in leadership and change in running it doesn't occur a ton of times. It's really more about, hey, who's going to succeed? If somebody's going to retire, can a family member do it or not? And you're seeing a lot of acquisition. And you see a lot of companies buying other companies, and you see a lot of private equity companies buying companies that are part of the bank's portfolio. And that's just that's a part of the evolution, I think, of a business and business cycles.
Tori, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Tori Nixon, he's the president of Umpqua Bank. Where's Umpqua Bank, you ask? Tacoma, Washington. One of my favorite parts of the country, Seattle, Tacoma. Great airport. You fly in and you see Mount Rainier, which is just extraordinarily cool to see. And then you drive on the I-5 from the airport to go to Seattle. Okay. And on your left, like forever, is Boeing. And they have their own airport. So you got all the Boeing stuff there. It is really cool.
I need to get out more.
It is awesome to get out there. And they have the football stadium is awesome. It's my favorite stadium that I've ever seen a game in. It's really cool. So it's good people out there in Seattle, Tacoma. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio, Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. So we got at that. So stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up in just a moment. Looking at this market, the S&P, I'm going to call it after Lisa Abramowitz, unched on the day. Nothing going on there. The Dow's off 260 points. That's 0.6%. But the NASDAQ, it's up 140 points. That's 0.7%. The VIX sitting right at 17. Tom from the Upper East Side calling in for that quote there. 10-year Treasury is up about 4 basis points. Let's call it 4.47%. WTI crude oil for Alex Steele, it's down 44 cents, around $66 a barrel. We'll see you tomorrow. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Cammie McCormick. We're starting to see the effects of tariffs at the grocery store. Jim Crisula reports on the latest economic report.
The U.S. Labor Department says inflation rose last month to its highest level in 4 months as the cost of gas, food, and groceries increased. That reversed several months of cooling price pressures. These people in Greenville, South Carolina have noticed.
Everything seems to be more expensive.
I can't believe how much everything has gone up. It's ridiculous.
Beyond frustrated. It makes no sense.
Financial experts are trying to determine how Trump administration tariffs are affecting prices.
Higher inflation could also heighten the Federal Reserve's reluctance to cut its short-term interest rate, as Trump has been demanding. President Trump on social media this morning announced a trade deal with Indonesia. The European Union is ready to talk tariffs. European trade officials are on their way to Washington. And while they have raised the prospect of putting tariffs on U.S. goods,
it is not our intention to come forward with any countermeasures before the 1st of August while negotiations continue.
EU spokesman Olaf Gil. Elaine Cobb reports from Paris. Americans overseas are already feeling the pinch.
Thinking of Europe for summer vacation? Better check your wallet. The dollar has tumbled 13% against the euro this year, which means everything from a cup of coffee to museum passes to train fares cost much more than you think. Many Americans abroad feel their cash slipping through their fingers. Others may get a nasty shock on their credit card bills once home. Elaine Cobb, CBS News, Paris.
Former National Security Advisor Mike Waltz is on Capitol Hill today as the president's nominee to be the U.S. ambassador to the UN. Trump is slashing assistance to the world body. Torrential rain in the Northeast yesterday left subways flooded, roads underwater, and flights delayed and canceled. Russell Olden runs a pub in New Jersey.
It's not just my business. It's not just my employees. It's everybody down in this area. The water comes in, it comes in quick, and there's really no time to react to it.
The Emmy nominations have been announced. They include Severance, which leads the nominees with 27.
I have, of my own free accord, elected to undergo the procedure known as severance.
Hacks and The Bear were nominated, and Seth Rogen's The Studio. Rogen personally got 3 nominations for acting, writing, and directing. On Wall Street, investors closely following the latest trade developments, also with an eye towards that inflation report. Stocks have been mixed all morning long. The Dow Jones Industrials are currently up 259 points. The NASDAQ and the S&P are flat. This is CBS News. UN health officials said today 14 million children worldwide did not have a single vaccine last year. In Britain, is a royal reconciliation in the works? Here's correspondent Vicky Barker.
After the Mail on Sunday ran pictures of a meeting between Prince Harry and King Charles's press aides,
people will hope this is the beginning of a thawing of relations.
Historian Anna Whitelaw, but questions over who leaked word of the meeting and why threatened to scupper the peace talks, if they were peace talks, even before they've begun. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
Fajr Singh, believed to be the world's oldest marathon runner, has died after being hit by a car in India. He was 114 years old, once known as the Turbaned Torpedo. He became the oldest man to run a full marathon in 2011 when he was just 100, though the Guinness World Records didn't recognize that due to the lack of a birth certificate. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
President Trump tries to energize artificial intelligence. Welcome to the Tuesday edition as the administration today announces billions in investments in data centers and the energy needed to power them. It's all happening at the Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit. We're going to go there coming up with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. She's in the field for us today, traveling with the president and officials who are unveiling this news. The announcement arrives as the White House clears NVIDIA and other chip makers to start selling some high-end GPUs to China. Not the big stuff, but it's a huge win for Jensen Huang that we're going to discuss with Bloomberg's Mike Shepard. He's got the scoop. Nathan Dean will join on this crypto week from Bloomberg Intelligence, and we'll have analysis from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us alongside Republican strategist Maura Gillespie at Blue Stack Strategies. So let's get started, as always, with our statement on Wall Street. We go no further than Charlie Pellet at World Headquarters in New York for his take on the markets. Charlie?
I thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Perhaps in a word, that statement right now mixed. We got a lot of moving parts to this market. CPI report, chips, that's one of the big stories there. Also, the S&P touching 6,300. Bottom line here, little changed. As you can see with the numbers, the S&P right now up by 1.6270. That is a gain of under 0.1%. The Dow in the red, down 253. Drop there of 0.6%. NASDAQ Composite, though, surging on the China chip story, up 147 now, up by just about 0.7%. We'll have a whole lot more of it. NVIDIA right now up by 4.4%. AMD up by 6.6%. 10-year 4.47% with a 2-year 3.94%. Keeping an eye on the 30-year 5.00%. Gold down 0.5%, 33.25 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude lower by 0.8%. WTI 66.47 a barrel. Underlying U.S. inflation rose in June by less than expected for a fifth month, dragged down especially by car prices. The report does mark the fifth straight month of below forecast inflation readings. It also raises the question as to how broadly President Trump's tariffs will impact consumer prices. David Kelly is Chief Global Strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management.
It takes a while for the tariffs to be implemented, takes a while for the revenue to be collected, takes a while for the inventory to make it to people's shelves, takes a while for the retailers to say, look, I'm going to have to mark it up, but it is coming. So, I fully agree with the Fed's forecast that inflation is going to go up between now and the end of the year, and they've got to stay on their guard.
David Kelly of JP Morgan Asset Management. You can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance Podcast. Download it wherever you get your podcasts. Bank earnings. Right now, JP Morgan Chase down 0.6%. Citigroup after earnings up 2.8%. Wells Fargo after earnings down 5.4%. Briefly, out of France, word that French Prime Minister François Bayrou is proposing scrapping 2 national holidays, all part of an effort to repair public finances. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington once again. Your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Perfect pronunciation, Charlie Pellet. Thank you so much. Watching Wall Street, even in French. He's the voice of Wall Street in the New York subway. We'll have more with Charlie a little later this hour. This is a fascinating trade that we're watching. The broad market, not so good today, but NVIDIA is on fire. AMD's having a big day. This is a big day for artificial intelligence. And the companies that we talk about in this whole ecosystem, it's all coming together with an event that's being thrown together and endorsed by the White House here with a lot of other officials, both government officials and corporate officials. And we're going to bring you there live in just a moment. Thanks for being here on the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, Satellite Radio, Channel 121. We're live on Bloomberg Originals. If you'd like to see what's happening, go to YouTube as well. Search Bloomberg Business News Live as we bring you our live stream here from the nation's capital throughout the day. The president in Pittsburgh here, along with a series of notables. Senator David McCormick is part of this. You keep hearing the number $70 billion. This is a collection of investments coming from the private sector here, Blackstone, CoreWeave. And it's not just to open data centers. It's about getting the power, the energy to drive them. And that's where we start our conversation this hour. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has already made her way to Pittsburgh and is now at the big Pennsylvania Energy Summit with us right now as we look toward the future of artificial intelligence. Tyler, what's happening on the ground?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, we're waiting for President Trump to take the stage later on this afternoon. And as you mentioned there, he's expected to announce billions when it comes to investments in artificial intelligence, but also the energy infrastructure and actually the energy power that's needed in order to fuel it. And it's sort of difficult to pinpoint how much energy artificial intelligence actually uses because there's a bunch of different metrics that goes into it. But one thing is for sure, demand is surging and it's only expected to go up from here. A recent analysis from Goldman Sachs estimates that data center energy consumption is going to go up 160% by 2035. That then leaves us with questions on how is the U.S. going to meet that demand. And I actually sat down earlier with the U.S. Energy Secretary, Christopher Wright, who told me it's going to be difficult, but that the administration is trying to prioritize this idea that their deregulation agenda is ultimately going to help spur more production. I will say an interesting sort of counter to this is that while the administration is, of course, very focused on this idea of drilling, drill, baby, drill, we hear a lot from them. I spoke to the American Petroleum Institute. Yes, they do represent the oil industry, but they actually told me that this might need to be a whole approach, a holistic approach, and include other energy sources like wind and solar, for example, because the consumption is just really going up from here, Joe.
That says a lot, Tyler, when the API is talking wind and solar. Tyler, we'll get back to you in a little bit as we stand by for the president's arrival at the Pennsylvania Innovation and Energy Summit. We've got our eyes, as I mentioned, on NVIDIA. It's not just because of this summit that's going on. There's big news today that's been driving the stock price here sharply higher. AMD as well. NVIDIA right now up over 4% or $7 to a new all-time high. We're in the $171 zone here for NVIDIA, and it's not an accident, as you've been hearing on Bloomberg. NVIDIA and AMD, its rival, have been cleared to resume some AI chip sales to China in a very important reversal here. Remembering we told you with the help of Mike Shepard that Jensen Huang was at the White House last week. We might have a better idea now of what they were talking about. A couple things I want to mention before we bring in Shep. Howard Lutnick on the other network right now saying that we're selling China our fourth best chip. These are not the Blackwells, right? These are the H20s that you've heard about that NVIDIA will now be able to start selling to China. Again, Lutnick saying that we stay one step ahead of China so they continue to buy the chips, presumably that we want them to buy. Scott Bessent also weighing in on trade talks with China. He was live on Bloomberg TV and radio earlier today. Here's what he said on Bloomberg Surveillance.
You might say that that was a negotiating chip that we used in Geneva and in London. It was all part of a mosaic. They had things we wanted, we had things they wanted, and we're in a very good place. I expect to meet my Chinese counterpart, the vice premier, in the next few weeks.
Time to start stacking the chips, it sounds like. Michael Shepard has been all over this story for us live in Washington. Bloomberg senior editor for technology and strategic industries. It's great to see you, Mike. Congratulations on all this coverage. You're the one who's been scooping this for us with a remarkable turn in this administration. What did Jensen Huang say to Donald Trump last week?
Well, we don't know. This was a conversation that took place in private between the two men who clearly, since the start of the administration, have built something of a rapport, Joe. It's funny, in Trump's public remarks where Jensen Huang has been present or at an event or Trump has been asked about NVIDIA and things like chips restrictions, he has singled out the CEO for lavish praise and really jumped onto the NVIDIA bandwagon as a signal of what he sees as an American success story. In Saudi Arabia, he did a sort of a roll call of who was present, and he was looking for Jensen Huang in the audience and found him. Where's Jensen? Where's my friend Jensen? And he went on to praise some of the spending plans that NVIDIA has to make $500 billion worth of its chips at these new TSMC plants that are being built in Arizona right now. So Jensen Huang is getting on the right side of Trump's attempt to reindustrialize the country, that part of the story. But the other part is Trump may have been more receptive as a result to Jensen Huang's other message, which is that, look, we need to be able to export these chips to markets, including China, because if we cede the China market, it is the largest for semiconductors in the world, mind you. If we cede that market, then Huawei will have free reign there. And then Huawei will be able to develop enough critical mass to be able to start selling some of those chips that compete with NVIDIA's to other markets abroad, in the Middle East, in Latin America, and in Africa. And Jensen Huang very much wants, and he's articulated this repeatedly, including to U.S. officials, that he wants to see AI develop globally on what he calls an American tech stack.
That's right.
Joe.
And I've heard you say that before, but I've never heard the argument quite the way that you just articulated it. It's not just that, what's good for America is good for the world. This is about an emboldened China, a strengthened Huawei that would have influence beyond our borders. So if they're buying NVIDIA, you keep Huawei in check.
That is at least the theory as spelled out by Jensen Huang. Now, there are a lot of China hawks here in Washington, we've talked about for years, Joe, who have great concerns about this approach. They see that letting China and Chinese companies gain access to advanced technology like NVIDIA's, it poses a national security risk. And they see a great nexus between China's industrial complex and its military complex. And the fear is that these AI chips have a dual use potential, that they could be used for surveillance, for military purposes. And they see that as a risk. And they had applauded the previous ban on these H20 chips. Now, remember, the H20 chip had been tailored specifically by NVIDIA for the Chinese market to meet previous restrictions that the Biden administration had imposed. But the prior administration and the new administration, the Trump administration, had grown concerned that maybe those restrictions weren't tough enough and that China might be able to do something to either make gains in AI commercially or militarily. Hence, the move in February by Trump to crack down on H20 sales in China. But now we're seeing a reversal. And Howard Lutnick kind of pointed to this. He was making the argument that, look, those H20 chips are really kind of second or third tier. And we even heard David Sachs in an interview on BTech just in the past hour with our own Ed Ludlow make essentially that same case, Joe.
In our remaining moment here, we're talking about Jensen Huang and NVIDIA. This is a big deal for AMD as well. Be able to sell its MI308, if I'm saying it right,
That's
chip.
right, you got it.
Does Lisa Su have Jensen Huang to thank for her big competitor for this?
Well, very much. I mean, Lisa Su, of course, has been trying to make her own case in inroads with the administration on this policy front. But really, the name that garners all the headlines and the chips that everybody around the world wants for AI, it's NVIDIA. They're
You've
the ones
picked
that
up
are
one of
setting the
these
agenda.
H20 assemblies.
They're pretty
It's
heavy.
heavy, you told
70
me.
pounds.
70 pounds.
It's a good workout, Joe.
I bet that's true. It just makes you realize how difficult it is to move these things
You don't
over
need to
there.
go to the gym.
I bet that's right. With Mike Shepard, breaking news here today on Bloomberg as we watch shares of NVIDIA leap higher. Now $171, up over 4%. We'll keep tabs on this for you with another check on the markets coming up right here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P. They're both trading lower. NASDAQ in the green right now. NASDAQ pushing higher by 133 points now, up by about 0.6%. AMD and NVIDIA helping give tech stocks a lift today. NASDAQ 100 index up 0.5%. S&P keeping it all in context. Trading lower, down 2 points. Little changed at 62.66 earlier in the session. We did see the S&P trading at 6,300. Right now, the Dow is down 291, lower by about 0.7%. 10-year 4.47% with a 2-year 3.94%. Gold is down $20 the ounce. The precious metal right now down 0.6%, 33.23. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.6%, and Bitcoin now lower by $3,300, down 2.8%. Bitcoin at 116,856. Bottom line here: stocks wavering as the U.S. 30-year yield tops 5%, the 10-year 4.47%. NVIDIA and Advanced Micro Devices, as you heard right here on Balance of Power, are planning to resume sales of some AI chips in China after securing Washington's assurances that such shipments will get approved. Shares of NVIDIA up 4.5%. Advanced Micro Devices up now by 6.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Many thanks, Charlie Pellet, live from World Headquarters in New York. President Trump soon will be wheels up here on his way to Pittsburgh. As you saw, Tyler Kendall already on the ground at the inaugural Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit that's getting underway. The president will be there a couple hours from now. This is about AI and energy and $70 billion worth of investments up there, a pet project for Senator Dave McCormick, something that we'll be talking more about later in the hour as we track what's happening right here in the Capitol as well. Here inside the bubble, it's not just rescissions that they're talking about on Capitol Hill, though we do expect the first procedural votes on that matter today. We're going to talk about that coming up with Nathan Dean. It's also Crypto Week. We told you it was coming. It is finally here. Think Genius Act, clarity. And the gentleman from Wisconsin, Brian Stile, talking a short time ago on Bloomberg Crypto, the congressman from Wisconsin, of course, the Republican, who's a big fan from his perch on the Financial Services Committee, big fan of what's about to happen, and made the case for why these regulations need to be carved in stone. Listen.
This is our opportunity to have a clean start, to say, let's make sure that we're regulating this for the era of Web3, to force and to encourage the development of Web3 technology here in the United States. Lack of new legislation will continue the results of what we saw during the Chairman Gensler's time at the SEC, which was enforcement actions in an incredibly unproductive manner.
Happy Crypto Week, says Donald Trump, all caps, exclamation point on Truth Social. The House, he says, will soon vote on a tremendous bill to make America the all caps again, undisputed #1 leader in digital assets. Nobody does it better, he says. The Genius Act, the president writes, is going to put our great nation light years ahead of China, Europe, and all others who are trying endlessly to catch up, but they just can't do it. He says digital assets are the future. We're leading by a lot. Get the first vote done this afternoon in all caps. All Republicans should vote yes, exclamation point. Our friend Nathan Dean is with us live at the desk here in Washington. Will they?
I think so. I mean, well, I'm not sure if all of them will, but most of them will. And a lot of Democrats will as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Genius Act was bipartisan. It got 68 to 30 in the Senate. So the hard part is already done. And enough policymakers on both sides of the aisle thought that there are enough regulatory gaps for stablecoins that something needs to be done. The Genius Act requires all stablecoin issuers to register with either the Fed or the Office of Comptroller of the Currency or with their state regulator, and they have to have their stablecoins backed by 100% high-quality liquid assets. The challenge, though, is with the Clarity Act. Now, President Trump could say, let's get this done, and I think the Clarity Act is going to pass the House. This is a more broader market structure crypto bill. This is the one that a lot companies like Robinhood and Coinbase are looking for.
That's the big one.
That's the big one. I'm not sure the Senate's ready for it. They have their own ideas. And I'm not even sure Senate Democrats are on board with it yet. I'm saying this needs time to cook. I think it can happen in the first half of next year. It's just the momentum is going to have to really come back.
But this is Crypto Week, Nathan. We don't have Crypto Year here, although maybe it will be, based on what the president is saying. All part of making America great again, bigger, better than ever before. we're leading the world. He's talking in part about his own investments in crypto, isn't he? And this is a big reason why Democrats have an allergy to this.
Absolutely. I mean, Representative Maxine Waters, just in the House Financial Services Committee about an hour ago, that's what she led off in terms of this Dodd-Frank hearing. She led off with criticisms over these crypto bills because of President Trump's involvement. But I would also say is the crypto lobby has been fairly effective in reaching to both sides of the aisle. There are individuals like Senator Gillibrand from New York who are very much leading the wave on this. And I would also say is that, when former SEC Chairman Gary Gensler was policing the crypto industry, it was almost regulation by piecemeal. And the courts were getting involved, and the courts were ruling against the SEC. Now, if nothing happens here and Congress doesn't act, well, the SEC only has authority over securities, and Bitcoin is a commodity. So there's a regulatory gap, and the courts potentially could come in. So if I'm a member of Congress, I want to be the one writing the rules. I don't want a court to write the rules for me.
Interesting. So it does seem the market's a little bit ahead of us on this. $120,000 Bitcoin, they see something more than just the Genius Act passing here, right? When you see froth like this, if I can even call it that, I'm hearing about million-dollar price targets again. Is that pegged to clarity passing? Because without it, what's changed?
Well, there's a lot of sentiment, and I think a lot of this is driving the sentiment here. And the ultimate goal here is just to move beyond retail investment into institutional investment.
Okay.
Now, when it comes to the Genius Act, we've seen a lot of banks over the last few months change their tune from saying, look, I'm against the Genius Act because where do we get stablecoin money from? Checking accounts. But instead, these banks are saying, hey, we should actually investigate our own stablecoins. Now, if the Clarity Act passes, that's the one where you're actually going to see institutional investors get a little bit more into the game, especially because the CFTC is given authority over the spot markets.
Okay.
So the CFTC would be able to regulate Bitcoin and get in there and make sure that a lot of the nefarious behavior that potentially could happen in the crypto industry, the risk profile lowers a little bit. So yes, there is a lot of sentiment right now. And, if the Clarity Act begins to fizzle out, potentially you could see retail investors get a little anxious about it. But again, this crypto debate's not going away. The crypto lobby is ensured that it's going to be here all the way through the election.
Fascinating. When you hear about a $25 billion investment from Blackstone up in Pennsylvania, like we're seeing today, they're dumping billions along with CoreWeave and others in this big data center energy combo that we're seeing up there. What does that tell you about the future of investment in technology, whether it's crypto or AI? This does seem to be the animal spirits that a lot of people were talking about at the beginning of this administration.
Well, I mean, if you talk data centers, if you talk crypto, if you talk AI, I mean, there's so many different, tangents you can go down in terms of this investment. And that's what we're seeing from the industry is, look, we're going to go into Pennsylvania. We're going to do AI. Meta even just announced that they're going to do several significant data centers out in California.
Huge.
And, I think the challenge for Washington is, the easy part is trying to convince the industry to actually invest in things they already want to invest in. What's the policy solution? Because, look, we have an energy policy that, the Republicans just, got a significant portion of the Inflation Reduction Act. That's energy that could potentially have gone to data centers. Where's it going to come from? So I do anticipate a significant energy debate to take place next year as we see more of these data centers and more of this power grids coming online, because I just don't think Washington has appropriately figured out yet where all this energy is going to come from.
Would that include, if Democrats are in the majority, the restoration of some of these incentives and tax credits for solar and wind?
I don't think so, just because obviously this passed via reconciliation under the Biden administration, and obviously with President Trump in power, the Democrats aren't going to have an ability.
You can't do that with 60 votes.
Exactly. You're not going to be able to do that. But I will say is that, we saw a lot of individuals like Senator Tom Tillis, obviously he's retiring, they tried to fight for these solar tax credits. So, something can happen. But again, I think the demand will have to come first, and then Washington's response will have to come later.
There's a reason why Tom Tillis is retiring. Deep tease, by the way. Tom Tillis is going to be with us coming up on the late edition of Balance of Power in the 5 o'clock hour. That is a conversation that you're going to want to hear because he's feeling very free to speak these days. Nathan Dean, rescissions. Feeling different than we talked about this last week when it looked like it might be going down in flames. There was worries about NPR stations in rural districts by some Republicans like Mike Rounds, others like Susan Collins worried about PEPFAR funding. USAID funding in some cases. Now we like the bill. Is the Senate amending it or the lawmakers changing their tune?
I think this is another case of President Trump using the bully pulpit to drag Republicans on board with his plans. And, you know, the rescissions package, we don't have much of an investing angle. There's a little bit of there in the food space, for example, that, you know, but I would just say is that if this bill passes, it's going to make a lot of Democrats very wary about agreeing to coming to an agreement in September with these appropriation bills. And, you know, when you think of like, when does my spidey sense start to tingle? It's starting to tingle for a shutdown in September.
Now,
you know, just
because they said, wait, we already approved that money. We had a deal and you just clawed it back. Why should we trust anything?
Exactly. And when the appropriations process requires a 60 vote threshold and rescissions doesn't, then what's the point of an appropriations if I'm asking that if I were a Democratic lawmaker? So I think what will happen is that you're going to see Democrats really try and keep their feet to the fire, keep the Republican feet to the fire when it comes to these appropriation bills. And I wouldn't be surprised if come October, you know, we were in a shutdown for a couple of weeks.
Well, it's been a while since we talk about it a lot, but it's been a while since it's actually happened. And otherwise, we're in CR heaven to eternity. I mean, how do you get a budget if there's only one party at work?
Well, I've been in Washington 15 years, and more of my time now has been on CRs than, you know, and so CRs are what works. You know, obviously people like to complain about CRs, but it's the way to keep the government going. And so, you know, but also I would just say is that if they can't come up with a solution, and obviously we're in early stages, they can always kick the can because there's nothing here that says this deadline is actually going to be that deadline.
All right, Nathan's here, so we got to pour some hot sauce on it. There is news on cannabis rescheduling. The House Appropriations Committee, speaking about this budget, out with the text of its Commerce, Justice, Science related agencies legislation, provisions inside to block the Justice Department from rescheduling marijuana. Will the Trump administration effort this to come to an end?
So I would just say is that language was also in a prior iteration from last year. So, you know, just if
don't read too far into this.
Exactly. So if you're a marijuana investor, just remember this has happened before. And there was some hot sauce. I mean, you know, these marijuana equities were moving because there's just rumors going around that reschedulization is going to happen imminently. But I go back to the idea that I have not seen anything publicly from the administration that suggests reschedulization is going to happen. They were in court just last week, and they told the judge that you know, that there has been no action on reschedulization. And you also don't have a DEA administrator yet. And the nominee, you know, has not been very pro-crypto. I'm sorry, pro-marijuana.
Yeah,
so I'm not sure. I'm not seeing it right now.
Wasn't Trump legalize it on the campaign trail?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where I think a lot of the marijuana investors are extremely disappointed because they had one story going into the election and you're getting a second story coming out. But I would say is that I do think legalization of marijuana is coming. And we have this debate all the time internally at BI. I just don't think it's going to happen for another 4 or 5 years. I think the states are going to fill the void.
Fascinating as ever. We always learn from Nathan Dean, which is why he is the senior U.S. policy analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, the smartest people in the building. Nathan, great to have you. We'll do this again soon. Maybe rescissions will have passed. You never know around here. That's why you have to check in every day on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Stay with us. We'll assemble our panel next. Jeannie Shanzano is here, and Maura Gillespie is too. BlueStack Strategies, a veteran of John Boehner's Speaker's Office. Their take on the rescissions package and what's going to be coming up next year. Michael Waltz in testimony on Capitol Hill. We'll see if Republicans manage to weather the storm.
6:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 rally is wavering as the 30-year yield tops 5%. The S&P declining now by 7 points. A drop there of 0.1%. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 325, down 0.7%. And NASDAQ is up 123 points, up by about 0.6%. A lot of chip news today. Case in point, NVIDIA 4.4%, AMD up by 6.3%. Your 10-year 4.48%, the 2-year currently yielding 3.95%, and that 30-year now at 5.01%. A retreat for gold down 0.5%, 33.25 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.1%, 66.25 a barrel, and Bitcoin down 2.3%, now at 117,385 on Bitcoin. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the formal process has already begun to find a successor to Fed Chair Jay Powell. In an interview this morning with Bloomberg Surveillance, Bessent said that process does not include firing Powell before his term expires in May.
He's not looking to fire Chair Powell, and as I've said, I'm not going to comment on future policy or future mistakes the Fed will make. I'll only comment on past mistakes. And look, they've had some big forecasting errors, and this may be one now.
Secretary Bessent says it could be confusing to markets if Powell were to remain on the Fed's Board of Governors after his chairmanship ends. By the way, you can hear the full conversation on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. Again, recapping, stocks trading lower with the S&P down 7, drop there of 0.1%. Your 30-year 5.01%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, thank you, sir. Live from New York, Charlie Pellet on the markets for us as we track shares of NVIDIA and AMD leading up to the president's remarks later today in Pittsburgh. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall will join us coming up at the top of our next hour with a live report from the Pennsylvania Innovation and Energy Summit that's underway right now. We'll also be joined by Anna Ashton in our second hour, founder of Ashton Analytics, former China analyst, the Department of Defense, with China looming large today in testimony on Capitol Hill. Michael Waltz, yes, that Michael Waltz on Capitol Hill today, the president's former national security advisor, who I won't say was fired, but removed from that job, and it all followed the whole Signal scandal that you might remember. Michael Waltz is now the president's nominee for ambassador to the United Nations, and that is the reason why he was on Capitol Hill today, a confirmation hearing to be the U.S. ambassador to the UN. But everybody said when this was announced that how could he survive such a blistering hearing? The likes of Chris Coons, Tim Kaine, and other Democrats were going to speak truth to power here, delve into the Signal scandal that, of course, included revealing military attack plans, airstrikes, the timing and method of the airstrikes that would be used against Houthi rebels. It was Mike Waltz that added a journalist from The Atlantic to that Signal chat that also included the Secretary of Defense and the Vice President of the United States. I don't have to replay this whole thing to you. This has been a coiled spring for some time. We thought there'd be fireworks popping off in the hearing. The aforementioned Chris Coons, Democrat from Delaware, did tangle with Michael Waltz on this. Let's listen.
You were sharing details about an upcoming airstrike and the time of launch and the potential targets. I mean, this was demonstrably sensitive information. And the question I asked was, were you investigated for this expansion of the Signal Group to include a journalist?
The White House conducted an investigation, and my understanding is the Department of Defense is still conducting an investigation.
Was any disciplinary action taken?
From the White House Investigation Center?
Yes.
No, the use of Signal was not only authorized, it's still authorized and highly recommended.
Not only authorized, but highly recommended. That was kind of it. Tim Kaine had one question for him. Democrats seem to have given up the ghost on this whole scandal, and maybe he will, in fact, be the next U.S. ambassador to the UN. We assemble our political panel for their take on this and a lot more. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. And Maura Gillespie is back, our Republican strategist, founder, Blue Stack Strategies, a veteran of John Boehner's Speaker's office in the House of Representatives. Great to see you both. Welcome back. Of course, Jeannie, did Democrats forget what a big deal this was a couple of months ago? What happened today?
Yeah, it was about an hour in before we even got those questions about Signalgate that we just heard from Chris Coons. They were focused on other issues that are critically important. Most importantly, of course, our relationship with China. So that is critically important. They talked about Israel, but they did wait a long time. And not only were there only a few questions about Signalgate, but interestingly, Senator Cory Booker didn't even ask any questions. He just expressed his deep disappointment. He's not going to support Waltz, and that was it. So I think we expected a little bit more of them to take up the opportunity to make some points for those all-important campaign commercials in 26. They didn't use this opportunity that way.
So what's the lesson here, Maura? Time heals all scandals? Because this was an outrage. It was the biggest story in the world when this broke. The screen grabs of that Signal chat had us talking for weeks. And today, this is what we got.
I am a little surprised at the lack of questioning around, did Mike Waltz know where Steve Witkoff was on that message chain? Sure, of course, obviously the big question about the adding a reporter to a chain. But I had concerns about the fact that Steve Witkoff was in Russia and these conversations were happening. And so that was one of my concerns, and I'm surprised that wasn't necessarily brought up. But I think what the takeaway here is that Mike Waltz isn't the target. Pete Hegseth was the one that was putting out the line-by-line war plans, and Pete Hegseth seems to be the target, I think, for Democrats. If they wanted to have, advertisements against a Trump administration official in the future, that's going to be somebody who they could actually galvanize their base and their voters to realize is a threat. Mike Waltz is a decorated war veteran. He has had administration experience, so I don't think that he's necessarily the person that they need to be going after in that regards.
Well, look, it's interesting here. If China is, in fact, the main topic for Democrats, Jeannie, that is what they spent the most time on. Do Democrats trust Mike Waltz in this position to counter China? He talked about going up against China is absolutely critical. China pushes its personnel into roles at all levels, including bodies that set international standards. He says it's absurd that China continues to be treated as a developing nation. These are ideas that Democrats agree with, correct?
They are. And, when I was listening to the testimony, I was thinking back to your really a good conversation yesterday with Senator Jeanne Shaheen. And she made a point then, and she made it again today during the hearing, which is that the administration's approach to China, despite all the rhetoric, is incoherent. And she points to several things, but one thing of the moment is that while this hearing is going on, we are on the verge of a vote on the rescissions package, which would destroy U.S. aid. And what China is doing so well right now is something the United States used to do, which is the exercise of soft power and diplomatic application of pressure and not tariffing our friends and allies. And so Senator Shaheen, both to you and Kayleigh yesterday, and importantly in the hearing today, made this point. And, Mike Waltz had very little to come back with on any of those points or the minority report released, which is the fact that the administration's approach to China is scattered. And that's my word, not Senator Shaheen's. It is scattered. And they're running in several directions at the same time. And I think that was reiterated more strongly today by Mike Waltz's inability to respond to her than anything else I've heard recently.
That's really interesting, Maura, when you consider the cuts that have come to USAID that are included in this rescissions package, the ability for America to wage the information war to try to influence people outside of our borders. Does Jeannie have a point on this?
Absolutely. And I do think that Mike Waltz is in a precarious position because he does obviously feel as though he's kind of on the chopping block still with the Trump administration after the Signalgate fallout. So how forward he'd be about his position on the role of USAID. And truthfully, I think for many Americans and those in leadership and those who have had administration experience, they recognize that our USAID and foreign aid is a diplomacy tool. And they could, put that under the umbrella of the Secretary of State and use it as a diplomacy tool because it is. It helps us, like Janine said, like soft power, right? But what Mike Waltz has to do, he has a delicate dance to do here because he doesn't want to go out publicly and speak out saying something that's maybe contradictory to what the Trump administration wants to say. But he knows the important role that America plays in the world. And so I do have confidence that he knows that. How much he can do currently, but it's hard to say. But for these next few years, he could do, I have more confidence in that.
Well, Jeannie, you wonder if some of the Democrats in that hearing room today should have listened to Barack Obama, or maybe they were listening. His comments at this fundraiser the other night, pretty remarkable. This was a fundraiser, a closed-door fundraiser, as these things go, that was put together at the home of Governor Phil Murphy of New Jersey, a DNC fundraiser where the president said it's going to require the former president a little less navel gazing and a little less whining and being in the fetal position. He's telling Democrats to toughen up, Jeannie. And he went on to say that when he was president, progressives, liberals stood for all kinds of stuff, who seem like they're kind of now cowed and intimidated and shrinking away from just asserting what they believe. Is that what we witnessed today in the hearing?
I don't think so. I understand what the former president is trying to do. He was particularly tough in those comments on elite institutions, those outside of traditional power in Congress, running the elite law firms and the elite universities and others. He didn't mention some by name, but clearly that was on his mind in terms of their stepping back, accepting, assuaging Donald Trump's attacks on them, the media as well. He was less, I think, tough on some of those in elected office. So I'm not sure he was their primary target, but he is trying to energize the base. And the timing here is very interesting because we have an election today, which is going to tell us a lot. For a House seat of a member who passed away, we have it's going to be in Arizona's 7th district. And you've got a split there amongst progressives. And what's so interesting about this is you've got some of the progressives like Bernie Sanders on one side, and you've got some of the other ones on the other side who are of the younger, I would say, David Hogg variety, who have made their case for a more robust pushing back. And I think for people in Congress, those are the kind of debates we're seeing, not to mention my very own New York City, where we have a very progressive Mamdani versus a still Representative Adams and former Governor Cuomo. So Democrats are trying to iron this out at this point.
I'm glad you mentioned that special primary today in Arizona. It is something that we're going to be watching, Jeannie, as Democrats choose their nominee to succeed Raul Grijalva. There's also new polling out today, Maura, from the Fabrizio group here, Tony Fabrizio and Bob Ward, that is not good news for Republicans on the midterm campaign trail. Republicans trailing on the generic ballot here in a survey of 28 battleground House seats, including 15 where Republicans won in 2024 by 5 points or less, and 13 won by both the Democratic House candidate and Trump. Among those most motivated to vote, an early indication of vote likelihood in the midterms, the Republican is down 7 points. How do you turn that around between now and the midterms, Maura?
Well, it's interesting because Republicans will have to decide what benefit they get from staying in line and supporting Trump's message. If he can galvanize his voters to come out, there's a big fracture right now amongst his own base. And so how much do they play up their allegiance to Donald Trump, or how much do they focus more on the district themselves, the constituents? We know that midterms typically produce a lower turnout. It's not necessarily news. That's pretty, unfortunately, the standard. People just don't turn out for midterms like they do in a general election and when there's a presidential. But that being said, these members do need, given the fact that the House is such a thin majority, it has been projected that Democrats will take the gavel. And with the One Big Beautiful Bill, that messaging, Democrats are probably ripe to go ahead and campaign on that because of its low approval ratings. But again, I think the big question for Republicans running for re-election is to decide, do I stick with Trump and tout my allegiance, or do I focus more on the people who I represent, who I'm supposed to be serving here, and talk about the issues that matter most to them, and less focus on a president who's a lame duck?
Well, we'll put a pin in that with a lot more time to talk about midterms. And our panel will be back in our second hour. Maura Gillespie and Jeannie Shanzano with much more to follow here. We'll dig in on the rescissions package that's before lawmakers now. Kaylee Lines is on the way in. Hour 2 of Balance of Power is on the way, only here on Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
President Trump takes the shackles off NVIDIA. Welcome to the Tuesday edition as the White House allows NVIDIA to sell its H20 GPUs in China, sending the stock to a new all-time high. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Thanks for joining us on Balance of Power. This coincides, Kaylee, with a series of investments in AI and energy that the president is making today in Pennsylvania. He's just on his way out of town now.
Yeah, and making some news as he departs Washington, specifically on something he teased earlier today, posting on True Social that there was a trade deal with Indonesia and that details will follow. He is now providing those details, Joe, as the U.S. will be imposing a 19% tariff on imported Indonesian goods. The president said the tariff on U.S. goods going into Indonesia will be 0%.
Interesting way to transmit this information as opposed to a piece of paper. The president right now is talking with reporters in the driveway of the White House on his way out. So we'll let you know more as we learn it. But yeah, redhead on the terminal, 19%. Indonesia, I guess we have another box to check, which leaves 70 some odd others.
Yeah, roughly.
Maybe
and we
more
should
than that.
keep in mind as well that Indonesia was on the receiving end of one of the letters from the president last week, and the tariff rate set out in that letter was 32%. So this is lower, though 19% is still nothing to sneeze at. So this is a story we will follow, not just on Indonesia, but when we consider the trade landscape and the export controls landscape more broadly when it comes to China. We'll have Anna Ashton joining us shortly.
Anna Ashton and our scoop machine, Mike Shepard, will be with us as well. Remarkable turn here for NVIDIA and AMD, we should note. We'll look at the stocks and check out what this means for these two companies.
Yeah, we'll look at them, and Charlie Pellet's probably looking at them too. So let's get a check on those stocks and markets overall with Charlie up in New York. How's it going?
Thank you very much. Here's what's going on. Both higher right now. We've got NVIDIA up by 4.1%. Advanced Micro Devices surging 6.3%. One of a number of major stories that we are following for you. Right now, CPI Tuesday, we have got the S&P 500 index retreating. That stock rally sputtering as bond traders trim their Fed bets. Also, the 30-year, 5.01%. But right to the equity markets, S&P down 13, 62.55, retreating from a record down 0.2%. The Dow down 367 now, down by about 0.8%. Nasdaq Composite Index up 102 points, up 0.5%. Our Mag 7 Index, of which NVIDIA, of course, a part, up 0.8%. The 10-year, 4.47%, the 2-year 3.95%, and again that 30-year bears repeating 5.01%. Gold lower by 0.5%, 33.28 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude now down 1.1%, 66.27 the barrel, and Bitcoin now down by 2.4%, 117,303 on Bitcoin. Earnings news this morning from big banks. Another big story that we're watching. JP Morgan Chase down 0.8% after earnings. Citigroup up 2.9% after earnings. And Wells Fargo after earnings now down by 5.7%. So again, recapping, S&P lower by 12, down 0.2%. And as we have been reporting, as you heard from Joe and Kaylee, President Trump to impose a 19% tariff on Indonesian goods. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet checking out markets on the move and stocks on the move, including NVIDIA, as Charlie mentioned, up more than 4%, as we've gotten news that NVIDIA is going to be able to start selling at least certain chips in China again, specifically the H20 chip, which of course from the jump was designed to work around what were existing export controls that the U.S. had put into place in order to restrain China's ability to access advanced semiconductors. This is something that had been tightened, though, and now it's getting loosened back. And Joe, it's quite a reversal, and noteworthy that the reversal comes that NVIDIA is going to be granted licenses to sell these chips once more after Jensen Huang has been spending some time with President Trump as of late, including at the White House last week.
Yeah, he sure was. And you wonder exactly what was said in that conversation to turn fortunes not only for NVIDIA, but its rival AMD, whose MI308 chips will also be apparently allowed for sale in China, which is why we're seeing both of these stocks jump on an otherwise kind of blah day on the markets. Mike Shepard's a big reason why we know about this, and he's been very close to this whole story for weeks now and joins us now in Washington. Mike, you're the one who broke the news that Jensen Huang was at the White House. Was it as simple as sitting down with Donald Trump?
It really is a question of him meeting with the president again. And it's not his first sit down face to face with the president at the White House, but in a sense, it's the most consequential. Jensen Huang has really been railing against these increasingly tight export restrictions aimed primarily at his chips. And it's not designed to hurt his company, but it ends up doing so. The idea is to prevent this technology, which has potential dual use. The idea is that you want to keep advanced semiconductors out of China's hands, so the argument goes among China hawks here in Washington, to prevent China from deploying it in its military or national security apparatus. But for Jensen Huang, this imposes a big cost on the company and on its bottom line. In the first quarter of this year, they reported a $4.5 billion write-down just from those H20 restrictions. And for this coming quarter, they were looking at possibly $8 billion in lost sales. So there is a consequence there, and this was an important meeting he had with the president.
Well, so talk to us more about the actual capacity of this chip, what it could allow China to do, because I can't imagine many China hawks are super thrilled with this decision.
The early sense that we get is that no, the China hawks are not happy at all with this, but it remains unclear just how forceful they will be in trying to push back against this, Kaylee. And when you hear from U.S. officials, and we spoke with David Sachs, the White House AI czar, earlier today on the Bloomberg Tech Show with Ed Ludlow and Howard Lutnick on another network, they each were pointing out that, look, this H20 chip is a few generations behind now the latest that NVIDIA has to offer. And it is on par with perhaps the best that Huawei, NVIDIA's chief rival, is trying to offer now within China. The idea is this, if you talk to Jensen Huang, that you want American technology to be sold around the world. But if the U.S. is not selling it to China, which is the world's largest semiconductor market right now, you allow Huawei free reign potentially there. And that gives Huawei perhaps a springboard to start selling into some other markets. And that's a risk for NVIDIA.
You know, we talk about computer chips. People think about Intel inside, these microchips. These are massive. These GPUs are hardware stacks that require proprietary software to run them. You were talking about this H20. It weighs about 70 pounds, Mike. You've held them with
heavy.
your own hands. Can you stack enough of these to replicate the effectiveness, for instance, of a Blackwell? Is that what a China Hawk would suggest?
What they would suggest that there are ways to stack these and put it together and run inference learning for AI models to gain ground. And maybe you don't need the perfect when it comes to these AI accelerator chips. But even if you have something pretty good, you're handing something to China that, in the U.S. view, especially among some in the national security establishment, that is not something you want to be giving, our tough geopolitical rival here.
Wow.
All right. Mike Shepard, Senior Editor for Technology and Strategic Industries for us here at Bloomberg. Thank you, as always, for joining us on this important and market-moving story. And it's such an important story. It's one that our colleagues on Bloomberg Surveillance had the chance to speak with the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, about earlier today, talking about chip manufacturing, yes, but also how it fits into the wider picture in ongoing trade conversations with China. Here's what he said.
I can tell you the one thing that we do not want is a digital Belt and Road springing up around the world because other countries or China are substituting for our American chip manufacturers.
This is the same chip, though, that the Trump administration blocked with export controls in April. So why the change in policy now?
Anne-Marie, you might say that that was a negotiating chip that we used in Geneva and in London.
So this was part of the trade talks when it comes to Washington and Beijing?
Yes.
Was it a quid pro quo then? As you said, it wasn't, but was it potentially to make sure that you can get the licenses when it comes to rare earths?
Yeah, I think it was all part of a mosaic. They had things we wanted, we had things they wanted, and we're in a very good place. I expect to meet my Chinese counterpart, the vice premier, in the next few weeks.
So when and where will that meeting take place?
We're still working on that. The Chinese leadership has a big conclave at the beginning of August, so we're trying to work out whether that could be in a third country before or after that conclave.
Will the administration release the framework of the Geneva and London talks?
Well, we have released some of it, and I'll tell you that now having settled on tariffs, on the export controls, we can move on to the next stage of talks. And I think it's very important, both for the global economy, for the U.S. economy, and for the Chinese economy, for us to move on and talk about China opening its markets and the increased domestic and consumer production there.
Are you hoping to get to that next phase before August 12th, when that's currently the détente between these two economies?
Yeah, I think we're in a very good place, and I tell market participants not to worry about August 12th.
With the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, our colleagues on Bloomberg Surveillance. When you add that to what we just learned from Mike Shepard, we want to talk about all of this with Anna Ashton, the founder of Ashton Analytics, a specialist in U.S.-China trade, which is why we bring her on so often, former China analyst with the Department of Defense. Anna, it's great to have you. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm wondering your thoughts on this about face when it comes to chips from NVIDIA and AMD. Is this in the best national security interest of America?
Well, I think it's important to note that not only are these not the only things that the Trump administration has recently rolled back in terms of export restrictions, but all of the things that they've rolled back so far are things that they themselves imposed this spring, either in April or in May. So when Treasury Secretary Bessent indicates that these were, chips that were part of the London negotiations, I take that at face value. They imposed more restrictions on exports of certain goods that they believed to be strategic for China in order to have bargaining power to try to get China to speed up its exports of rare earths.
Well, so when you talk about the walkbacks we've seen from this administration on various fronts when it comes to China, how much of a dovish turn would you characterize it as, Anna? And if it is indeed a dovish turn, how upset do you think China hawks in and around the administration and elsewhere are about these moves?
Well, look, I definitely think that China hawks are going to be upset, regardless of whether the rollbacks are of restrictions that were imposed recently by the Trump administration or of previously imposed restrictions, because from a China hawk perspective, none of this technology should be going to China at all. But I also think that in terms of trying to measure whether or not this is a dovish turn by the Trump administration, we still have to wait and see. Because at the end of the day, this will only be a truly substantive change in U.S. policy towards China when it comes to export controls and access to critical U.S. technologies if we see a rollback in Biden-era export controls. I certainly think that that is something that China wants. And it may be, it's possible China will get something like that. Because we know that rare earth exports the licensing approvals have picked up, and there's some evidence to indicate that shipments are are beginning to flow more smoothly. But certainly there's no approval of anything to go to military end users, for example. Things could always be faster than they already are, and they're not as fast as they were prior to these restrictions on exports of Chinese rare earths and magnets being imposed. So we'll have to see whether or not the Trump administration is willing to give ground on any Biden-era policies.
Well, do you worry more about the next DeepSeek emerging, or do you go back to your role at the Department of Defense and worry about what China might do with this technology when it comes to building weapons?
I think that whether or not China gets this technology from the U.S., I think that this buys China time to continue developing indigenous technologies without losing the ability to apply these technologies in various ways that are important for them in the near term. But China has been throwing enormous amounts of money towards indigenous development of its own technologies so that it won't have to rely on the United States anymore. It's been doing that for a number of years now, and it's been doubling and tripling down on that. I think it's only a matter of time before China doesn't need U.S. technologies in order to accomplish the various ends that it's trying to accomplish. And so that's happening regardless.
Well, speaking of matters of time, Anna, we just heard from the Treasury Secretary moments ago suggesting that August 12th should not be viewed by market participants as a deadline they should be worried about. Does that suggest to you that there is a lack of forward progress in reaching more of a trade agreement between the U.S. and China? Should we consider any of these deadlines to be real at this point?
Super fair question. It does suggest to me that they have yet to make it past serious discussion, make it to serious discussion of things beyond rare earths. I feel like rare earths has been the hair on fire crisis for the Trump administration, particularly because of the heavy rare earth magnets that are so important not only to electric vehicles, but also to traditional combustion engine vehicles and to so many electronics. And I think that, that will continue to be something that China can use as leverage to get the U.S. to the table. And until that is satisfactorily resolved in the U.S. mind, it will be hard to move forward on negotiation of other issues. I think it is worth noting that a couple of key heavy rare earths that are used in these magnets that have been in short supply, like dysprosium, for example, and neodymium, those also are not, they're primarily sourced from Myanmar. And the state in Myanmar that they're primarily sourced from has been incredibly unstable due to domestic conflict for the past six to 8 months. And China itself is having a hard time getting these things. So it's just worth keeping in mind that China is not necessarily simply using these rare earth export licensing restrictions to gain leverage vis-a-vis the U.S. It is also thinking about its own supply security. And that may limit how much it can negotiate.
Do you want to see President Trump, President Xi in the same room? Do you want to see a summit? And is that, in fact, where the president might be most likely to give up the ghost on this and lower export controls, to your point, from the Biden administration?
From the perspective of somebody who would like to see a more functional and healthy U.S.-China relationship, that sounds like a really nice thing. When I'm thinking about it in terms of strict U.S. interests, there are things that could certainly be gained there. If I put on my China hawk hat and look at it through the lens of security concerns, these are really difficult trade-offs. And a meeting that caused President Trump to relax export controls, bigger, more fundamental export controls on advanced technologies to China might not be in the U.S. interest.
Anna, we learned from President Trump yesterday that if no ceasefire agreement is reached between Russia and Ukraine within 50 days, that he will look to impose 100% what he described as secondary tariffs on countries that help Russia, including big buyers of Russian oil. Read China. How do you expect Beijing would respond if indeed something like that were implemented? Would their behavior be, okay, we're going to stop buying cheap Russian crude and exports, or we're going to potentially retaliate against the U.S. with tariffs in kind?
China certainly can't stop buying Russian crude or gas. And that's because it gets an even bigger percentage from Russia than it did before the Ukraine war started. And it's pretty heavily reliant on Russia. Russia's one of its main suppliers. So that's not in the cards. What is potentially in the cards is use of smaller companies instead of their main oil and gas companies, which is already to a large extent the case, to move that oil and gas and therefore sort of shield China's broader economy from any secondary sanctions that are imposed. If the secondary sanctions don't hit the big banks that are, if the big banks aren't processing these transactions, then, China can kind of prevent calamity from ensuing as a result of the sanctions. And we've seen them do that with their purchases from Iran as well. That's what I would expect that to be their first move.
Well, so Anna, if I read you correctly, if China's not going to be able to actually adjust its purchases of Russian oil, would that mean that these secondary sanctions, tariffs, whatever you want to call them, would not have the intended effect the president wants here, which is to put the squeeze on the Russian economy and stop them from being able to fund their war machine?
I don't think that they would have the intended effect, because I think that, other countries that are buying from Russia might not have the same safeguards in place to protect them from secondary sanctions, but China certainly has safeguards in place, and China is the biggest buyer. So, yeah, I mean, I think that we've been learning the hard way for a few years now that there are limits to the power of U.S. sanctions, and they don't always achieve what we hope that they will achieve. And I don't think that secondary sanctions on all sales of Russian oil are necessarily going to achieve what Trump wants.
All right, Anna, we appreciate you joining us as always. Anna Ashton is founder of Ashton Analytics, a specialist in U.S.-China trade and economics, of course, a former China analyst at the Department of Defense, here with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. And as we discussed with Anna, the threat of secondary sanctions and the deadline Russia is now facing down, perhaps that deadline too, Joe, is a little bit squishy, as the president suggested to reporters that it could be sooner than 50 days for the Russia deadline.
Deadlines. We remember there was a 2-week deadline, I think, for Iran, and strikes took place only days into that period of time. So it might be a case of as many as 50 days when it comes to this administration.
Yeah, so that headline and others we've gotten from President Trump as he spoke with reporters upon departure from the White House. We are expecting to get some tape rolled back on his remarks. We'll, of course, bring that to you here on Bloomberg TV and radio when they begin. But we also want to check in on financial markets on this CPI day. So for that, we turn to Charlie Pellet, who has a look from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. CPI day today, PPI tomorrow, and right now we are trading at just about the lows of the session. Right to the numbers here. Relatively tame inflation data failing to ease Wall Street's worries about the impact of tariffs. The S&P now lower by 12, 62.56, down 0.2% as of now. Worth pointing out, though, that briefly during this morning's session, we did trade as high as 6,300 on the S&P. The Dow now down 357, down 0.8%. Nasdaq Composite Index, though, on the China chip news, up 96 points, up 0.5%. NVIDIA up 4%. Advanced Micro Devices up now by just about 6.1%. 10-year 4.48%. The 2-year 3.95%. The 30-year back above 5%, 5.01%. Gold down $12 the ounce, 33.31, down 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, 66.38 a barrel. And Bitcoin now down 2.4%, 117,310 on Bitcoin. So again, stocks lower. NVIDIA and Advanced Micro Devices plan to resume sales of some AI chips in China after securing Washington's assurances that such shipments will get approved. Shares of both companies and other chip makers higher. NVIDIA up 4.1%. Advanced Micro Devices up 6.1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Daily Lives.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. Charlie Pellet live from New York watching Wall Street for us, and we'll get another check on the markets a short time from now as we follow President Trump in his travels. He's just left the White House, and we do expect to be hearing from the president. Some tape coming from a conversation he had with reporters on his way to Marine One, which just touched down at Joint Base Andrews. The president on his way to Pennsylvania, Kaylee, to talk about AI and energy, a series of investments that will be announced a little bit later on today. Of course, he also, before he left town, wished everyone a happy crypto week and called on all Republicans, in all caps, on Truth Social to vote yes for the Genius Act and the Clarity Act.
Indeed. And of course, there's a third piece of legislation that's going to be considered as well, that an anti-CBDC bill, essentially, the three of them together comprising Crypto Week. The question is, can all three of them actually pass in the House of Representatives and then in the Senate for those that hadn't originated in the lower chamber? So we want to get a look at that now as we turn to Republican Congressman Mike Flood, who is with us. He, of course, represents Nebraska, its 1st district, and is a member of the House Financial Services Committee, in addition to being vice chair of the Republican Main Street Partnership. Congressman, thank you for being here. Of course, the Genius Act, the stablecoin legislation, passed the Senate. It does seem there's a lot of optimism that you will be able to pass that in the House. But what about the Clarity Act, the market structure bill? Are you as optimistic about its fate?
I really am. You know, Patrick McHenry, when he was chair, worked hand in glove with French Hill on digital assets. Our chairman now, French, is taking this to the next level. Listen, the House has been a leader in this space. We know what we're doing. We have been at this for several years. The Clarity Act will pass. In fact, last year when we did market structure in the House of Representatives, I think we got about 71 Democrats. So I don't know if we'll get that many this time, but this is a bipartisan piece of legislation that meets with the favor of a great majority of folks in both chambers. And I'm confident that Crypto Week will be a success, and we will finally have a bill signed into law on stablecoins. Now we have to urge the Senate, after we pass the Clarity Act, to do the same in the upper chamber so we can move this forward.
How do you close the deal on that, Congressman? And welcome back. It's good to have you on Bloomberg. The Genius Act is one thing, but indeed the Clarity Act appears to be something different. And if you need Democrats to make this happen, a lot of them say that they'd like to see language that removes President Trump and his family from crypto investments. That appears to be the cause of the allergy that many Democrats have here. Would that help it get done? Is that possible?
I'm sure that's what they're asking for. I know that French Hill, our chairman, has been working with Senator Scott in the Senate. Listen, we're about anything that gets this over the line. I'm hopeful that the Senate will prioritize market structure like we have in the House, because yes, it is a win to have stablecoins, but you can't have one without the other. There's no clarity. The reason we named that bill that is right now under Gary Gensler, when he was in charge of the SEC, he thought everything was a security. The CFTC obviously should have authority over Bitcoin. We have to pick a lane, know where you're going, and that's why the Clarity Act getting done this year will send the signal to every other country in the world that the United States will remain the world's reserve currency with the dollar, and transactions in Africa, transactions in South America, they will be built on the strength of the dollar, and that's why we're so about getting this done in a quick manner.
Congressman Mike Flood, Republican, with us here representing Nebraska's 1st District. Congressman, it's great to have you, and I hope we'll have more time when you join us next. The president is just now speaking from the White House driveway, and we want to bring this conversation to our viewers and listeners. Let's go to the White House now. Listen to Donald Trump.
Well, we have school choice, and we're getting school choice approved all over the country. We just got it done in Texas, and school choice is the answer. Yes.
Yes, Mr. President. You've given Russia 50 days. What happens now? Do you talk to Vladimir Putin?
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad.
Well, what happens? Should Zelensky get more aggressive?
Yeah, the tariffs are going to go on, and other sanctions go on.
Should Zelensky target Moscow? Should Zelensky target Moscow, sir? Should Zelensky target Moscow or deeper into Russia?
No, he shouldn't target Moscow.
Is that why you gave him more weapons, though?
No, we're not looking to do that.
Mr. President, why are you giving Mr. Putin 50 additional days to prosecute his war against?
Oh, I don't think 50 days is very long, and it could be sooner than that. I don't think 50 days is very long.
Mr. President,
you should have asked that same question to Biden. Why did he get us into this war? You should ask that question. Yeah, and what did he tell you? Why did he get us into this war? You know why he got us in? Because he's a dummy, that's why, and you don't cover it right. But you should be asking that question to Biden. Why did he get us into this war? Because he's incompetent. It would have never happened if I were president. So we made a deal with Indonesia. I spoke to their really great president, very popular, very strong, smart. And we made the deal. We have full access to Indonesia, everything. As you know, Indonesia is very strong on copper. But we have full access to everything. We will pay no tariffs. So they are giving us access into Indonesia, which we never had. That's probably the biggest part of the deal. And the other part is they are going to pay 19%, and we are going to pay nothing. I think it's a good deal for both parties. But we will have full access into Indonesia. And we have a couple of those deals that are going to be announced. India basically is working along that same line. We're going to have access into India. And you have to understand, we had no access into any of these countries. Our people couldn't go in. And now we're getting access because of what we're doing with the tariffs. So they're paying 19%, and we are not paying anything. And they're going to give us full access into Indonesia. Now, Indonesia has some great product, and they also have some very valuable earths and various other materials. One of the things, as you know, they're known for is very high-quality copper, which we'll be using.
Mr. President, Texas, sir.
Do you believe your tariffs might have led inflation to increase?
work for? What? USA Today. Oh, well, they wrote me a beautiful article the other day, so I can't get angry at you. USA Today just wrote a very good article about me. What's that all about? So I can't get angry at you.
On Texas, sir.
No, there was very little inflation, as you know. The numbers were very good, very much inside the margin. So we've had no inflation. All we have is we're making a fortune. We are taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. You saw we had a surplus of $25 billion last month, which we haven't had in many, many years.
Mr. President, sir, on Texas.
Mr. President. We are doing because I'm able to do it. Nobody else would be able to do it. We have tariffs going on because we want tariffs and we want the money coming into the United States. But more important than the money, there's two aspects to tariff. There's the money, which comes in. The other aspect is that rather than paying the tariffs, the country or the company will build in the United States, make their product in the United States, and that creates jobs. And I would say of the two, probably the more important to me is that. Yeah.
Sir, on Texas.
Are you on Ukraine's side now? No, I'm on nobody's side. I'm on no. Why? I want to. You know what the side I'm on? Humanity's side. I want to stop the killing of thousands of people a week. I want to stop the killing. I want the killing to stop in the Ukraine-Russia war. That's the side I'm on.
Mr. President, your daughter-in-law said that there should be transparency in the Epstein case. Do you agree with her, sir?
The Attorney General's handled that very well. She's really done a very good job. And I think that when you look at it, you'll understand that. I would like to see that also. But I think the Attorney General, the credibility is very important. And you want credible evidence for something like that. And I think the Attorney General's handled it very well.
How many more seats?
The Attorney General briefed you on the DOJ and FBI review, the findings of that review. The Attorney General briefed you on that.
What? On the
DOJ and FBI
on what?
review.
On what subject?
Epstein. Okay. On Epstein, of the review of the files. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very quick briefing.
Did she tell you, what did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No. She's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well. And it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
Sir, on Texas, how many more seats do you want the Republicans to draw?
5.
And then what if California, New York, Illinois, and other blue states
that's
decide to do
okay
this?
too, but 5. I think we get 5. And there could be some other states. We're going to get another 3 or 4 or 5 in addition. Texas would be the biggest one, and
So
that'll be 5.
Are you calling then for a complete redrawing of the congressional map ahead of next year?
Just a very simple redrawing. We pick up 5 seats. But we have a couple of other states where we'll pick up seats also.
And what if that causes primary?
What's your tariff rate for the EU? Well, when he was in my office. What did you tell him when he was in your office? I told him he's doing a very bad job. He's way late. That's why I call him too late. Jerome Powell is too late. He's way late. Interest rates should be coming down. We have a very, very successful country. We should have the lowest interest rate anywhere in the world, and we don't. Jerome Powell has done a terrible job, and frankly, I don't think he could do a worse job. He's called everything wrong. So they had a report come out the other day, 71 different economists, and me. You know who was right? Me.
Mr. President.
Did you know that? I was right. You must be kidding.
Mr. President, what are your thoughts on Andrew Cuomo?
You had to waste the question like we are talking to the EU, and we're making progress. But look, we already have a deal with the EU. It's called the letter that was sent out. I think it was 30%. That's the EU. But at the same time, we are talking.
Andrew Cuomo.
Go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, your reaction to Andrew Cuomo staying in the New York City mayor's race. Andrew Cuomo staying in the New York City mayor's race.
I think he should stay. I think he has a shot.
Would you prefer him over...
Well, I don't want to say. You know, I'm a Republican. He's a Democrat or an independent. No, I think Andrew would have a good shot of winning. He's got to run a tough campaign. He's running against the communists. I would think that he would have a good shot of winning.
Tell us about your trip to Scotland, sir. What are you going to do on your trip to Scotland?
We're going to be meeting with the British Prime Minister, very respected. And we are going to have a meeting with him probably in Aberdeen. And we're going to do a lot of different things. And we're going to also refine the trade deal that we've made. So we'll be meeting mostly with at probably one of my properties, or maybe not, depending on what happens. But we'll be in Aberdeen in Scotland meeting with the Prime Minister.
Mr. President, what's your preferred... President, give a message for the EU if they retaliate via tariffs?
Well, I don't know how they can retaliate. You know, they've made a lot of money. They've treated us very badly, but now they're treating us very nicely. And I think we'll end up, I think everybody's going to be happy with the EU.
What's your preferred target?
Given that the
President. Sir, any plans to meet with Pope Leo in the near future, sir?
Not a plan. I would do it. I have a lot of respect. I really like his brother. His brother is a major, serious Trumper. You know that. He's MAGA all the way. I like the Pope's brother, and I think I'd like the Pope. But the Pope's brother lives in Florida. I met him, and he is MAGA. He's got MAGA signs all over the house. He likes Trump, and I like him.
Mr. President, what's the latest on Iran?
How about you?
Iran.
Well, we're going to see what happens with President Putin. So far, I've been very disappointed with President Putin. I've solved a lot of wars in the last 3 months, but I haven't gotten this one yet. This is a Biden war. It's not a Trump war. I'm here to try and get us out of that mess.
Mr. President.
Any messages for what? Yeah, go ahead. Do I have a what? For the people of Brazil. Are you from Brazil? He's going to trial now, right? When is that trial starting? When is the trial for Bolsonaro starting? When is it? How is it going? But they haven't found him guilty, have they? But have they found him guilty? No. Look,
on Iran.
President Bolsonaro is a good man. I've gotten to know a lot of prime ministers and presidents and kings and queens. And I know him, and I'm pretty good at this. President Bolsonaro is not a dishonest man. He loves the people of Brazil. He fought hard for the people of Brazil. He negotiated trade deals against me for the people of Brazil, and he was very tough. And he was tough because he wanted to do a good deal for his country. He was not a dishonest man. And I believe it's a witch hunt, and it shouldn't be happening. And it's not that I know him that, look, he's not like a friend of mine. He's somebody that I know. And I know him as a representative of millions of people, Brazilians. They're great people. And he loves the country, and he fought hard for those people, and they want to put him in jail. And I think that's a witch hunt, and I think it's very unfortunate. And nobody's happy with what Brazil is doing, because Bolsonaro was a respected president. Very respected.
Mr. President.
You want Adam Schiff brought to justice.
I would love to see him brought to justice. I'll tell you what, I think Adam Schiff is one of the lowest of the low. I would love to see him brought to justice. He is a dishonest, crooked guy. I don't know about the individual charge, if that even happens. But Adam Schiff is a serious lowlife.
And tomorrow morning here in Washington, AOC is hosting
Adam Schiff.
for breakfast.
Adam Schiff, I believe.
I'd love to be. I'd really love to go. I mean, I look forward to meeting them both. I know them both very well through what I read and through what I see. Look, he's a communist. I don't think our country is ready for a communist, but we're going to see. And I don't think that race is over yet either. You do have a couple of people running against, and it'll be an interesting thing. Things are coming out about him which aren't good. And, AOC, look, I think she's very nice, but she's very low IQ. And we really don't need low IQ. Between her and Crockett, we're going to give them both an IQ test to see who comes out best. Now, I took my test. I took a real test at Walter Reed Medical Center, and I aced it. I got every one of all those questions right. Now it's time for them to take a test. Anyway, have a good time. I like Dan Bongino, yeah.
Mr. President, do you think Putin respects you and takes your threat seriously?
I guess that's it.
Indeed.
He's on his way to the chopper.
Yep, President Trump having a wide-ranging conversation with reporters as he departed the White House en route to Pittsburgh, of course, for an AI summit that is taking place. We'll be hearing from him more at that summit later, but covering a lot of territory there, Joe, from the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, suggesting that the actual deadline Russia may be facing before the implementation of secondary sanctions could be shorter than 50 days. And of course, also providing some clarity on the trade front when it comes to Indonesia, suggesting Indonesia is going to face a 19% tariff on its imports into the United States, while the United States will face no tariff on its exports to Indonesia.
A good deal, I suppose, for the United States. I don't know if we've heard from Indonesia on this. There's been no paper on it. Seems to be an interesting way to roll out a major trade deal in the driveway of the White House. But let's get into it with Anna Wong, who is with us now. Of course, Bloomberg Economics chief U.S. economist. Anna, 19% Indonesia, assuming that this is confirmed, means what for our trade relationship?
Well, I think it means that aggregate tariffs would go down a little bit, but I think generally it doesn't really. It's just a drop in the water.
Yeah.
The main trading partners who we really want a trade deal with is really Japan, EU, China, Canada, Mexico, and those are really the ones that will make a dent on the aggregate tariffs and inflation ultimately.
Well, the president did talk about the EU, saying that we're making progress with Europe, but we already have the letter, knowing that he's suggested that these letters in and of themselves are deals, which would suggest a 30% tariff on the EU, which he's threatened for August 1st. The question, though, Anna, is to what extent tariffs already, not just the ones that are threatened, but the ones that are in place, are feeding through the U.S. economy. When we look at what was once again a more muted print on CPI, at least on the headline, it would suggest that not yet. But talk us through what's actually going on underneath and whether or not we actually may be seeing more tariff effect than meets the eye.
Yes, so today's CPI is the fourth straight soft report. However, in the details, it shows a much brisker pace of tariff pass-through. In fact, I think market participants all pretty much agree that this is the first real tariff print of the CPI print that's littered with tariff effects. Appliances, washing machines, clothing, men's clothing, women's dresses, everything, audio equipment. You could see a pretty broad-based tariff effect. However, at the same time, hotels costs went down and shelter costs went down. And as a result, the overall print is not as high as it would be. So I think the takeaway of many people is that going forward, we may see even more tariff pass-through.
I guess that was my question. If this is the start of a trend, what are we going to look like 6 months from now?
Yeah, so I think 6 months from now, critically depend on what happens on August 1st.
Okay.
And if Trump were to make real many of these tariff threats, it means that aggregate tariffs can go up as high as low 20s, which could deal a shock to S&P 500. And because I think right now markets are not really priced in for a big rebound on the tariffs level. And I think in that shock, if it generates a repeat of Liberation Day type of shock, could lower consumer sentiment once again. So because we just saw a little brief rebounds, that could be short-lived if tariff levels were to rebound.
Okay, so if we're thinking about the tariff level 6 months ago, I feel like you can't answer this next question without knowing what that is, or 6 months from now. 6 months from now, where could the Fed funds rate be, depending on where tariff levels are? Because the president once again argued just now that rates are still too high. He wants to see a cut. Does this data suggest that the Fed is going to be prepared to do so?
Yes, so the Fed really cares about core PCE inflation, and I think that the core PCE reading for this month will be much hotter than the CPI today. In fact, our estimate is for core PCE inflation to be around 0.34 in that vicinity, which is almost twice as high as the last month. And I think to the Fed's perspective, that they might look at this and think that they have been correct in holding rates constant.
The president just said, as part of that conversation, that the U.S. should have the lowest interest rates in the world. If we did, wouldn't that mean we were going into or coming out of a recession?
Well, there are many reasons why rates could come down, but certainly I think the current macro situation with so much uncertainty and unknowns about where trade policy could go, Fed was acting in a cautious way in not cutting rates in case that tariffs were to increase or and cause inflation to flare up. So that's the Fed's perspective.
All right, Anna Wong, chief U.S. economist for us at Bloomberg Economics, reacting to President Trump's remarks from moments ago, as well as the inflation data we got today. Thank you so much. And we want to check as well on how the markets are interpreting this data and what it may mean as we get a check on those from Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kayla Lines. Little change on the S&P 500 index in the red, down by 6 points right now. That is a drop of 0.1%. Relatively tame inflation data failing to ease Wall Street's worries about the impact of tariffs. Initial rallies in stocks and bonds have sputtered on bets that the Fed will keep rates on hold for now. The Dow, though, down 335. That is a drop of 0.7%. NASDAQ pushing higher on China chip news. Right now, we've got NASDAQ up 121, a gain there of 0.6%. Those chip names, by the way, NVIDIA up 3.8%, Advanced Micro Devices up 6.4%. 10-year 4.48%, the 2-year on the CPI Tuesday 3.95%, and the 30-year at 5.01%. Gold now down 0.5%, 33.28 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 9/10, 66.36 a barrel. Balance of Power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Joe Matthew and myself, of course, in Washington. President Trump, however, is no longer in the nation's capital. He is on board Air Force One, bound for Pittsburgh, where he will be attending the Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit later this afternoon. It is underway, in fact, right now as we speak, and that's where we find our colleague Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Washington correspondent, who is in the field for us today. And Tyler, of course, this Energy and Innovation Summit is really all about artificial intelligence, and you've been having conversations around that all day today. Tell us more.
Yeah, hey, Kelly, exactly right. We're here to talk about the future of the U.S., trying to keep an edge when it comes to AI, but a big part of that is finding the energy to fuel it, because it's actually kind of difficult to pinpoint just how much energy artificial intelligence uses, but we know that it uses a lot and that the demand is only growing. A recent analysis from Goldman Sachs shows us that energy from AI data centers is expected to increase by 160% between now and 2035. So there is this huge surge in demand. So that's a big focus of the conversation here today. And I actually had the chance to speak with the Energy Secretary, Christopher Wright, about this idea that the administration is trying to use deregulation as a way to boost energy production in the United States. But I also was asking him about costs and how tariffs come into the picture. In particular, as you're about to hear, how that 50% tariff on copper that's set to go into place on August 1st will impact the industry, considering that copper is really essential when it comes to getting this power over to the AI data centers.
Well, I think the biggest impact of that 50% tariff on copper is going to speed up copper mining in the United States. We have enormous copper resources here. We have some huge mines that have been trying to get going for years. We want to get copper production growing rapidly in this country. Copper, like steel, is just essential to everything that happens in the world.
Should we expect the energy industry to get some sort of tariff carve-out moving forward?
I believe the president plans no special carve-outs. He wants to reindustrialize the United States of America. There's a lot of tools to do that, make it easy to invest in the United States, make it attractive to invest in the United States, and tariffs are an additional element of that toolbox.
I'm sure you're talking to industry, though. Is a carve-out on the table? Are there any negotiations underway for, say, the oil industry to get a carve-out when it comes to the equipment that they use in the field, like copper or steel, for example?
No discussions right now. We are hearing from the industry, and of course this is true. If you incrementally raise the cost of projects, that hurts the economics of them. We want to do everything we possibly can to maximize investments in the United States so jobs and opportunity come here to our country.
Lastly, I just want to ask you a geopolitical question, because we did hear from President Trump yesterday threatening 100% so-called secondary tariff on countries that import Russian energy supplies. If that were to go into effect, what would that do to prices in the global energy market?
Something like that would likely drive oil prices up. I think President Trump's strong agenda there is to end the war in Ukraine. Our hope is that that large pressure will have an impact on Russia, and we can bring just a brutal war in Eastern Europe to an end. That's President Trump's goal, is prosperity at home and peace abroad. And the old formulas weren't working very well in that respect. So yeah, President Trump has very different tools, very different negotiating skills, and very different level of boldness. I think we're going to see tremendous growth in peace abroad and prosperity at home.
Joe and Kayleigh, I want to point out something there, which is that he said that carve-outs aren't really on the table at this point, but I did speak with the head of the American Petroleum Institute, which represents the industry, and they said that they are lobbying the administration for some sort of carve-out, even if it were to be short-term in particular, to help get some sort of relief when it comes to the supplies and the materials that go into the infrastructure that helps them move the energy, such as copper or steel.
Tyler, I want to ask you about this summit that you're attending. Of course, the president's on his way to you right now. $70 billion, as you've been reporting, in corporate investments, the likes of Blackstone, CoreWeave. What else is happening there on the ground that we're going to learn about today when we connect the dots between AI and energy?
Right. So, Joe, these investment announcements really are spanning where the money is going. It could be for data centers or the energy infrastructure. Of course, as we're discussing, perhaps more money behind drilling in order to get the energy levels up to meet the production demand. But it's also about this idea of training the AI workforce and AI apprenticeships, for example. Those are some of the themes that we are expecting the president to touch on. The administration really has taken sort of a broad approach when it comes to trying to maintain this edge in artificial intelligence. It's that part of engaging with the private sector that we often hear President Trump talk about, this need for investment to come into the United States in order for the U.S. to compete, paired with the other part of their deregulation agenda. And of course, deregulation, we talk about it with energy, but it is a really big topic when we are discussing artificial intelligence. We saw basically this play out during the reconciliation package when some of these big tech companies weren't happy with how that ultimately shook out, with one of those provisions being stripped out that would have imposed that moratorium when it comes to state regulation. So these are all some of the big questions that are being debated here today, as we really do see this coming together of the administration, but also the private sector.
Well, and Tyler, just quickly on that deregulatory effort, is there a sense that that can happen quickly enough that energy supply specifically can be unleashed with demand rising exponentially to power artificial intelligence?
Well, it depends on who you ask, and I actually posed that exact question to the Energy Secretary, who said that yes, but it's going to be difficult. A lot does need to happen in order to get this up to the sort of levels that we need to see, and I mentioned it before. Right now, there's not really a number of just how much energy AI uses. We just know that the demand is going up. But if you ask the private sector, they say that they are ready, willing, and able. They just need to see the deregulation environment behind it. For example, I spoke to the Constellation Energy CEO, who has inked some pretty big deals with Microsoft and Meta, for example, to have nuclear come into the picture. And he told me the same exact thing, that they are ready to go, but they really just need the regulations out of the way. Of course, this poses other issues for why the regulations were in place, and that's a whole other debate that we could get into.
Really interesting. Boy, you're keeping good company, Tyler. Spending time with the stakeholders today in Pennsylvania, Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall, in advance of the president's arrival at the Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit. Pretty interesting stuff, Kayleigh, that we'll be talking about more on the late edition here of Balance of Power. President Trump on Truth Social saying the U.S. will be the undisputed king of artificial intelligence, something that he's been leaning into for months now.
Indeed, as he leans into other things as well, encouraging Republicans to pass the various crypto bills that are coming to the floor this crypto week. We're going to have more on that in the late edition of Balance of Power. We'll actually be joined by two members of the U.S. Senate. Senator Tina Smith will be with us, the Democrat, of course, and Republican Senator Thom Tillis, who's, of course, not seeking re-election.
I'm looking forward to that one. He can speak freely now. And he will on Bloomberg TV and radio starting after 5 p.m. Eastern, so we'll meet you back then. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everyone, live on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily on this Tuesday, July 15th, 2025. I'm Tim Stenivek. along with Emily Grafeo, who's in for Carol Masser this afternoon. And Emily, we're seeing some buying when it comes to the tech names, thanks to something we're going to be talking about a little later. Those chip stocks higher for a pretty good reason. But other than that, investors kind of shrugging off this inflation print.
They're shrugging off the inflation print. And also, amidst all of the noise here when it comes to earnings, we have the S&P 500 basically flat right now.
Hey, we're going to have much more on the markets in just a second with Charlie Pellet. In the meantime, big banks is certainly our focus. Half of them have reported. We've got the good, the bad, and I don't know, maybe we can say the ugly.
And a great day for chips, specifically NVIDIA and AMD. We have Ian King on the dramatic reversal of the Trump administration. Also, speaking of AI, we're on the ground at the inaugural Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit as President Trump makes his way there to Pittsburgh. We're going to hear an update from Tyler Kendall in just a few minutes. In the meantime, a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much, and here's what's going on. We've got the Dow, the S&P lower, a whole lot of nothing, as you guys said, on the S&P right now, down 262.65, drop there of under 0.1%. Earlier in the session, though, we did see the S&P rally to 6,300 before retreating. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 145 right now. For NASDAQ, that is a gain of just about 0.7%. We got NASDAQ getting a lift, NASDAQ 100 as well from those chip names specifically. AMD, Advanced Micro Devices, and NVIDIA. NVIDIA right now up by 4.1%. Big member of the Mag 7 Index, the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up by 1%. The 10-year, 4.48%. CPI Tuesday, we got the PPI tomorrow. The 2-year, 3.95%. The 30-year, 5.01%. Gold down $15 the ounce, 33.28, down 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, 66.39 a barrel. Bitcoin right now down 2.4%, 117,291 on Bitcoin. Earnings news, specifically big banks. We'll have more coming up in a moment, but JP Morgan Chase now down by 0.9%. Citigroup surging 3.3%. Wells Fargo now down by 6.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. You heard some numbers there from Charlie. Worth repeating a couple of the reasons behind some of these big bank moves today. JP Morgan Chase's investment bankers eked out a surprise gain in the second quarter. It signaled what may be the start of a deal-making rebound after widespread hesitation tied to U.S. tariff policies. Wells Fargo shares falling, down now by 6.7%. The bank reported net interest income for the second quarter that missed the average analyst estimate. And Citigroup reported solid beats on FICC and equity trading revenue. The bank also said that it would ramp up stock buybacks following a strong result in regulatory stress tests. Citi shares up 3.3% right now. Let's get to it with Sri Natarajan, Bloomberg News Chief Wall Street Correspondent, Sonali Basak, Bloomberg News at Global Finance Correspondent. They both join us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Sri, where do you want to start?
Well, let's start at Wells Fargo because that is the most striking number coming out of the results this morning. The stock is down 6.7%. If that holds going into end of day, that would be the worst performance for the bank stock on earnings days going back at least 4 years. And it is a surprise because we're coming to this news on the back of the June announcement from the Fed that said the asset cap that had been placed on Wells Fargo has been lifted. The bank is finally unshackled. So perhaps investors and analysts were heading into this earnings day call expecting some big announcements from the bank, expecting some big growth outlook. Charlie Scharf, the CEO, has repeatedly said that just because the asset cap has gone doesn't mean our strategy changes overnight. It's not like flipping a switch. It gives them the firepower to invest and grow in various areas, and they have identified a few key spots, but you won't see immediate results. And the second quarter results kind of bear that out. They cut their NII guidance. Their expenses for the full year are likely to be higher than what analysts expected. Combine that with all the optimism, the excitement with which investors headed into the day, the result is you get a stock that's down 6.7% with about 2 hours of trading left.
Sonali, Citi is a different story here because that stock is rising to its highest level since 2008. We know that that's on this stock buyback plan, but just walk us through what stood out to you on those Citi results.
Right. You have Citigroup trying to get to their return on tangible common equity targets of 10 to 11%. And Jane Fraser, the CEO, said it'll take a minute to get there. But of course, improving profitability is a huge part of this story. Citigroup still trades at less than tangible book value. So people are waiting for it to get to par. This is the idea to get there. So they were the cheapest among the banks. I think that this is really interesting. If you look at the price to tangible book values of the banks today, it will show you the types of businesses that Wall Street is really betting on. Sridhar, Morgan Stanley is more valuable today than JP Morgan. I think that that is a fascinating statistic here because it shows you that the more Wall Street weighted banks, and by the way, Citigroup is showing that it could fire on cylinders of those Wall Street businesses, trading, investment banking. They've been gaining some share. This is surprising. They brought in a lot of new stars to do this. There were doubts when those people came in, and they're showing you that they're coming in to take some business, right?
Yeah, well, let me give you a quick counter to that. Yes, price to book, price tangible book, they might be better than JP Morgan, but that doesn't mean necessarily that they're more valuable than JP Morgan. The piece of the business that they're in is clearly favored by investors, favored by analysts, and the fact that you have a market out there that appreciates consistent fee-based revenue growth. But to be a giant bank, to be a behemoth like JP Morgan, you have to have a big presence in the consumer economy. You have to have a big presence in all of Wall Street's chief operations, and JP Morgan has that.
Okay, fine.
Which
King
is
of the
why
castle,
it is a giant
King of the castle. It's the better, bigger Morgan, but it is still interesting that today, at least on that multiple.
That I will give you.
Yes. I told you we would make this fun for you.
Are you guys done? Or are you going to keep?
We're like a brother-sister pair.
I love this. I love this.
Can I set him off once more?
I will ask you to do that in just a minute. In the meantime, you guys mentioned JP Morgan, so I want to bring in some commentary from JP Morgan that you highlighted, Shonali. Quote, the U.S. economy remained resilient in the quarter. The finalization of tax reform and potential deregulation are positive for the economic outlook. However, significant risks persist, including from tariffs and trade uncertainty, worsening geopolitical conditions, high fiscal deficits, and elevated asset prices. Shri, we look to Jamie Dimon. A lot of investors look to Jamie Dimon as sort of a weatherman when it comes to taking the temperature of the economy. What was the takeaway from him today?
Look, I know we like to compare him to a weatherman, and he also loves his there are dark clouds on the horizon analogies. But to be fair, he's not a great weatherman, because a weatherman has to tell you whether the weather is going to be good or bad today and tomorrow and day after tomorrow. What Jamie Dimon has consistently pointed out with respect to risks in the system, the geopolitical tension, the risk of extensive borrowing by the US government, these are not problems that are going to torpedo the system tomorrow or next quarter. These are long-term problems. And Jamie Dimon is right to express those as real concerns that exist in the system. But that's not something that investors are too fussed about right now when they're trying to analyze this quarter versus next quarter and the coming few quarters. So you go back to the first part of that statement where he did express optimism, and that's what takes you back to the environment we're in for the biggest banks right now. Tax regulation. Tax cuts, deregulation, these have been crystallized with the bills that have been passed in Congress. That means there's a very clear runway for banks to see catalysts for growth. And as we get to the other side of the trade policy and the tariff uncertainty, you will also see that element of when all of these people were talking back in Q1 about clients and investors and companies tapping the brakes, not slamming the brakes, which effectively means the car is still running. And now they can accelerate as they get more clarity. So even parts of the business that had been lagging a little bit, like deal making, can rev on all cylinders. And that only means good things for the biggest banks that have also effectively attached to themselves to the highest end of the US economy. So even if you start seeing some worsening in the broader consumer economy, in the lower segments, that is not really affecting these biggest banks just yet.
Shonali, I'm wondering if we could bring you in here in terms of the increase in deal making that we did see this quarter. What was really driving that? Is that coming from the Trump administration being maybe a little bit looser when it comes to some regulations? Or was it just a natural push of the economic cycle?
It's a great question. I have numbers for you. So the deal flow in the second quarter, according to Bloomberg's data, this is mergers and acquisition alone, we're up by 16% roughly. For the first half of the year, it's up by 23%. Now, last year was a dog, right? Nothing was happening, nothing good. And in fact, if you look at this year, you have a lot of deal activity that's still on the sidelines. At the same time, I stole this from the bank that Sridhar used to cover so closely, Goldman Sachs. You have an institutional loan market that is about $1.5 trillion overall. By comparison, the private credit market is $1.7 trillion. And so you have these banks fighting now for more share in that lending market because private credit now is actually bigger than the institutional loan market. And so you had overnight, you've got to love a good announcement the night before earnings when JP Morgan comes out and says that they're going to organize a team to do more public-private markets activity. So yeah, things are coming back. They're not booming back. And remember, some of the stuff that we're seeing out there is kind of frothy, right? It's SPAC deals and Bitcoin treasury deals and IPOs of crypto companies. So there are deals coming back. We spoke to Kristen Roth-Clark a little earlier today at Barclays, a tech banker there. They see a lot more in terms of IPO activity, but this is not a gangbusters year. And in fact, if the numbers that I've given you, JP Morgan's jump in investment banking activity trailed those numbers. So the idea is that it'll catch up as the pipeline could potentially grow.
Sonali Basak, Bloomberg News, global finance correspondent. You've been here since 5 a.m. You got to go. Sri, we're going to keep you for another minute because we're going to look ahead to what we have coming up tomorrow. Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, and Goldman Sachs. Big picture. I want to start with Bank of America because we get such a good outlook on the economy from Brian Moynihan. What are you expecting from Bank of America?
Again, you will hear some of the same things that you heard from people like Jamie Dimon and Jane Fraser today, which is it's a resilient economy out there. The consumers are fine. The consumers are being discerning. The consumers are disciplined. But the challenge when you try and decipher these announcements and these statements is these executives and these banks in particular they will also tout the fact that they serve the more affluent customers. Their portfolio is made of more prime customers than subprime customers. And if there is any weakening in the economy, it probably the cracks start appearing in the subprime segment that these banks don't necessarily serve, which is why if you even compare the performance of the biggest bank stocks versus, say, the regional banking index, you will see a bit of a disparity. And that is interesting. But as you sort of wake up tomorrow and hear Brian Moynihan and hear other Bank of America executives, you will in all likelihood see a repeat of the sentiment that's already been expressed today, which is even if consumers say they're uncertain about the future, it's not really being reflected in their actions just yet.
Okay, Sri, you got to go home and get some sleep also because you've been here since the wee hours this morning. Sri Natarajan, Bloomberg News Chief Wall Street correspondent, joining us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. So that's a look at three of the big banks, which we're interested in not just for their results, but also for their macro commentary. Jayati Bardwaj is also watching this commentary closely. She's director in FX and EM strategy at TD Securities. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. I want to shift gears a little bit and talk capital flows because that's certainly under your purview. In this new tariff regime, we've got a great story on the Bloomberg about the maker of Kerrygold butter, a favorite of pretty much everybody, has slowed its U.S. investment as it waits for more clarity on President Trump's trade settlement with the EU. Just about an hour ago, we heard from Embraer's CEO. He said he may revisit its business plan due to U.S. tariffs. It's an evolving situation, certainly, but how do you see tariffs changing the flow of capital, big picture?
I think the biggest thing is that they have injected a lot of uncertainty into markets. And I think last week was that wake-up call because markets had become a little too sanguine on tariff risks. And we came back with multiple letters and that uncertainty crept back up. And that's why the dollar is getting the bounce that we're seeing. You're also seeing the change in capital allocation, which you rightly mentioned. The biggest mover and the first mover actually has been Europe because they have been very quick to repatriate and they have been very quick to bring money back home into local equities, which is actually what's boosting the currency at this point.
I want to jump in because as I was asking you that question, we got a red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. The president says that Indonesia will buy 50 Boeing jets in a trade deal. How do you look at a U.S. manufacturer, a massive U.S. manufacturer, as a bargaining chip when it comes to these negotiations?
The thing is we've seen with Trump is that we've seen a lot of frameworks or skeletons of a trade deal. But right now, we're still figuring out a lot of the specifics. Even with the UK, we don't know what the specifics are. That's why markets are in a very uncertain mode. That's why you've not seen markets rally on all of these trade deals the way you would expect otherwise. There's still a lot of uncertainty, especially to the degree that tariffs are being used as leverage to extract a lot of concessions from the rest of the world. The one interesting headline which came out a few days ago is that the European Union is now talking to its other non-US trading partners to come up with a joint trading alliance and take a stronger stance to the US. I think those are also the things which are interesting, because while the US is a very strong dominant power in the geopolitical space, it is actually forcing the rest of the countries to step up and do a lot more fiscal spending and also a lot more trade amongst themselves.
Let's zoom out and talk about how all of that impacts the direction of the dollar. We've seen a lot of weakness this year when it comes to the dollar. What do you see the catalysts next, at least for the direction of dollar strength right now?
I would say that in the very short term, I think there's going to be a tug of war between just short-term technicals, which tell you that the dollar is very cheap from any historical standpoint, which is why you will see some times when the dollar is trying to bounce back higher. But structurally, I think this is as convincing a time to sell the dollar for more structural reasons than you would have received. For the longest time, everyone would tell you that the dollar is overvalued, but you could never come up with good enough reasons or catalysts for that dollar, weakness to sustain. But after a very long time, I can now come up with a lot of reasons for why the dollar, weakness will sustain unidirectionally in the remainder of the year. The capital allocation, that's definitely one which we've seen in Europe. It remains to be seen if other countries follow. But another very interesting bit is that the global investors of the world have been overweight US equities, but they were actually doing that unhedged. They were not hedging their currency risk at all, because the dollar would rally and give their portfolio a boost. But that's changing, and that's why the dollar is structurally seeing that pressure downwards.
What about the Fed here? If we only get one cut this year, does that change the calculus of just how much we see the dollar weaken for the rest of the year?
Not a whole lot, because actually what's interesting is that the correlation between US rates and the dollar has actually been broken. The correlation between the US dollar and a lot of factors are broken. You would see yields have backed up, commodity prices have backed up, equities have backed up, but the dollar is the only asset class unidirectionally heading lower. So that correlation, which you rightly pointed out, would have been very strong at one point. It does not matter anymore, because the structural factors at play are proving to be stronger, a lot more than this correlation to rates.
JT, what happens to the value of the dollar if Fed Chair Powell is somehow ousted?
It is definitely a question we've been discussing a lot, and it's definitely topical with all the headlines. There are a lot of questions around the legality of all of this, but it definitely is. The more conversation we're having about this, the more I think it's edging dollar into emerging market
daily
playbook.
From the president.
Yes, I think it will definitely be injecting a lot of risk premium into markets, and I think even Bessent and Trump are careful about that. That's why whenever they're asked, straight up, are you going to fire Powell? Till date, they've said no, because they know that the minute that answer shifts to yes, markets will, price in, Treasury is going to sell off, and the dollar is also going to massively sell off.
So is the dollar a bigger guardrail, or is our Treasuries a bigger guardrail?
Treasuries are a bigger guardrail, because till date, we've not seen any active signs of investors selling Treasuries. So that has still been intact, with Treasuries being the global safe haven of the world. The dollar correlation is already, it's scraping away already. So I think Treasuries is still the more intact one, which I think you need to preserve. And I think that's why Bessent and Trump have been very guarded in their comments about Powell today.
JT Bhardwaj, always good to see you. Thanks for joining us on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, Director in FX and EM Strategy over at TD Securities. Coming up next, we're going to take you to Pittsburgh to a major summit on energy and AI. In fact, the president is on his way there right now. That's next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P 500 index flat on the day right now. CPI Tuesday, the Dow lower, NASDAQ Composite Index pushing higher. Relatively tame inflation data failed to ease Wall Street's worries about the impacts of tariffs. Initial rallies in stocks and bonds sputtering on bets that the Fed will keep rates on hold for now. At one point this morning, we did see the S&P 500 index briefly touch 6,300. So again, the S&P 500 index unchanged on the day. The Dow down 302, now down 0.7. NASDAQ up 153, a gain there of 0.7%. 10-year at 4.48%, with the 2-year 3.95%, the 30-year 5.01%. Gold down 0.5%, 33.26 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.7, 66.52 for a barrel of WTI, and Bitcoin down 2.5%, 117,230 on Bitcoin. President Trump says Indonesia has committed to purchasing $15 billion in U.S. energy, $4.5 billion in American agricultural products, and 50 Boeing jets. That according to a post on Truth Social. Recapping, S&P 500 index little changed, up by 0.5 point. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. In a little over an hour, President Trump will tout $70 billion in AI intelligence and energy investments at the inaugural Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation event in Pittsburgh, along with key members of his cabinet, Energy Secretary Chris Wright, White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, and more. We'll also hear from CEOs of major companies in the AI space, including CoreWeave and Anthropic. Those folks are expected to attend, too. The president on his way there now. Also there, Bloomberg News White House correspondent Tyler Kendall. She's on location at Carnegie Mellon University in Pennsylvania. She's been there all day. Tyler, when we think of Pennsylvania, we often think about steel and traditional blue-collar jobs. Is this the start of a new economic paradigm?
Yeah, hey, Tim. Well, the state and the senator that's throwing this, Dave McCormick, would certainly like to think so, having this be in Pittsburgh and at the center of this. I would also point out that another part of this summit, yes, we're talking about artificial intelligence, but we're also really talking about the energy that's needed to power it. And Pennsylvania is the second largest oil-producing state after Texas. And there really does seem to be a focus here on how there can be this combination between AI innovation, but also energy production that's needed in order to power it. Now, you mentioned there at the top that President Trump is about to come here, speak, and talk about investments. We actually got an updated number from Dave McCormick's office. The number is now $90 billion worth of private sector investments that are going to span a range of things. We're talking about data centers. We're talking about updating infrastructure, which is, of course, very important in this. But we're also talking about perhaps some changes in the workforce, this idea that there could be new training or AI apprenticeships in order to get the AI economy up and running in a way that this administration at least says they want to make sure they can maintain in order to keep that edge when it comes to the competition with China.
Tyler, like Tim said, there are going to be a number of AI CEOs in attendance at this meeting. Who exactly is going to be there? What does it signal about who's winning from these potential investments?
So there's a range of CEOs that are going to be here. Some are coming from this point that they are pledging these investments. For example, Bloomberg News reporting that Blackstone is going to pledge $25 billion when it comes to investing in AI data centers and infrastructures. And then we're seeing some of the innovators in the space here, like CoreWeave, Anthropic, companies like that are trying to make the case that they are staying ahead and maintaining this edge when it does come to innovation. We heard a really big announcement yesterday from Mark Zuckerberg when it comes to Meta, and a huge pledge to invest in data centers going forward. It's actually something that I asked the Energy Secretary about, Christopher Wright, earlier, because when you do have such big investments, that does bring us back to this idea about energy and whether or not the U.S. has a capacity to fulfill some of these really lofty goals. He ultimately said that he thinks that we do, but it's going to be a tough challenge, and it's one that they realize isn't going to come so easy, and that's going to take a confluence of different sorts of events. Mainly, when you ask the administration, that's all about their deregulation agenda.
You know, what's also interesting here is that how is the U.S. really going to be investing in data centers when there are tariffs on materials, think copper, that are required to power these data centers and to require to make more energy infrastructure in the U.S.?
Right, that's a really great point. It's actually one of the questions that I posed directly to the U.S. Energy Secretary when we have 50% copper tariffs expected to go into effect on August 1st. And we know that materials like this are really important for AI data centers, but then I'd also point you to those steel tariffs. And we're starting to hear the industry really talk about this idea that they want carve-outs, even if it's a short-term carve-out, so then they can let production reshore to the United States. As you're about to hear, I think we have the bite. I did ask the Treasury Secretary specifically if carve-outs are on the table, and here's what he told me.
I believe the president plans no special carve-outs. He wants to reindustrialize the United States of America. There's a lot of tools to do that. Make it easy to invest in the United States, make it attractive to invest in the United States, and tariffs are an additional element of that toolbox.
Tim and Emily, that's probably not too welcome news when we are talking to industry officials. Like, I sat down with the head of the American Petroleum Institute, who told me that they're in active discussions trying to get some sort of exemption here. And often we hear this pitch from industry that perhaps there could be a short-term exemption so then they can have time to change their supply chains. But if you listen to the Energy Secretary, it doesn't sound like there's a lot of room for negotiation.
Gonna have to leave it there, Tyler. Your time this afternoon, you got to run because I know you got a big interview coming up with EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin in just a few minutes. That's Tyler Kendall. She's Bloomberg News White House correspondent on location at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh. Well, we're going to continue with AI because shares of NVIDIA and AMD just surging. NVIDIA up 4%, as is AMD. AMD, up 6.3% now. This after the company's plan to resume sales of some AI chips in China after securing Washington's assurances that such shipments would get approved. It's a dramatic reversal from the Trump administration's earlier stance on measures designed to limit Beijing's AI ambitions. Ian King is Bloomberg News U.S. semiconductor and networking reporter. He joins us from our Bloomberg newsroom and bureau in San Francisco. Ian, what is this reversal? The news crossing late last night, obviously good for shareholders who are long these companies. What was the reversal?
Yeah, I mean, in a broader sense, the trend for these companies has been sort of bad to worse, which means, access to their largest potential market, China, has been becoming tighter and tighter, and it's becoming more difficult for them to do business. What they were told was, and this is the U.S. Commerce Department, was actually, look, these licenses, these applications that you've put in for permission to ship some of these chips to China, guess what? We're going to take a positive look at them. So this was really kind of a pleasant surprise if you're a shareholder, where the expectation has been that this situation was going to get worse and worse.
A pleasant surprise and somewhat of an about face, right, when it comes to the presidential administration's policies here. What does this about face really signal about the negotiations going on between China and the U.S. when it comes to semis?
Yeah, I mean, I think you nailed it in terms of negotiations, because as we've seen from senior administration officials who've been on our TV and been on other media sort of talking about this issue today, they've said, oh yeah, we sort of made this deal a while ago when we were asking the Chinese to give us access to rare earth minerals and magnets, and we sort of told them that this might be a thing. So what we're kind of learning here is it's clearly a quid pro quo type situation, and obviously implies that going forward, if we're going to see more of these trade type deals, then perhaps AI exports to China are on the table in a way that we thought they perhaps weren't.
At issue are these H20 chips. You mentioned different officials on our air. One of those officials, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, he was on Bloomberg Surveillance a little earlier today. Here's what he said about those NVIDIA H20 chips.
Be a judgment that the Chinese indigenous manufacturers already have an equivalent chip. So if there's an equivalent chip, then the NVIDIA H20 could be sold. One thing that we do not want is a digital Belt and Road springing up around the world because other countries or China are substituting for our American chip manufacturers.
That was Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Bloomberg Surveillance earlier. I'll repeat a little bit of what he said. He does not want a digital Belt and Road springing up around the world. That, of course, referring to what China's been able to do physically around the world when it comes to trade, when it comes to ports, when it comes to building roads throughout the entire world, or almost the entire world, much of the developing world, I should say, and exerting its own influence on countries around the world that way. Is there already a digital Belt and Road Initiative that China has been exerting on the rest of the world, Ian?
In this particular area in AI, not yet. But what Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, has argued, and some of his peers have argued, is like, look, if you don't let the US technology become the absolute center, the base layer of this giant AI build out around the world, somebody else will. Who will that somebody be? Most likely China. Right now, they're not as good as we are. Right now, they're way behind us. But guess what? If you give them the chance, they'll catch us up. That's been the kind of, hey, you need to let us be out there and propagate our AI kind of argument that they've made. And this is clearly something that we've seen administration officials kind of parrot or adopt, if you like, in terms of their explanation of why they're going to let NVIDIA and AMD sort of play in China to a greater extent than we thought they would.
I'm wondering how this development, I guess what it means for US tech and AI companies now versus companies, I'm thinking DeepSeek in China, that are also trying to kind of get ahead in the AI arms race. Does this level the playing field?
No, it doesn't. I mean, you know, it's still a very distorted, if you like, situation. US companies are not going to be allowed to sort of absolute free access. You know, the US administration officials were very clear to point out that, hey, we're only letting them have these access to these older chips, right? That nothing new, nothing state of the art is going to be allowed there. So those Chinese companies that are actually developing, they will have access to some, perhaps US technology, but nothing state of the art. So they've kind of got to make their own way still, and that's obviously a hard road.
How are they doing in that?
It depends who you speak to. Those that want to argue for more freedom, that want to argue that the US is at risk, are saying the Chinese are finding a way. Huawei's doing really well. DeepSeek is doing really well, and they're making do and mend with very little. So guess what? If they, over time, they're going to get better. Others are saying, no, they're way behind us here. This is our chance to really hold them back, and the US is forging ahead. So, you know, the argument tends to shift according to who's making it and what the motivations are. What the reality is will be determined by the market and the use of these systems worldwide.
Ian, just 10 seconds on sort of the next question when it comes to what NVIDIA and AMD and the like cannot still export. What is it?
Yeah, I mean, the next question is how many of these licenses are they going to get, and what does that mean materially for them? And the answer is we don't really know yet how quickly these licenses will come, how quickly they'll be able to ship, and how much demand there'll be, whether it'll restore the lost revenue that they've already had to point to.
Well, there's certainly demand for shares of these companies today. NVIDIA up 4%, AMD up 6.4%. Ian King, Bloomberg News U.S. Semiconductor and Networking reporter. Always love it when you join us on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Coming up next, we're talking BlackRock earnings.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Little change right now for the S&P 500 index. Down a point, down less than 0.1%, 62.67. At one point this morning, we did have the S&P rally to 6,300 briefly. The Dow now down 306, drop there of 0.1%. But chip news out of China helping send NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index higher. Right now, NASDAQ is up 132 points, up 0.6%. We've got the NASDAQ 100 index up by 0.5%. NASDAQ, by the way, trading at a record. Our Mag 7 index up now by 1%. The 10-year, 4.48%. CPI Tuesday with the 2-year, 3.95%. And the 30-year at 5.01%. Gold now down 0.4%, 33.29 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.5%, 66.62 a barrel. NVIDIA and AMD plan to resume sales of some AI chips in China after securing Washington's assurances that such shipments will get approved. NVIDIA right now up 3.9%. Advanced Micro Devices up by 6.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you, Charlie. Well, those are the indexes, but when it comes to the individual stocks, one of the worst performers right now in the S&P 500 is BlackRock. After hitting a record high on Monday, the world's largest asset manager is now down about 5% today, headed for its worst earnings day drop in more than a decade. This after revenue and performance fees missed estimates in the latest earnings report. Total assets, however, hit a record $12.5 trillion as the company continues to grow its ETF business and expand into private markets. Again, this is an asset management giant here. Kathy Seifert is director at CFRA Research. She joins us from New Jersey to talk all things BlackRock earnings. Kathy, let's just get your high-level thoughts here on the price action that we're seeing right now. Why are investors so bearish on BlackRock today?
Sure. I think we can break it down into three main areas. The first is there was a large client redemption in the quarter, a $52 billion client redemption from one client. I think that spooked investors. Redemptions tend to do that. And that masks some otherwise really good fund flow trends. The second thing I think that also spooked investors, because the entire group is off today, was the higher than expected inflation number, particularly as we're likely to head into a summer where tariffs are going to probably potentially boost that number higher. And, you know, long dated assets and highly correlated assets like those at BlackRock are vulnerable. Stocks are vulnerable to a correction when that happens. And then I think the third factor that drove today's performance was, for lack of a better word, the noise around all of the acquisitions that BlackRock has done. Having said all that, I am still positive on the shares.
It's the world's largest money manager. It's certainly known over the last couple of decades for the growth that it's seen when it comes to ETFs. And that's certainly Emily Grafeo's specialty in her coverage here as a cross-asset reporter. But BlackRock is going through this transformation right now. Private markets, infrastructure. What is its identity? And how has it communicated that to investors?
That's a really good question, because I think some of the shortfall today may have been investors sort of digesting all these changes, and also some of the execution risk inherent in that strategy. I mean, I do like the strategy, and I think BlackRock has these sort of three pillars of growth. One is the ETFs, as you mentioned. The other is their technology business, which is there is a secular shift among a lot of in the asset management space that's driving demand for BlackRock's technology services. And then the third leg to this strategy, which I think, to your point, that perhaps BlackRock needs to perhaps be a little more granular in the strategy, maybe highlight or elevate some of the people driving the strategy. And that is their shift into private assets and alternative assets. I think it's an important shift for BlackRock, and I think it's one that'll offer support to the share's valuation. But I think it's one that has, number one, some execution risk, and number two, is likely to make 2025 a transitional year for the firm.
Talk a little bit more about BlackRock's push here into private markets. Just how critical is it that they get this right? And the earnings that we've seen so far, this report today, did it tell us anything about how successful this push into alternatives has been so far?
Sure. And so, one of the challenges, given BlackRock's size, moving the needle is going to be a challenge. That's number one. I mean, we saw the AUM number, $12.5 trillion. A lot of it is in ETFs or in institutionally managed assets. And so the push to alternatives is likely to take some time. I mean, BlackRock's aspirational goal is to have 30% of revenues coming from technology and alternatives by 2030. It's about, last year, I think it was about 14 or 15%. So, we can sort of hang our hat on that number. I think the other thing to remember is this strategy, and I applaud this strategy. I do think it makes a lot of sense. They have sort of, and I'm going to say cobbled together, and there shouldn't be a negative connotation with that. They've sort of assembled a group of companies and built themselves a pipeline through which they will be able to push more product. And by that, I mean buying global infrastructure partners gives them exposure to infrastructure. HPS gives them exposure to private credit. Those are very important because the demand for both of those assets is expected to continue to grow, particularly among institutional pension funds, life insurance companies. That's a secular shift, and it's an important part of the market. And I applaud the fact that BlackRock is expanding its reach in that area.
I have to get an ETF question in here because, like Tim said, this is part of my focus on the cross-asset team at Bloomberg News. So BlackRock has more total ETF assets than Vanguard. But when it comes to flows, Vanguard has taken in more ETF inflows for the last 5 years than BlackRock. And I'm wondering if you think this is something that keeps Larry Fink up at night, this potential that Vanguard is going to overtake BlackRock in total ETF assets. Is this something that is important to BlackRock? And is it something that you're watching?
Well, I mean, definitely. I think the ETF marketplace represents BlackRock's ETF franchise is an attractive franchise, but I think growth there is going to be a challenge. I mean, the market, they're the leader. I would also point out, though, that BlackRock's lineup of ETFs has a greater representation in some of the faster growing areas, digital assets and things, alternatives, things like that. So while perhaps overall flows at Vanguard may be more than at BlackRock, they're flowing into some very low fee generating businesses. And one of the strategies at BlackRock is to have a shift to assets that generate a greater revenues or a higher fee earning assets. So I think the focus at BlackRock is to obviously maintain their dominance in the ETF market space, continue to innovate there, which they have done, but at the same time push into areas where there still is a degree of, let's just say, pricing power on the part of the asset manager.
Hey, just 30 seconds, 20 seconds on its identity. If we think about peers out there, Vanguard's certainly one that Emily thinks a lot about. What about like a Capital Group? What are the other companies that you think are, or maybe an Apollo these days? Like, what is a peer now to BlackRock?
Well, that's interesting because I sort of would put, if you look at, again, I'm an equity analyst, and so my primary focus in terms of valuation is on the other publicly traded asset managers, and it's a very bifurcated group. Right. If you look at the way for example, the way S&P classifies the asset management group, on one end of the spectrum in terms of valuation, you have the private equity firms, Blackstone, KKR, and Apollo. Sort of sitting right in the middle of that, you have BlackRock. And then at the other end of the spectrum, BlackRock with, primarily a traditional asset manager shifting. And then at the other end of the spectrum, you have a number of the primarily active managers.
Yeah. Hey, Kathy Seifert at CFRA. Thanks so much.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That is Emily Grafeo, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter. She's in for Carol Massar this afternoon. I'm Tim Stenivek. We're not seeing a lot of action in the S&P 500 today. Down 0.1%. The Dow down 0.8%. The NASDAQ is higher by 0.5 percentage point. That's kind of thanks to AMD and NVIDIA. Shares just surging today on that news that we got late yesterday about those export restrictions being lifted and optimism there. What's on your radar today?
Well, I'm looking at Treasury yields right now because after the inflation print, we really didn't see that much movement in the rate space. And now we're seeing yields climbing even after the core, at least the core number came in below expectations. So that piqued my interest. But let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. With us is Bloomberg News equities reporter Nora Melinda. I'm Emily Grafeo here with Tim Stenivek. Nora, what are you looking at?
Well, let's take a look at Newmont. This is ticker NEM, and this is a precious metals company. Market cap is about $63 billion, and they're based in Denver, Colorado. We're seeing shares that are lower this afternoon. We're seeing shares that are down about 6%. This is after market close yesterday. They said that their CFO, Kathy Ovalman, was going to be resigning from her role. We have Peter Wexler coming in as interim CFO rather. But this is until a permanent successor is named, and they weren't really expecting this. This was definitely a surprise. That's what much of the street is saying. BMO analysts writing that we're somewhat surprised that she'd only been in the role for about 2 years. But they do know that the average tenure of a S&P 500 CFO was around 5 years. So this was definitely a stark, surprising departure here.
July 24th is when we'll get second quarter results from Newmont. So keep an eye out for those in just about a couple of weeks. Newmont shares, ticker NEM, are lower on this Tuesday. What else are you watching?
Also looking at Trade Desk, that's ticker TTD, and we're seeing shares that are rallying right now. It's a $39.9 billion market cap company. It's an online advertising firm. It's hitting its highest level since February, and this is after it was added to the S&P 500. It'll be added ahead of trading on July 18th. They're saying that this inclusion is an additional confirmation of Trade Desk's very impressive fundamentals that's coming from Evercore analysts today. So we are seeing shares pairing a little bit, but definitely still pointing higher, up about 7.8% right now as we speak. But if you look on a broader scale, companies down about 31% so far this year.
But still index inclusion.
Yeah, still index inclusion.
Okay.
So interesting.
You never really know how they make.
Can you explain this, Emily?
The significance.
And like the optimism around this? It has to do with, okay, well now funds have to buy this stock, right?
Right. Visibility.
Yeah. So there's like billions of dollars, it might even be trillions of dollars now, that track the S&P 500 through various index funds. And so what happens is once it's announced that a company is going to be added, there's a little bit of time between the announcement and when all of those big passive funds have to buy.
Absolutely.
And so in that interim period, hedge funds buy it, anticipating that it's going to go up. And so there's a little bit of like an index arbitrage trade going on.
Bit of arb happening there.
And anticipation of big buying later on. There's buying now.
Well, we can't talk about stock movers without talking about all that's going on in the banking space. We know that earnings really kicked off this morning. So I'm looking at shares of Wells Fargo. It's among one of the worst performing stocks in the S&P 500. I'm actually looking at the KBW Bank Index. That's ticker BKX. And it's down about 2% right now. And we're seeing Wells Fargo and State Street, some of the worst performing stocks in that index. But Wells Fargo, ticker WFC, is lower after reporting net interest income for the second quarter that missed the average analyst estimate. It lowered its full year guidance for net income, net interest income after another quarter of tepid growth. So they're saying that a lot of this lowered guidance will be on the mind of the market, with the shares under pressure today, especially after rallying over the past month. So seeing the stock taking a bit of a breather right now. But when you do put that against some of the other results we got from like Citigroup, for instance, that's one of the best performing stocks right now in that banking index. It's rising to its highest level since 2008.
That's wild.
Insane, right? The comparison here, it's saying that it would ramp up stock buybacks following a strong result in the regulatory stress test that we all have kind of been following here. So
Wells Fargo, WFC US down about 6%. JP Morgan reported earlier today down about 0.9%. And Citi, as you mentioned, highest since 2008, up 4.2% as we speak.
On a tear.
It makes tomorrow even more exciting,
Okay.
right? Because there's not a consensus of like, how are all the banks doing? We've seen this bifurcation.
So Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, if we look forward a little bit.
Most definitely.
Those are the big ones.
Okay. Norma Linda, thank you so much. She's Bloomberg News equities reporter on today's Stock Movers. For more conversations like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Check out Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. Taking a look at how stocks are looking right now, seeing a little bit of a leg lower on the S&P 500, down 0.2%. The Dow down 0.9%, while the NASDAQ is in the green, up 0.4%. If you are sticking with us on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, we've got a great program coming up on radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We're going to be speaking about today's big take. It's all about the quiet revolution that's happening at Vanguard. Also, a check on the global market for insurance, commercial insurance protection. We're going to be speaking with the CEO of Axis Capital Holdings. It's a $9 billion market cap company, publicly traded here in the U.S. And we'll also hear from Donald Trump Jr. That's next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Michael Wallace. Inflation rose in June to its highest level in 4 months. The Labor Department says consumer prices were up 2.7% from a year earlier.
Meat and milk.
Produce, too. Even just regular stuff like milk and eggs.
The price of everything is going up.
CBS's Jason Brooks says President Trump's tariffs are pushing many prices higher.
Food prices seeing a solid gain and gasoline prices rebounding from 4 straight declines. Grocery prices rose on big increases in beef, citrus fruits, and coffee, while shelter, medical care, and motor vehicle insurance continued to sustain strong gains.
But car and truck prices fell. They're cleaning up in the Northeast after heavy rains triggered flash flooding last night. CBS's Jared Hill.
The dangerous system dumped more than half a foot of rain in Scotch Plains,
I've never seen flooding like this.
triggering flash flooding and water rescues throughout the state. The town of Plainfield hit especially hard, with homes flooded and trees uprooted.
2 people died in Plainfield when floodwaters swept their car away. A lot of people in immigration detention centers will no longer qualify for bond hearings.
People living unlawfully in the U.S. for years used to be eligible for bond hearings, allowing them to fight deportation outside of detention centers. Now a policy change says all non-citizens who enter the U.S. illegally face mandatory detention. This woman protesting ICE policy says,
I have family and friends who are terrified.
The Department of Homeland Security coordinated with the Department of Justice on the policy shift. Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
Congress is set to vote on whether to cancel $9 billion in federal funding for public media. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns says foreign aid, including an HIV/AIDS prevention program, could also be on the chopping block.
That's something that has long had bipartisan support. It was first proposed by President George W. Bush and has been approved by Congress a few times since then. The rescission's request from the White House cuts that funding. There are a couple of Republican lawmakers who are concerned about that specific provision.
And there's late word Republicans have dropped the HIV program from the rescissions. Critics are blasting a plan by Israel's defense minister to move Gazans into a camp near the southern border with Egypt. CBS's Elizabeth Palmer is in Tel Aviv.
There is opposition inside Israel to the humanitarian city, but the government appears to want to forge ahead. In fact, the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has asked the army to speed up the plan.
Israeli forces killed at least 18 people today in the northern Gaza Strip. Stocks, that is, are mixed. This is CBS News. Israeli researchers say they've proven that plants talk and insects listen to them. CBS's Vicki Barker explains.
No, that isn't static. It's the sound of a tomato plant starved of water and screaming. Scientists at Tel Aviv University had already established that plants emit sounds at too high a frequency for the human ear to hear. Now, they've found female moths avoid laying their eggs on plants emitting the rapid clicks that signal dehydration or disease, do lay their eggs on plants emitting the slower clicks that signal health. So not only do plants talk, someone out there is listening. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
Speaking of plants, police in Atlanta have arrested a traveler who had $3 million worth of drugs in his luggage at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. They seized 34 pounds of hashish, 12 pounds of THC wax, and 5 pounds of marijuana. The man was headed to Brazil. He was charged with drug trafficking. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, 1 hour away from the closing bell. Actually, we are shy of 1 hour away, and stocks are kind of not doing too much. If you're the S&P 500, down 0.2%. We're going to have more from Charlie Pellet in just a minute, but we are in the midst of a very big week when it comes to earnings. So keep an eye on the big banks today and for the reaction. And of course, tomorrow, Emily Grafeo, and we're going to hear from Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and Bank of America.
I'm pretty excited considering the price action that we've seen this morning in the banks. Not every bank has done well, so it makes tomorrow morning kind of a mystery.
That voice you're hearing, it is not Carol Massar. It is a Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter, Emily Grafeo. She's in for Carol Massar today. I'm Tim Stenovec. We got a great program coming up over the next couple of hours, a story that you've been all over.
Oh, yes. I'm very excited to talk about the man from BlackRock, who's now ushering in a quiet revolution at a different firm, Vanguard. That's today's big take. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Also, when you think of high-stress jobs, nurse, firefighter, doctor, pilot.
Yeah, those come to mind.
Tim Stenovec.
Yeah.
What about customs broker?
We're going to explain. It's in Bloomberg Business Week. Stacey Vanek Smith joining us on that a little later. Also a little later, just in about half hour or so, we're going to hear from Donald Trump Jr. He's coming into Bloomberg headquarters. That interview coming up in just a few minutes. All that and more over the next 2 hours right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much indeed. 53 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Dow Jones Industrial Average, low of the day right now, down 378, down 0.9%. We got the S&P lower, down 13, a drop of 0.2%. A lot of big tech names, though, hanging in there with NASDAQ up 84, NASDAQ up 0.4%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 69, now up 0.3%. And the Bloomberg Mag 7 index higher by 0.7%. Among those chip names, NVIDIA up 3.8%. Advanced Micro Devices up now by 5.6%. Relatively tame inflation data failing to ease Wall Street's worries about the impacts of tariffs. The 10-year, 4.48%. The 2-year, 3.95%. And on this CPI Tuesday, we've got the 30-year at 5.01%. Gold right now down 0.5%, 33.28 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.5%. WTI 66.67 a barrel. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the formal process has already begun to find a successor to Fed Chair Jay Powell. In an interview with Bloomberg Surveillance, Bessent said that process does not include firing Powell before his term expires in May.
He's not looking to fire Chair Powell, and as I've said, I'm not going to comment on future policy or future mistakes the Fed will make. I'll only comment on past mistakes. And look, they've had some big forecasting errors, and this may be one now.
And you can hear the full conversation with Treasury Secretary Bessent on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. Again, recapping, S&P down 12 now, down 0.2%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you, Charlie. So Vanguard's iconoclastic founder, Jack Bogle, frequently used the phrase, stay the course, to urge people to invest for the long term and to not get distracted by the daily gyrations in the stock market. Staying the course was also the mindset that Bogle used to build the asset manager Vanguard into one of the largest fund firms in the world. But a new course now might be being chartered at the Malvern, Pennsylvania-based firm. The $10.5 trillion asset manager has a new CEO, and he's the former BlackRock CEO, Salim Ramji. He shocked investors last year when he became the first outsider to lead Vanguard. Today's Big Take is written by Lucia Giftapoulou, Bloomberg News asset management reporter. She joins us now in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio to talk about this Big Take. Maybe we could start with, after speaking with him, what did you come to understand to be Ramji's vision of the Bogle way? What parts of Bogle's legacy seem to ring true the most with Salim Ramji?
I think he's pretty well embedded into the Vanguard mission, and he himself probably wouldn't say that he's diverging from Bogle's ideas. So I think you probably would be infuriated if you heard anything like that. It's really surprising, I think, to everyone involved that he's managed to actually go there and be accepted by the rank and files and even people further up. And, you know, obviously some people further up might have had their inhibitions, but most of them have jumped on train Salim Ramji. And, you know, by having that, he's able to push through, I think, some other things like that partnership with Blackstone, private markets, not entirely what Bogle might have had in mind when you know, he wanted to make investing available to the people. They're saying they want to make it very cheap for everyone, and they might be able to do it. He's also kind of been hiring a lot from outside, which Vanguard says they've always done. But, you know, everyone knows this has been a very cultish culture around the vision of the now dead founder. It's pretty incredible that some people have been there like for 30 years. And he's gone there and he's managed to charm everybody, which I think is quite the achievement when you talk about a culture as deeply ingrained, you know, in people's DNA as Vanguard.
I think what's so fascinating about this company is just where it's based. It's in Malvern, Pennsylvania. It's not on Wall Street, despite the fact that it is such a large asset manager, $10.5 trillion.
Hello.
City, Wall Street would be the home of any firm you'd think that would have assets such as those. Are critics still saying that there's a concern that Vanguard is losing its way, that it's steering away from what Jack Bogle envisioned?
I'm not sure if this is what critics say. I think what they say and what the main issue is that in 1995, that company was $1 billion, so it could be run like that. So Vanguard is owned by the people who own the fund. So if you have a Vanguard fund, congratulations, you own a bit of Vanguard. Now this has exploded to 10.5 trillion, which is the last figure we know. It might be even bigger as we speak. And can it be run in the exact same way that it was when it was 500 billion, when it was 1 trillion? This is the only company that's like the second largest asset management company on planet Earth. So is it diverging from Bogle's way? I mean, at some point, if they keep cutting the fees, they will go to zero. And then where does the money come from to sustain this continuous growth? Because the growth is not stopping.
I want to talk a little bit about crypto and kind of the next frontier for the company. The company's CEO spoke to Katie Greifeld for Vanguard's 50th anniversary. This was on Wall Street Week back in May. Take a listen.
I could also see them asking for Bitcoin and crypto, which famously Vanguard isn't too hot on. So I wonder how you're thinking about those sort of potential run-ins.
Yeah, I think we've been very focused on what is it that clients need. And I think we've been very true to our own brand as to what can we do that is differentiated as Vanguard and can meet that need distinctively. And so there's a whole series of things around advice that clients are talking to us about and needing. particularly around retirement, and particularly now that they've saved and invested, often with Vanguard for the long term.
Salim Ramji, Vanguard's CEO, speaking with Katie Greifeld for Vanguard's 50th anniversary. That was on Wall Street Week back in May. Did crypto come up in your reporting at all? Because that seems kind of antithetical to Vanguard's DNA.
No, not that much, but he did tell me that if clients needs change, we will change with them. So I think he's pretty open to bringing things that clients will need. And a story I did 2 years ago, one of the execs there told me when I brought up crypto and some other things, he said, we don't give people what they want. We give them what we think they should have.
That's very Wayne Gretzky.
It is and also very Vanguard. I don't know if this is changing now. So I wouldn't be entirely surprised if they came up with some sort of crypto project or product.
Wow.
But I think they still are true, to their beliefs, and when they say that they would do the best for the investors. If they think this is way too risky, they're probably not going to do it. Yeah, but they're doing private markets now. Right. So I don't know what's going to happen in 2 years' time.
Right. Yeah. They teamed up with Blackstone to sell private market investments to individual investors.
And Wellington.
I'm wondering that private asset push.
Så dritbra ATK.
Does Vanguard?
Jeg bare stalket, så kjøpte der, og så har jeg shortet Nasdaq litt forsiktig. Men det egentlig så skal Nasdaq falle mye mer. Så faller mye mer. Du ser jo at DAX er ned med 160 poeng. Wall Street er ned med nesten 400 poeng. Det er bare Max Evans som holder Nasdaq oppe. Gull burde sikkert komme litt opp enn i natt. Vi var jo oppe og pika på 68 i dag. Jeg tenker folk er ganske nervøse, fordi inflasjonstallene som kom i stad var ganske... Det var ikke det den forventet seg. Det kom en jævlig bra melding på Nvidia og AMD at de skal få lov til å selge chipene sine i Kina. Det er eneste grunn til at Nasdaq ikke knekker her. Og så er det ikke noen volumer da. Så bra, Ray 2K.
The vast majority of it is in passive investments, but they still have some active that, some of the clients might want. It's still the last figures I checked from Morningstar. If you excluded the publicly available figures, if you excluded the passive, it was like tens of billions in outflows.
In just the last 20 seconds here, other people you spoke with, how are they evaluating?
Dritbra. Den er nesten helt perfekt, Ray 2K. Jeg tørte ikke shorte. Selv om jeg så det falt, jeg bare solgte. Jeg tør ikke shorte gull her oppe. Jeg er livredd for shorte gull.
Thanks so much for joining us. It's today's big take. It's one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal.
Jeg kan shorte gull hvis det funner mot alt er riktig, men ikke når inflasjonen stiger og dollaren skal svekke seg. Da shorter jeg ikke gull. Da tar jeg bare gevinst. Men merker at det er ferie nå, så det er jo nesten ikke noe... Det går jævla tregt.
The commercial specialty holding insurance business, we're doing that with the CEO of Axis Capital Holdings.
Tok gevinst på Nasdaq Short nå. Han må liksom under 900. Han sliter jo skikkelig med det. Det er kjempestøtt på det. I dag har jeg nesten ikke tjent en krone, ass. Tjent 1500 spenn. Det er ikke dritt. Hallo, sexy.
Er du på?
Ja, nå ramler Nasdaq.
3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow, the S&P, they're both in the red. Nasdaq Composite Index, Nasdaq 100 Index, both pushing higher. Relatively tame inflation failed to ease Wall Street's worries about the impacts of tariffs. S&P 500 Index, and now it's 62.56 briefly, traded at 6,300, down 12 right now, down 0.2%. The Dow down 0.8%.
Faller rundt oss.
0.3%. 10-year 4.48% with a 2-year 3.95% and the 30-year 5.01%. Spot gold is trading lower by $15 the ounce, down 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude also down 0.5%, 66.68 a barrel. JP Morgan, Citibank, Wells Fargo behind us. So what will be the next corporate focus? Emily Bowersock is the CEO of Bowersock Capital Partners.
We're going to be watching companies that are more dependent on consumer demand very closely. And so McDonald's, Walmart, Amazon. We saw Lazy Boy come out in the last 24 hours with reduced guidance, partly because of the American consumer. So, you know, we will get some disappointments, but overall...
Ja, japansk yen, men de må gjøre noe der nå.
Emily Bowersock of Bowersock Capital Partners. The air taxi
Japansk yen, den må følges med på hele uka. Hvis det smeller der, så smeller alt.
Main production site in California, only weeks after completing piloted test flights in Dubai. Joby surging now by 9.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks, Charlie. In this environment of political, economic, social, and technological change, the nature of risk is in a constant state of evolution, and the need for specialty solutions to protect against that risk has never been greater. Those are the words of Vince Tizzio, President and Chief Executive Officer of Axis Capital Holdings. It's a publicly traded company, about $7 billion in market cap, and they work with businesses to cover specialty lines of insurances. So think property, casualty, accident and health, but also insuring about cyber, marine, and terrorism-related risks. Vince Tizzio joins us right now in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
Thanks for having me. Nice to be with you.
So you guys pivoted away from catastrophe reinsurance a few years ago, and now you're more focused on these specialty risks. Just talk a little bit broadly about what the focus is now and the motivation behind that change in the business.
Sure.
So AXIS in 2022 announced, as you mentioned, leaving the reinsurance property cat market. We rededicated ourselves to the insurance specialty products, and you captured a number of industries. Why did we do it? We felt we had a stronger value proposition to meet the needs of our clients globally in the provision of marine insurance, excess casualty, energy, to name a few industries that we have a keen focus of cyber. And we have found the benefit realizing being a sale on the insurance side has proven to be more economically beneficial as well.
What's the biggest area of growth for you right now?
Well, our wholesale business is the largest segment of growth for us here in the United States. It's a rapidly growing channel of distribution and one where we have knowledge base and expertise.
But if you think about it, not from the perspective of how you're selling it, but of what you're actually insuring, which is the area of growth.
Sure.
Like, are more and more companies calling you and saying, we need cyber
The construction industry utilizes wholesale distribution often as one keen focus. The entertainment industry, the hotel industry, transportation, clearly. And really, we're bringing unbundled, so they're individual products to that channel that cover their exposures in a tailored way, really to be as specific to the exposures that they're trying to assure themselves.
What is your exposure with a huge event? Let's say a catastrophic event that would actually affect multiple customers of yours. What's your financial exposure and how do you protect yourself?
Yeah. So in part, the question that Emily asked at the outset was one of the driving considerations. Our ability to be more certain in the degree or order of magnitude that we could economically handle on an event that crosses multiple customers, multiple industries at the same time. So we have a number of models that drive what tolerance of risk that we have. It's one of our most improved areas from the vantage point of our volatility, which is measured each quarter on a catastrophe ratio basis. And I think it's aided our TSR improvement over the last 2 years, which has been over 100%.
What kind of companies do you work with in terms of size? Is it typically larger companies? Is there like a certain market cap that you're working with?
Yeah, thank you. So we've broadened the spectrum of our customer segmentation. We'll handle transactional customers, say companies with receipts or turnover as little as $10 million to the biggest companies in the world. And it obviously differs by each of our business focuses. In the energy space, we handle the largest companies in the world. In our middle market space, we handle a number of transactional customers across a broad swath of products.
How does climate change affect your business?
Importantly, and it's a topic that we are speaking about regularly, but more specifically, it is a reminder of the provision of care that we bring to the commercial insured global marketplace.
But which part of the business does it hit more so? Marine?
Property, marine, and energy are the three areas where climate change has an impact. And never forget, for the public company customer, the duties of a director that assures their companies that they're buying enough limits, that the terms and conditions are tailored to meet their exposures to loss. So broadly, it affects a number of our businesses.
What about when it comes to cybersecurity? Just like these leaders of big businesses that you work with, your clients, how nervous are they about, in an age of AI, increasing use of, like, I get scared. I read news articles about AI and attacks, and I get nervous. What are business leaders saying?
It's a top 5 board conversation. It starts with the provision of care, the resilience of the company itself to make certain that they can protect themselves, the choice of the insurance company that they're partnering with. Remember, insurance companies that provide cyber insurance aren't only an asset that they can draw on when they have an event. It's the loss preventative services that strong specialty insurers like AXIS deliver to customers. It's the continual feedback of making certain that we're both staying aware of the different threats and the different forms of threat actors.
Can you just explain and kind of take a step back and explain the difference between, for people listening or watching right now, the difference between specialty lines versus standard U.S. commercial lines of insurance and sort of where you're leaning into when it comes to, because correct me if I'm wrong, you're kind of moving away from the non-specialty lines, right?
No, we're doubling down, Tim. So specialty, please think of specialty as providing through a distribution channel. We're an intermediated business, an individual product. We're not a package product. We don't sell combination.
Nasdaq vil liksom ikke under 900.
We sell
Jævla bedritne Nvidia og AMD, ass.
So we underwrite and provide to the market
2 fuckings aksjer. Alibaba er også opp da, men det er 2 fuckings aksjer som holder hele dritten oppe.
An intermediated channel that is specialized. What does that mean? that's the line of business that they represent only on behalf of their clients. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I want to talk about the flood insurance market. One of our colleagues from BI, Bloomberg Intelligence, noted to us that most U.S. insurers do not write flood insurance. What do you think about this prospect of more private insurers getting into that market, and what is AXIS's appetite specifically?
Well, we, as part of our property offering, we do provide flood insurance. I think what was referenced in the article is really the public-private partnership. The order of magnitude that floods can create an economic harm may require a partnership between government and private. And so this is a long-standing policy that's been out there. But in the provision of AXIS serving its clients, we provide a fulsome remit of offering. We provide this globally on a property basis.
Vince, always good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Thanks for swinging by. Vince Tizio, he is the president and CEO of AXIS Capital Holdings. It's a $7 billion market cap company. It works with businesses to cover specialty lines of insurance, property, casualty, accident, and health. Thanks so much for joining us, Vince. Always good to see you. Hey, just about a half hour away from the market close, we're seeing the S&P 500 down 0.2%. The Dow down 0.8%. The NASDAQ composite is higher right now by about 0.3%. To our Bloomberg TV colleagues, Romaine Bostick and Anne-Marie Hordern. They're sitting down with Donald Trump Jr. as well as Omid Malik, the founder of 1789 Capital. Let's listen in.
What do you think is driving that?
Well, I think it's an extension of our thesis that Don and I started, 5 years ago, which was using various mechanisms in finance to try to push back against overreach we saw in the private sector, mostly at
Hele verden er i rødt, unntatt Nasdaq.
What's happened is, through those mandates, private companies that control a lot of the economy have starved certain industries of financing. You guys obviously know that that's happened in fossil fuels with some of the mandates we've seen with public companies, but it has also negatively impacted guns and ammunition. So we used a SPAC to take a company called Grabogun public in furtherance of the Second Amendment, and the people have overwhelmingly supported it. This is now, having just closed a few minutes ago, one of the most successful SPAC transactions in history. We received 0 redemptions from trust, meaning the company will receive from our team tomorrow, when we ring the bell, over $170 million in proceeds.
Wow, when this was first introduced, I read it was actually only just at $100 million. Obviously, this is politically controversial. You're talking about an online gun company being really direct access to the consumer. Are there safety concerns in this, Don?
No, I mean, that's the big misnomer. They say you're not getting a gun to your doorstep. You're still going through federal firearms license dealers, but we're also—
To go physically pick it up.
To go physically pick it up. That's where you run your background checks again, and they like to pretend there's not such a thing, but it actually is very real and it's very regulated. But this is the way that regular people are buying. Throughout the crime of the last few years that you've seen, women are now entering the gun market. The experience of going to your local gun shop, it may be fine for me. When I walk in, it's, hey, Don, how's it going? If you're a first-time gun buyer, if you're a female, if you're someone that's young, that's an uncomfortable experience in many cases. So Grabogun allows you to do that the way you'd buy everything else, like you would on Amazon if you're buying home decor or other goods. And so we're bringing the experience that they're shopping with everything else to the regular consumer, and it's been incredible. And so it's a company with real revenue. They're doing $100 million a year, real profit, and, you know, pretty kind of cool to take a gun company public on the New York Stock Exchange. That's not something that I imagine many people would have envisioned a while ago, but there has been that big pushback from a big portion of the country that says we weren't able to do these things. We were debanked, we were de-insured, we were de-everythinged for so long. So our whole thesis was to give a big portion of the country what they've been looking for and to free up and really democratize the capital markets.
And you've given them a slice of that. Of course, there's still going to be a lot of big institutions that will say, okay, we don't want to actually invest in a gun company of any form. And I know that the whole thesis behind 1789 and some of the other projects you two have been working on is designed to sort of provide an avenue for those areas outside of just firearms. What else are you looking at, Don?
Well, we've obviously mentioned some of the companies that we're invested in. Again, a contrarian approach, but something that, again, a vast majority of the country, or at least a solid portion of the country, really wants to engage in. We took another company public 2 years ago called Public Square. Again, an online retailer for people to buy American-made goods and to support the countries that they love. That's sort of morphed also into now a payments processor, since so many of the transactions that you saw for, you know, conservative or right-leaning type of goods were basically debanked. I've had businesses that I've started actually get debanked by getting a letter, hey, by the way, there's no more money in your bank account. We have a cashier's check in the mail. We just don't want to do business with you. Not because we were doing anything else, but because we didn't go with the mandates of whatever it was of politically correct policy at the time. And so many Americans felt left by the wayside that we said, hey, this is a pretty solid market. If we can cater to half the country, that whether it directly or they just know it's a potential, we're going to be left by the wayside.
Yeah, but no problem.
Another company in the industry
no problem.
that category.
No problem.
Det er så. Han bare sto der. Han bare sto der sånn.
A couple of investigations that have now formally been dropped.
Hvor mye mer mangler det?
Obviously you have a connection.
Nei, jeg fikk resten nå.
Det var alt?
I am curious as to whether you think we're going to see more progress in the prediction space, not only with Polymarket, but with
Han har vært der over en måned.
to operate more freely in the way that those founders have articulated.
Jo, han har jobbet som faen. Han er dritflink. Også Nasdaq.
So he talked a lot about the response to this parallel economy. That's what we've been using our SPACs for. 1789's mandate is even broader than that. It will include some of that. We have, for example, invested in Substack, which is a free speech platform, protecting the First Amendment. But we also go into several other areas. One is areas that are going to enhance the security and prosperity of the United States. So think defense tech or the reindustrialization of the United States. The third is the area that we talked a little bit about, areas that have been underserved.
Han stenger om jeg lurer på å ta gevinst igjen her på den der short med den. Den går jo faen ikke under 900.
Areas where I think the government or certain incumbents have failed miserably. That's the reason we got into BlinkRx, which reduces drug prices. It's an area of the market where the government has failed to reduce pricing, and we find this is a disruptor. SpaceX falls into that category as
Det lukter så mye at det trenger jeg ikke.
Hvorfor har du den rett foran nesen din? Hvorfor er du på bordet her?
Jeg havnet der, jeg. Jeg synes det var fint.
Pollsters, they were constantly just paid off and hired mercenaries. And what Polymarket has shown is that to try to predict what the truth is. And because people are going to put their money behind what they really think, it's the same thing you see with using markets in finance in order to predict things. You can do that now with polling around politics and other issues as well. So the last thing I'd say about Polymarket is
Alle på ferie er jo ikke noe som skjer.
Founders Fund, they're going to have over $1 billion valuation, which we like because I've watched that investment 3 times.
Well, they've been accurate. They've been right. Okay, I've been in politics, at least the game peripherally now, for a decade. And how many times? I mean, we saw it the week before the election. Kamala Harris is going to win Iowa. It's like that? I don't know, man. I was in Iowa a couple days ago. I don't think that's going to actually happen. They were able to get that. So they saw the way these markets and some of these traditional sort of political institutions have been able to be weaponized for the benefit of the establishment. And they've gone against it. They've proven to be right, and that's a solid investment.
Well, on that point, Don, and we certainly saw that in the presidential election. We also saw that at the local level here in New York with the kind of the surprise victory of Zohran Mamdani in the mayoral primary. And I know there are a lot of folks, particularly in finance and real estate, who are wringing their hands over the prospect of Mayor Mamdani. But I am curious what you think of not so much him.
Jeg gjorde 200 til 793,
particularly from a lot of young people in this city and what they're
Du er oppe nesten 300%. Jeg skal høre med kameraten hvorfor ikke det vises.
8 years ago when was getting ready to leave New York myself as a political refugee to the free state of Florida from the People's Republic here in New York City.
It's not that bad.
It is if you're me. It is if you're me. You're driving in front of the court and you're sued for all these. I'm the first person
Det er et spørsmål.
On time with interest, just so we're clear. I get it, it's a little bit different, but I think at the time it was something like 18,000 people in New York City paid 84% of the tax. Those people are mobile. They can move wherever they want. So as a real estate holder in New York, I guess it stocks for me. As a real estate holder in Palm Beach, it's going to be incredible because those people are going to move. They're very mobile. They've had enough. They understand what's going on. And they're not going to continue to subsidize the nonsense that hasn't changed anything. We've seen these promises before. It hasn't worked. It didn't work when they promised communism in Europe. It didn't work in the Soviet Union. Certainly hasn't worked anywhere else that it's been tried in the world. It's created more poverty than any institution imaginable. And it's sad to see literally the home of the free market, the home of capitalism, New York City, take this sharp turn to the left. And I don't think it's going to work out well, and I think people understand that. It's a little troubling watching Andrew Cuomo now try to come in as this sort of third-party candidate. And just so we're clear, we probably didn't get along that well for the last decade, but my first political fundraiser in history was for Andrew Cuomo because I was a real estate guy in this city, and he was the attorney general, so he signs off on your offering plan. So I know him well, but this is going to split a vote.
At the New York Stock Exchange, why didn't you guys wait to maybe go to the new Texas Exchange, if that's how you feel about New York?
Well, because we're here now. I think that'll be a place that will take companies public in the future, but we're here now, and I think for us and for our thesis to be able to ring the bell of the New York Stock Exchange taking a gun company public is sort of an ultimate vindication in what we've been talking about all along. I mean, again, there's not a time in modern history where you think that's going to actually happen. So, this is our thesis really, manifesting itself. Like, we're back, we're going to do these things, and we're going to fight for the freedoms that Americans love and deserve.
But politics is on a 4-year cycle.
Yeah.
How do you do that when you look at 2028? You're investing where you say conservative values, anti-ESG, you call it MAGA, Make America Grow Again. What do you think about, say, there's a changing of the guard in Washington in 4 years?
When did Fox News do the best?
I'm guessing
during Obama's
Obama.
2 terms. So we have an all-weather strategy.
De har jo ingenting å si. Posisjonen driver med. Royen, den er feil.
Ultimately, I don't think this is partisan. I believe we represent the majority of the country, actually. And I think there was a period of time where it lost its way. And we were doing something that I think is actually totally capitalistic. We're simply providing people with choice. ESG has been around in earnest since 2010. And became a
kvart på snart, eller? Da spretter alltid Nasdaq opp.
You map out their returns, they fail to deliver, and that's just the fact.
Akkurat sånn er liksom programmert til.
Like ours, who's providing an alternative for people to invest in.
Fair point, but do you worry at all that your strategy, EIG or whatever you're calling it, ends up being the next ESG, where it's basically just sort of a niche instrument for a niche group of people, and maybe it doesn't deliver?
I don't, because if you look at the principles of what that acronym stands for, entrepreneurship,
Nei,
and
det har ikke noe med det å gjøre.
Don was just lamenting about New York City, which is to say that this was the place that capitalism are supposed to be universal values.
Nei, det er jo 200%.
If you have a country like America, it's supposed to be our unifying ideology, is capitalism. And it does give me hope that tomorrow the New York Stock Exchange, which has been great, by the way, to basically do a ticker under PW, Pew, tomorrow.
We'll take off on pew like shooting a gun, but it's also important. I think
Hver dag kort på, så stikker han.
Americans a lot of things, right? They became unafraid to speak up about things that were obviously insane, things that went too far. You see that manifesting itself right now in so many cultural issues. The trans women in ladies' sports, men playing in women's sports, people who were afraid to voice those opinions about how asinine a concept like that was just a few years ago are now, these are 90-10 issues. We're taking the 90. So
fortsatt er det sånn at du dunker, liksom.
If it just means that everyone's actually thinking rationally, we're fine with that. If we're the catalyst for that change, we're good with that, because that's what's good for the country and that's what's good for America.
Speaking of voicing of opinion, you have a big stake in XAI. Yeah. Obviously, there's been some tension with the former First Buddy. Has that changed how you view that?
Hele verden er rett, unntatt Nasdaq. Det er så fantastisk å se hvor teit det der er.
Every single month. You still want to maintain that investment?
By the way, actually, yes. One of the worst publicly traded companies of all time was Twitter before Elon Musk took it over and made it profitable. So I'm long on Elon. Our fund is. We're invested in every one of his companies. We're invested in X, which was Twitter, XAI separately. Now they've merged, which is also a brilliant play, because the feedstock that these AI companies he now has in-house with a platform that has over 600 million users. It's genius. The competitors don't have that. We're also invested in Neuralink as well. So we think the Elon index, if you will, is something that's here to stay, and the companies are demonstrating their success independent of whatever personal issue may happen, which obviously he and I want to get resolved and move on in a positive fashion.
Do you have a personal relationship with Elon?
Of course.
Yeah, we do.
It's still healthy despite...
The reality is, hey, there's going to be political differences. The political world is different than the world in which you often function with. That creates a lot of other tensions. I mean, I love Elon as an innovator. I mean, he's got, without question, one of the top innovators of this century, perhaps ever. And so, him focusing on those things, I think, is very positive. So we've always been able to maintain that relationship. I think that comes back. Again, politics is a very different game. I learned that one the hard way 8 years ago. People create obstacles. They create headaches that aren't real. They aren't.
You are making it, because look, just a few months ago in February, SpaceX was valued at $350 billion. They just did an oversubscribed round for $400 billion a few months later. This is constantly happening in every single one of his portfolios. There's reports out there that XIO, which was at 50 or 60 billion less than a year ago, is going to be at 200 billion. So the private markets and markets generally are speaking, and they still love the portfolio.
When it comes to politics, though, it is in our financial markets now. Policy in Washington constantly drives what's going on. People are glued to Truth Social to understand what potential the next tariff rate is. Don, I want to get your sense, given the fact that you are the president's son. I asked your dad once about the Trump put, if it exists in the market. Is there a threshold he's unwilling to maintain when it comes to either whether it's tariff policy or something else because of what is going on in the financial markets? And he once talked about the bond market getting
Han har motstånd på
Do you think a
55.
Trump put exists?
You know, I don't think so. I think the reality is he's one of the few people in politics who's willing to play the long game. We don't do that, right? We have very short-term cycles. People make bad decisions today to get a quick result tomorrow that is, a disastrous, for us in 50 years down the line. He's the guy that's willing to say the things that need to be said today, who's willing to take some of that heat now to be able to have the end result that's beneficial for the country in the future. That's what he's done very consistently. You saw that even a couple of weeks ago. S&P's down 5. Oh my God, it's the Trump crash. Well, what happened when it hit all-time highs? Last Thursday? What happens when it recovered 10 days later after that? He gets credit for the negative, but he doesn't get credit for the positive. The reality is these things manifest themselves over time. We've become an instant gratification society. He's one of the few people that's actually a decision maker that is playing the long game and doing so for the benefit of the country.
You nod your head. I want to give you the last word, but I also just wanted you to just at least touch on some of the other two big political issues going on right now, the legislation on crypto and the potential freeing of Fannie and Freddie. Where does that stand?
Well, yeah, I'm on the board of Fannie Mae, and that was something that I wanted to be able to serve the country. I'm excited about making sure that those institutions stay in a great spot and see how I can work with Commissioner Pulte, Secretary Besson, and Secretary Lutnick to improve upon them. And that's what my role is, given my experience as an attorney and capital markets professional and investor. That's why I did that. As far as crypto legislation, next week, we're excited about that. That's going to be another signature piece of legislation the president's going to pass right after the big, beautiful bill. And I think that's going to be something we needed and brings crypto out of the shadows as it was in the previous administration. And it's something, or another reason why the president had that industry support.
Crypto is going to be the future of finance.
Yeah.
Okay. And we were doing everything imaginable in the prior administration to send that to other places. People want to be in America. They want to invest in America. They want that stability. What they needed is some guide rails. They needed a framework in which they could work, even for us in the crypto platforms that we were developing, whether it was American Bitcoin, whether it's World Liberty Financial. We didn't get into that because we knew all that much about crypto. We got into it out of necessity because we were getting debanked. There wasn't a person in this city that I couldn't call and get a loan for a real estate project a few short years ago. Then we became Politica, and all of a sudden you're persona non grata. So crypto's the future. To be able to have the legislation to create those guardrails, to be able to keep that industry, this is going to be a multi-trillion-dollar industry, and it should be based here in America. America should get the tax benefits of all of that. They should have the innovation, the growth. That's strategic thinking, and so I'm super excited about that bill because I think it's going to really make sure that America is the home of crypto and blockchain technology for the future.
All right.
Well, there you have it. That is Romain
Hvis ikke
Bostic.
Q2 går opp nå, så er det
Just
ingenting.
now speaking with Donald Trump Jr. He is, of course, the eldest son of the president, also a partner at 1789 Capital,
Altså,
as well as
krypto-
Romain Malik, the founder of
Amerika skal bli
1789
kryptos,
Capital. We are just about 12 minutes away from the
kryptos,
close of
hjemland.
U.S. equity market trading. Charlie Pellet has been keeping an eye on everything happening right now in the markets. Hey there, Charlie.
Well, hello there indeed. We got the S&P 500 index.
Altså,
CPI
krypto er fremtiden.
trading lower
Krypto
right
er
now.
der du kan
S&P a little
få
changed after earlier topping
lån
6,300 right now,
Jo, men nå er Sander live
62.55,
nå.
down 13 points. Drop there of 0.2%. Dow Industrials down 371, down 0.8%. But a definite split in the market today. We've got NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index both advancing. NASDAQ right now up 82 points, up 0.4%. NASDAQ 100 index up 0.3%, and the Bloomberg Mag 7 index up by 0.7%. That index includes Nvidia jumping by 4.1%. 10-year at 4.48%, the 30-year 5.01%. Gold down $14 the ounce, 33.29, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.5%, 66.68 a barrel. A lot of talk about crypto. Bitcoin down 3.2% right now. Bitcoin 116,384. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey,
Okay, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Well, TikTok, everybody. 10 minutes to go to the close of equity market trading today. Taking a look at how things are. Just got an update from Charlie Pellet. Worth repeating, the S&P 500 right now down about 0.2%. The NASDAQ is higher by 0.4%. The Dow down 0.8%. I want to bring in David George, senior research analyst at Baird. David joins us from Franklin, Tennessee. David, good to have you on with us. How are you?
Great. How are you? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Let's talk big picture here. We heard from the banks, 3 of the banks today. We'll hear from 3 more tomorrow. We're sort of at the beginning of earnings season. I think a lot of investors were expecting the last quarter to be pretty bumpy when it came to the outlook for tariffs. We didn't necessarily see that start to seep in. To what extent right now do you think the market is pricing in tariff risk?
You know, that's a great question. I think relatively low. I think that there's a lot of complacency, and this is more of a market comment from my perspective rather than the banks. But I think there's a lot of complacency around tariffs that the ultimate rates that are being discussed in some of these letters that have gone out over the last few days are going to be something on the order, kind of in aggregate, Tim, around the 15% area. So we'll see. To use the president's term, we'll see what happens. But as it relates to bank earnings, it's not something that we've really seen have much of an impact. I think in the last couple of months, we've seen a pickup in loan demand, and I think part of that stems from anticipatory buying of inventory. So that has resulted in line of credit utilization picking up to some degree. So there's been some impact there, but we certainly haven't seen any of the negatives as it relates to potential impact on corporate profit margins and so forth. And that's something that will take, if it is indeed an issue, something that will take some time to occur.
Have we seen any positives? And what I mean by that is sometimes, you know, when bank earnings roll around, you often hear people say that volatility is actually, market volatility is actually good for banks. The traders, you know, pull in more revenue because they're just simply trading more. Did we see that in this current quarter, that all of the market volatility that had to do with tariffs, did it help banks at all?
Yeah, at the beginning of the quarter, it did, Emily. The volatility in currencies, commodities, and markets broadly throughout the month of April.
Ja, stoppa på 20, og så gikk det opp. Den rammet med 10 poeng. Det skjer ikke, han står på stedet hjul.
During the beginning of the quarter, and then as volatility calmed down, we kind of saw the baton being handed off.
Jo, men det sånn nå på grunn av at midt oppe I tariffkjøringsprogram. Det blir normalt igjen. Jo, men det blir sånn igjen. Hvis nå sommerferie, da alt veldig rart. Det helt vanlig. Det dritkjedelig.
Seems to be more on that end rather than volatility-related activity.
I do want to make a note that the president is right now making comments at the Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit in Pittsburgh. He made some comments about investments from tech companies. You can check out LiveGo. He's attending the Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation event. You can watch and see his comments on LiveGo.
David, I want to ask you specifically about earnings here from JP Morgan, because you downgraded JPM to an underperform. You said the risk reward is getting unattractive. Talk a little bit more about that stock rating, that stock call that you made.
Yeah, the stock call really is just a call on the stock itself. Many times the fundamentals of a company and the stock aren't necessarily one and the same, and I think that's true in this case. We have the utmost respect for JP Morgan. It's probably the best company that I cover fundamentally. I just believe that, and we believe that the market has priced it that way. JP Morgan trades at over 15 times earnings. It trades at close to 3 times tangible book. If you were to look on your Bloomberg terminal and run a historical valuation analysis on JP Morgan, it would suggest that it's never been more expensive. And the market is pricing in, we think, a permanent a permanent improvement in profitability relative to the rest of the industry. And banking to us is a commodity, and as great as JP Morgan is, we're of the view that the excess returns that they've been able to generate are going to be a little bit more normal going
Jeg kan
forward.
ikke sende noen signaler for noe som det er
Upside
nå.
is fairly limited, so
Bare nyheter.
we're paid to have an opinion, and we think that investors should sell the stock.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about tomorrow and Bank of America. You upgraded Bank of America in April. What should investors be on the lookout for now, and why are you bullish on the company?
Yeah, so we
På
actually
Twitch. Den er der.
integrated
Jeg ser ikke en dritt.
the same day we cut JP Morgan to a sell, but that stock was up over 30% in just that couple month period of time. I think B of A's quarter tomorrow is going to be relatively good. I think expectations around that stock are not nearly as high as perhaps Wells Fargo today, as well as JP Morgan. So B of A should benefit from all of the things that we've talked about as it relates to volatility related activity in the capital markets. And then obviously Merrill Lynch benefits from asset prices being elevated. So we think Merrill's going to have a pretty good quarter, and the bank is performing well at the same time. And the stock has lagged peers, so we think expectations are low, and we feel okay about B of A going into tomorrow. I think that the numbers are going to be good.
We have an interview with Brian Moynihan tomorrow afternoon in the 2 o'clock hour, so I encourage everybody to check that out. David Weston will be doing that interview with Bank of America's Brian Moynihan. Okay, so you talked about JP Morgan, you talked a little bit about Bank of America. If you think about the broader group of banks, and the banks as a broader group, are you thinking that they're, I don't know, that this, what are you thinking about in the context of this rate environment? Because nobody can really make sense of the rate environment right now. You hear one thing from the White House, you hear a completely different thing from the Federal Reserve. What's your view?
Yeah.
Og jeg har enda Geo. Jeg har bare sånn liten tullepost, Ludvig. Den som jeg sa sånn bet-post, ikke noe mer. Det var liksom sånn der, som jeg skrev på morgenrapporten her, liksom sånn stilig sånn bet case, liksom. Det er lite. Men det som har skjedd der er helt katastrofe, da. Det er jo innsidesalg, eller innsideinfo, vil jeg påstå, uka før det som kom. Solgt ut alt uka før det konkurs. Lukter litt stygt.
Environment for banks. If you go back the last 3 or 4 years, we've had a very flat, if not inverted, yield curve for some time, and that has had a negative impact on the profitability of banks, particularly the regional banks. So to the extent we can get a sustained positive shaped curve, we think that's going to actually have pretty positive implications for most banks going forward.
David, thanks so much for chatting with us this afternoon, talking all things banks. We got to get you back on soon. David George is a senior research analyst over at Baird. Taking a look at how markets are set to close, just 3 minutes away from the closing bell, down 0.3% on the S&P 500, up 0.3%, whereas we're down 0.9% on the S&P 500. We did hear from JP Morgan, Wells Fargo. What else did we hear from today? Citibank as well. Tomorrow, we'll hear from Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, and Goldman Sachs. Be sure to tune in to Bloomberg Surveillance to hear all of those details tomorrow morning.
And we got macro data today, too.
We
Core
did.
CPI coming in
action.
Softer than expected, and yet we're seeing rates higher,
Leverage
seeing stocks
not
lower. Traders kind of still digesting.
Is everyone on vacation? Maybe that's what it is. Hey, coming up next, we're joined by our Bloomberg TV team for our cross-platform coverage on radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We're going to count you down to the close. The closing bell starts now.
Lucy! Slutt! Har du angst?
Ludvig, hvis de blir tatt for noe, så tror jeg at det kan bli sånn masse søksmål.
Romaine Bostic here with Scarlett Fu, taking you through to that closing bell with the global simulcast. It has started. Tim Stenovic is in the radio booth. Emily Grafeo by his side today. Carol Masser has the day off. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube, Tim Senevic. A mixed day in markets, down on the S&P 500 and slightly higher, though, on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I mean, slightly higher on the NASDAQ. And I guess, like, I kind of was expecting to maybe talk about bank earnings or maybe the CPI data. But I think what is bigger for the indexes is what we heard from NVIDIA and AMD earlier today. And the government officials telling NVIDIA that they're greenlighting export licenses for the H20. That has shares of chip companies higher.
Speaking of what's moving today, Bitcoin is down 3%. Now, of course, this was after it hit a record high of 120K yesterday, but it is interesting to see not as much movement in the indexes, but crypto is really on the move today.
Especially after that House procedural vote on the crypto measures failed. And I mean, I'm not going to say that stocks are necessarily falling, but they definitely have drifted to the downside.
We should talk about
Ikke tidligere I dag.
just how lopsided the trade is. I'm glad you brought up the
Jeg vet hvorfor.
The Nasdaq 100 and the fact that it's in the green. Basically, that's all Nvidia, as well as some of the other chip makers like AMD and Broadcom. Without them, we'd be deep in the red.
Nå får de riktig bevegelse både på gull og på Nasdaq, for nå har folk, de som har peiling, og de bare holder her i. De har bare sittet og ventet til close.
That's not enough to overcome the downdraft, Tim, that you're getting from Meta, Tesla, and names like that.
All right, we'll see what happens tomorrow with Bank of America.
Jo, men det fordi Nvidia grønn. Alt ned. Wall Street ned 415 poeng. Så kommer gull sikkert til å stikke her nå. Og så kommer alle som har dritet seg ut til å si hvor fatalt gull. For det sånn det nå. Støy.
By roughly about 1% on the day, down by more than 400 points, closing in right around that 44,000.
Dumb money, som det heter.
Down by about 25 points or 0.4%. The Nasdaq Composite higher, just by about 0.2%. But the big laggards, of course, were in that more cyclical space. Dow Transport's down 1.6%. S&P 400 midcaps down 1.8%.
Tenkte den annars begynner å falle.
Down and even 2%.
Det blir festlig, altså.
Hey, you make a really good point, Romain, about the massive stocks that were lower than the S&P 500. Kind of shocking to see this. Only 47 stocks in the S&P actually moved higher today. We had a whopping 455 move lower. Some of the big names did move higher and kind of makes it a little lopsided for the day.
All right, and you can certainly see how lopsided it is when you
look
there is information technology, the biggest sector in the S&P 500.
Den bevegelsen vi ser nå skulle komme til dag klokka 1:30. Nei, klokka 2.
In fact, you've got 6 sectors finishing
Nei,
down at least 1%.
3:30 når tallene kom. Det den bevegelsen som ser nå, men så kommer den da.
Also down at least 1.5%.
All right, well, let's take a look at some gainers. Actually kind of easy for me to find them because I did start with chip stocks. NVIDIA shares finishing the day higher by 4%. The company said it received assurances from the Trump administration that sales of its H20 AI chip to China would be approved. This is a dramatic reversal by the White House. This move coming late yesterday, crossing on
White House har godkjent salg til Nvidia. Det så innsidehelvete at det blir liksom ikke styggere. Nvidia har fått svar fra The White House at de kan gå for å selge til de må sende en søknad, og den blir godkjent.
Citigroup, look at this. Shares rising to the highest level, going all the way back to 2008. A 3.6% higher on the day, 3.7% higher on the day. The bank said it would ramp up stock buybacks following a strong result in regulatory stress test. Citigroup's traders also rode the tariff-induced volatility in markets to their best second quarter in 5 years. Revenue buoyed by record trading volumes in the quarter. Once again, Citi shares higher by 3.7%. And MP Materials shares surged today. You guys might remember we had the company's CEO, Jim Litinsky, on our air just late last week. Shares surging today by close to 20%, the highest intraday level going back to April 5th. Apple committed $500 million to buying the company's American-made rare earth magnets in a multi-year deal. Apple and MP Materials will establish rare earth recycling line in Mountain Pass, California.
Nå skal den liksom falle på close.
Processing technology to enhance magnet performers. Yeah. It's part of Apple's pledge to spend more than $500 million in the US over the next 4 years. Materials higher by 20% today.
All right, let's get to some of the decliners. Wells Fargo was among the worst performing S&P 500 companies today. Fell about 5% to finish the day. After a miss on second quarter net interest income, it also lowered its full year guidance for NII after another quarter of tepid growth. So interesting here to see that divergence in the bank earnings right now.
All right, I just want to jump in because we did get earnings from Omnicom. It's not just the big banks that are reporting. This is the advertising agency. The company reporting second quarter revenue that met analyst estimates, 4.8% $4.02 billion,
Just
slightly above the consensus estimate of just under $4 billion. Second quarter adjusted EPS of $2.05. That does beat the consensus estimate of $1.98. The stock moving slightly higher in the after-hours trade by 2%.
All right, and back on those decliners, BlackRock, after hitting a record high here on Monday, is now down 5%. It closed the day down about 5%. And it was headed for its worst earnings day drop in more than a decade after revenue and performance fees missed estimates in the latest earnings report. BlackRock, of course, is the world's largest asset manager, and total assets actually did hit a record $12.5 trillion.
Og Wall Street ned 440 poeng.
ETF business, particularly
Og DAX ned 200 poeng.
Some of BlackRock's growth here, and
Nå
yet
bør egentlig
traders
gull gå
just
i
wasn't enough
taket.
here to quell traders' concerns about that revenue miss, that stock falling. And then finally, Newmont dropping today following the resignation of the company's chief financial officer. This is one of the world's top gold producers, falling about 5.7% to finish the day. And they announced yesterday after the close, Carolyn Ovalman tendered her resignation last week, and the company didn't disclose a reason for that departure.
All right, let's take a quick look at yields. We did see a lot of activity there, a meaningful move higher, particularly on the longer end of the curve, something that's been playing out now for the last few weeks. Your 30-year yield now pinned at that 5% mark. And you're also seeing the 20-year yield also camped out there as well, further steepening along the curve with your 10-year yield, flirting with 4.5%, and your 2-year flirting with almost 4%. And of course, all of this tied, of course, to a repricing of expectations around the Fed after that big CPI report this morning that seemed to suggest, at least for right now, no rate cuts, at least not to the largest extent that was priced into this market, are coming. Meanwhile, we go back to earnings and take a look at J.B. Hunt, the trucking company, moving higher in the after-hours trade after reporting second quarter EPS. It came in a penny higher than street estimates, $1.31 on the bottom line, $2.93 billion in revenue on the top line. That was also a slight beat in dedicated revenue, also coming in higher than expectations at $846. We'll just round it up to $847 million. That intermodal revenue number, a key metric there, in line with estimates at about $1.44 billion.
Okay, a quick break from earnings to talk a little bit about deficits in Europe and some European countries. Have you guys ever wondered how much a holiday actually costs a country?
I do.
Okay, well, it's a good thing you wondered that, because we've got some answers. France is actually considering axing 2 public holidays. They're trying to do this in an attempt to tackle the deficit. If you canceled 2 holidays, remember they have 11 public holidays a year, which about the same as federal. It's about the same as federal holidays in the U.S. in most years, compared with 8 days off in England and Wales. So kind of equivalent to what we have here in the U.S.
Holidays are the actual number of days?
What do you? Sorry, say it again.
Because some of their holidays are like a week long.
No, this is just these are just 11 public holidays. But there are businesses are closed for a lot more than that.
Yeah.
If you've ever been there in August.
Like, are they taking into account the 2-hour lunch break?
No.
The 8-week vacations
they're
that
not.
Remain's referring to?
They're not taking that into account.
Disappear to...
Okay, if you canceled 2 days, according to the Prime Minister, you could give a boost of several billion euros to the country. So,
wow.
I don't know.
What is that in francs?
It doesn't matter anymore. It's on the euro now.
Oh.
Okay?
No, I forgot.
Well, speaking of euros,
Brexit.
Brexit.
It has a good ring to it, Romain. You should try to make that stick.
Sure.
Did it work out well for the UK?
It did not work out well for a couple other folks.
Yeah. Most of the exits have not totally worked out. All right, let's talk a little bit about other companies affected by the tariffs. Kerrygold Butter says that it's planning to slow down its U.S. investment because it needs more clarity on Trump's trade settlement with the European Union. And of course, if you ever bake and use Kerrygold Butter, I mean, that's kind of the only way to go.
Hold on.
What?
Wait, you bake with this stuff?
Yes.
Oh, I just eat it straight out of the dish.
No, it's amazing when you bake with it. You kind of have to.
Oh, game changing. No, when we discovered this butter a couple of years ago, like everything in our home changed.
Yeah, that's why you got to bake with it.
Kerrygold, what is that? Plugra? Isn't that like Austrian or German? Yeah, all those European butters.
You know you're special if you come over to the Stenevec house and we take out the Kerrygold. Yeah. If we just break out the normal butter,
Stenevec household, and they give me nothing.
If you just break out like the normal butter. Like, you're not special.
The Trader Joe's butter.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
Kerrygold is the good stuff.
All right. It's time to say goodbye.
Oh, it's time to... I thought we were talking about butter, guys. I'm sorry. That is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close. For all the latest butter news, you can check it out at Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg terminal. We'll see you again tomorrow. Same time, same place.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And looking at the close right now, I'm here, Emily Grafeo, here with Tim Stenivek. I'm filling in for Carol Massar. Taking a look just how the day ended.
Så länge det där AI-kjøret ble holdt på liv og rundt administrasjonen, så går ikke
Let's
det
call
ned.
it hour of trading. It finished the day down
Du ser det,
0.4%. It was pretty much flat for the entire day. Yields also moving a lot higher, which frankly I'm a bit confused on because the CPI inflation reading came in softer than expected, but it wasn't enough, I guess, for traders to kind of like ease those concerns that tariffs will eventually make their way into the inflation data.
Well, look, there's a lot for traders and investors to be thinking about right now. There's earnings that we're getting from the big banks that continues tomorrow. There's everything that you mentioned when it comes to trade and trade deals. And then there's everything happening when it comes to geopolitics, including the shifting rhetoric, or so it seems, around the president and his comments regarding Russia and Ukraine. And that's exactly why we wanted to talk to Nick Wadhams. He's National Security Team Leader for Bloomberg News. He joins us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Nick, I want to get to this idea of there's a lot of confusion about what the White House questioned regarding certain types of weapons and whether or not Ukraine could use those weapons to strike Moscow. There was kind of this back and forth this morning. We're going to get to that in a minute. But can you kind of just tell us how you're characterizing the way the president is speaking about the war
Neste våpenanslag
right now
er
versus how he
22,817.
spoke about it on the campaign trail?
Right. I mean, there are a couple things going on here. One
Nå begynner dollaren å
is
styrke.
it's
Fy
difficult to come to the
satan på
conclusion
trynet.
that the president actually
Euro-dollar.
it feels closer to or more warmly toward Volodymyr
Begynner å
Zelensky.
styrke. Oi da. Begynner å styrke seg litt nå.
But is more growing increasingly
Ser ut som
impatient and
kjøpt der,
frustrated with Vladimir Putin. So his rhetoric from the campaign and in the first several months of his administration was essentially, hey, I get Putin, I understand him. You may not like him, but he's a person I can do business with. Once we get in a room and sort of hash out the particulars, I'm going to be able to bring this thing to a close. And he's argued, it should have started, and also that it's something that he could end very quickly. Of course, now what he's seen is that not only does Vladimir Putin not want to bring the war in Ukraine to a close, but he actually wants to step it up. So you've seen in the last couple of weeks, it stepped up drone and missile strikes on Ukraine, essentially, so President Trump believes in defiance of his demand for a ceasefire. So you're seeing his patience wearing thin. The big question, of course, though, is pitching it forward. If Vladimir Putin doesn't do what he wants, he's put this 50-day deadline saying
Forex. Sahar er liksom kjøper japanske yen og kjøper euro, dollar og shorter Nasdaq og longer gull. Det er faen meg.
US dollars. So
Well, I guess it's,
rhetoric is changing. Whether the actions will follow remains to be seen.
The president was asked specifically during this meeting with the press, just in the 1 o'clock hour Wall Street time today, about whose side is he on? Is he on Ukraine's side or is he on Russia's side? That's not word for word, but that was the gist of the question. We played the playback on Bloomberg a little earlier. And he said, I'm on humanity's side. I'm not on either side. And one thing that I think has remained consistent, Nick, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it has been the idea that the president really does not seem to relish in the idea of these two countries going after one another. And he seems to be running out of patience with Putin. In fact, he said he's been very disappointed with Putin.
Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing that what you're talking about, his comments there, what that says to me is, the Biden administration and many Republicans in Congress as well, and Democrats really see this as a binary choice. You have the aggressor and you have the victim, and Volodymyr Zelensky is the victim, and Ukraine is clearly in the right, and Russia is in the wrong. The difference with Donald Trump is he's unwilling to essentially make that judgment. So you get the sense that his anger and impatience toward Putin, again, is this idea that Putin is not sort of falling in line with what he wants, but it reflects a sort of broader strategy toward the world that he articulated in a speech when he was in the Middle East a month or so ago.
Ine fått ett barn till? Nej. Har ungen Ginger? Hvem er Ginger? Tina er sikkert Ginger. Det ble veldig stille.
Ja, jeg skal høre på dokumentarer med sånne trader som er faker. Faker trader. Kan jeg se den her da, skal alle se på.
Very generously. So now that we know where the Lambo and Lambo Raul...
You've been told to practice on a demo account. That's the worst advice a beginner trader can follow. What actually works is this.
Actually came from, let's hear how he spins it.
One of the biggest names in the trading space and the only trader with a Bugatti Chiron. Raul has built an empire in the Forex space and also was the first trader to reach $100,000 in payouts with FTMO.
Now, while 100,000 is a big number, it's not as big as it sounds when you realize the following. First, that the starting balance for the prop firm challenge was 300,000, which FTMO used to offer, and will cost about $3,000 per try. So aside from that singular and now very aged claim to trading greatness, let's see some more
recent... Er det liksom Expertus har klart å trade inn $100,000 fra Fenner account? Hvor ofte er det ikke jeg gjør det, da, for å si det sånn?
Live trading instead.
Essentially what we have here is we pay attention to this 15,263 area of resistance. This is going to be a major resistance range for us.
Now there's a few things to notice here. Starting with the top left-hand corner. See how there's a bit missing before the hyphen? Well, here's what it's actually supposed to look like side by side. Notice that Raul's screen is missing all of the information except for the symbol he's trading. And the reason for that is because he doesn't want us to see this, the demo account status. I wonder where he got that idea from.
Well, that's where the genius of overlays comes in. Now notice how it's 7:39 AM on his computer, which is 10:39 New York time since Ricky lives in Arizona, so the market is open. But the time on his thing called Swim trading platform is stuck at 19:04 or 7:04 PM. And not only that, but the date is stuck at September 5th when the video was streamed on September 11th. So either Ricky is a fucking time traveler or, and more than likely, he's got an overlay to cover up the paper trading account notice.
Nice one, Ricky. But aside from using overlays to cover up demo tags, there's another indicator that this is a demo account, and it's the tester icon in the bottom right hand corner, meaning that this account is on strategy tester mode and thus is not live. And finally, he's also blocked out his trading history with what is clearly a white rectangle as an overlay. And the reason for that is because when you're on a demo account, you can replay the market, and when he enters orders, it'll have the execution date as being in the past.
So I'll give you guys an update in the next few hours. All right, everybody. All right, everybody. So
but in future videos, he doesn't cover it up at all. For example, in the video behind me, he claims to be making $62,000 live trading. Now, while we already know he's on a demo account because it says tester, and again he's covering up the demo tag up top, but this time he's showing us the executed trade. How exactly is he doing this? Well, pretty simply, he pre-records it. He makes a bunch of trades on a few different demo accounts, screen records them all, then talks over the pre-recording as if it's live, when it isn't. And more recently, he switched to a broker named TradeLocker, who, surprise surprise, offer a demo account with 100 grand of paper money. So let's see Raul show us one of his positions with said broker.
Area. So as you guys can see, my current position here, floating $17,000 in profit. I'm not really emotional towards the profit. Again, you know, if the trade works out, then fantastic, but I still want to see price come down.
And you know what we want to see? Any indicator that any of this is live. Because just look at the way Raul has tactically structured his screen. He's got his broker's account taking up about a fifth of it, with his Sierra charts clogging up the rest, so that we can't see any other information that would give away his demo account. Because in other videos, he'll go so far to cover his stuff up that he'll even have a permanent blur in order to hide the demo nature of the account. You see this blurring here? That's not a smudge on your screen. It's an overlay, a permanent one. And we'll see why in 3, 2, 1. There it is! Blurred account information over his broker. Why? If he's so keen to tell us about how much he's made in all of these video titles, he should be comfortable to tell us his account size, so it can't be that. And an account number isn't exactly something we can do anything with. So, similar to the overlay we saw before, there's no reason for this. Now, if you haven't noticed already, we've seen a lot of TradingView, because in video after video after video, Raul's trade breakdowns are done in TradingView. And the pattern is always the same. 1, make some annotations. 2, commentate on annotations as if you predicted them all along. Then 3, claim you made whatever amount of money suits you that day. In one video, it's 202,000 trading gold. In another, it's 30k on NAS 100 shorts. And in another, it's 33k on SPX. But in none of them were any of these trades made live in front of us. And thus any withdrawals we see should be questioned too.
As you guys could see here, you know, there's different withdrawal sizes, and that's ultimately coming from different portfolios. So I'm gonna refresh the screen here. As you guys can see, this is not a screenshot either.
Withdrawals that are just emails? I mean, that money could have been deposited on Monday, then withdrawn on Tuesday. There's no indication whatsoever that these withdrawals are profits from trading. And further still, how do we know these withdrawals happen at all? Because Raul is paid by HeroFX to promote HeroFX per his Instagram post and in the description of some of his videos. And when people are calling him out on some of the things we've just talked about, here's what he has to say.
To me, it doesn't really bother me. I mean, people are gonna have their opinions at the end of the day. I know what I'm doing is fully transparent, fully transparent, fully transparent.
Transparent? As transparent as the overlay on top of his account, or as transparent as the overlay?
Det var lurt å kjøpe gull nå. Sånn makromessig så er det lurt å kjøpe gull nå, men det er jo på en måte litt risky business. Du ser jo hvor svak han var nå. Han skulle ikke gått opp på det CPI-tallene. Så hvis du spør meg nå hva gull er om en uke, så tipper jeg at gull går gjennom 400. Det har vært på vei opp nå 3 dager på rad. Det som er nå at de CPI-tallene var så høye i stad, så det vil si det at det er flere nå som forventer at det ikke blir rentekutt som gjør at dollaren styrker seg, og da vil du få en svekkelse på gull i det kortsiktige. Men gull skal opp nå, sånn egentlig. Så hvis du ikke må selge intra, så hadde jeg kjøpt gull nå, bare sittet rolig. Kanskje kjøpt på de forskjellige nivåer nå. Markedet er veldig toppers, ikke sant? Så derfor er det sånn, du kan liksom ikke trade sånn som du kunne tidligere, hvor du kan gå ut inn hele tiden. Det er veldig sånn, ja, det er litt slapt og rart marked akkurat nå. Så jeg hadde nok kjøpt, hvis du skal være 100% sikker, så kjøper du heller gull når du ser at trenden har snudd da. Hvis du kjøper nå, så kjøper du i en fallende, du kjøper en fallende trend intra i hvert fall. Men alt nyhetsmakromessig så skal gull gå opp. Det har gjort hver dag egentlig, og så faller det på grunn av en melding fra Trump. Det er det som har skjedd hver eneste dag nå. Så, og Trump sa igjen i at han forventer at det blir rentekutt. Men det skjer jo ikke. Så å kjøpe gull her nå er nok smart, hvis du ikke må selge den etterpå. Han var oppe på 68 i stad, liksom. Så ja. Og du kan sikkert shorte den også, men å få den med $5-6 ned, men jeg hadde ikke tørt det heller, så jeg hadde kjøpt på dip. Hvis du ser på hele totalmarkedet i dag, det reagerer riktig da. Se på Dow Jones er nede nesten med 500 poeng. DAX er nede med 200 poeng.
Har du ikke flere av musematta?
Ja, bare den.
Nei, men det er ikke på nettsiden deres.
Jo.
Nei.
Ok. Ja, han har ikke lagt den ut. Den var dritfett.
Det er jo den jeg sa reklamere for.
Mm. Jeg skriver til noen, den ikke ligger i butikken.
Jeg søkte musematta på noe annet. Det kommer en annen side av mot.
Han skal sjekke.
Over his trade log, or as transparent as the blur over his account details. You know, for someone who claims to be hiding nothing, Raul sure does hide a lot.
I can get a lot of these guys, like I know people who have posted like $150,000 days and I know it's fake for sure. It's like, well, it's fake income. Like that's literally monopoly money. When I show like a $20,000 day, $30,000 day, it's real. I'm putting that in my pocket. Like you're not really going anywhere with it. You're just trying to make other money from probably some course that you're selling or whatever the case might be is. So,
and that's true. There are plenty of other fake gurus out there who, exactly like Raul, also sell courses. But of course, he's the legit one. They're just fake, right, Raul? He gets it. He gets it. So let's now talk about Raul's proprietary trading firms. See my other video for more information on them. And he's had a few of them, starting with Goat Forex, a brokerage firm started by Raul and Daniel Savage sometime back in 2020. And thereafter, according to customers, Raul then ran off with everyone's money after suddenly shutting it down. Everyone who had deposited money into it never got their money back, with several articles making reference to the fact that your funds are not safe if you deposit with Goat Forex because it's an unregulated forex broker and very likely a scam. Brutal stuff from Raul. But Raul wasn't deterred, and like a man with a plan, he went on to make FMS, or Funding Made Simple, who have a website which has a background that, if you scroll in on, says free pick. They either couldn't afford the licensing fee or couldn't be bothered to find a picture of a handshake that didn't have a watermark. So let's read some of the reviews about FMS. One reads, the owner of the company, Raul Gonzalez, is a scammer and a thief. He offers Signal membership, which I signed up for last month, and when I tried to cancel it, I was not able to and was told to contact support. Now I have to cancel my card in order not to be charged again and order a new one. What a scam. Another reads, FMS should change their name to SMS, Scamming Made Simple. This company is owned by social media influencers Alex G and Lambo Raul. They don't pay out any of their traders. Don't give these scammers any of your money. And Raul is reselling a $100 EA for $2,500. These guys are clowns. And unfortunately for Raul's audience, the circus didn't stop with Funding Made Simple, because he then went on to make a second prop firm called Leveled Up Society.
So Leveled Up Society used to be called Funding Made Simple, or otherwise known as FMS trading. And the first sort of warning signs I got from that was when it came to request my first profit split. I got confirmation that it had all gone through, and then it just never came. I never got paid.
Yeah. How much was the profit split?
So it was for about $4,000. You're showing signs that the company was having cash flow issues if they're not being able to pay out their traders.
Do you want insights into larger player activities? The big players are the whales of the market, and it's usually them that spark the big trends. They hide their intentions, break huge orders into smaller ones, and often attack the positioning of retail traders. With Bookmap, you can see it all on the heat map, and with an array of add-ons and indicators available, identify large liquidity at important price levels, and instantly see if it has been adding or pulling.
So FMS became Leveled Up Society, then did the same stuff they did at FMS, which was to not pay customers, then ignore them till they ran out of energy. I mean, what's next? Raul and his team decided to reset everyone who already passed the challenge back to the beginning?
I then received an email saying that as part of the transition, because they used to be called Funding Made Simple, and they changed the name to Leveled Up Society. So they're saying because it came under new...
Ja, men også har gull hver dag nå gått opp på natta. For det som skjer at du har markedet som frykter, altså du får reelle bevegelser på natta da. Og så får du Max 7 på dagtid med USA, Nvidia, Broadcom, Meta og de, som kjører Nasdaq opp hver eneste dag. Og da faller ofte gull og sølv litt, for da tar man ofte og ser an. For Nasdaqen går opp. Så hver gang Nasdaq går opp, så kommer ofte gull og det litt ned. Og når Nasdaq går ned, så går ofte gull og det litt opp. Ikke at det liksom fasiten da, men det ofte det som skjer da. Så du får et sånn totalt skifte i bevegelsen på gull på dagtid. Så på natta, når markedet normalt, så får du ofte gull opp. På frykt.
Management, my live account was now locked out, and they gave me a coupon to redo the evaluation again, which I'd already passed with them. So it just goes to show that, like, they don't really want traders on there that actually make money, because if they did, what would be the benefit of removing all the previously profitable traders that they had?
Wow! So you pass a challenge with these people, then after they rebrand, they reset you back to the beginning in the hope that you fail the challenge and have to rebuy. And look at this customer service. When the issue was raised with Leveled Up Society, he said, damn, you really gonna do your profitable traders like that? And the response, Thanks for reaching out. For more details about our live programs, go to the live chat or email support@leveledupsociety.com. Thank you, marketing team. I mean, this response isn't even service. This response was really just code for fuck you and fuck off. And after a very short while, Leveled Up Society ran into issues and had to shut down. A public memo from Raul reads, as you may or may not know, Leveled Up and Eastern Management have parted ways, and for all our traders currently pending payouts, they've been resumed and we will contact you in a timely manner to deliver your payout. Now, while Raul claimed publicly that the platform was permanently suspending operations, that's not what he told traders on the platform. One reads, everything is paused. The same thing happened to me. When I log in, it said account invalid. I already filed a complaint and they told me to wait until the updates were finished. After that, everything will be back to normal, they assured me. So, Raul told the public one thing and his customers another, causing one trader to post this saying, I requested my payout at 29th of September from Leveled Up S, and today I got an email from them saying my account is breached and that my payout is rejected. The reason was account management. These bloody scammers will take your money and give you nothing. With another customer posting, another firm got AWOL. The Level Up Society is funny, isn't it? I just lost the account with them. I cannot reach their website. Emails get bounced and they don't exist on X anymore. Funny, straight up scam. But in for a penny, in for a scam. Raul wasn't done there. He went from Leveled Up Society to Leveled Up Traders, a name change that would have surely fooled even Sherlock Holmes. And surprise, surprise, Leveled Up Traders' reviews are even worse than FMS and Leveled Up Society. There's complaint after complaint after complaint about the terrible quality of the platform and the service these customers received. But even after his multiple failed prop firms, he's keen to continue dealing in the space, but this time with a plan.
But the one inefficiency that we saw in the prop firm space is, one, a lot of prop firms essentially going insolvent, not having money to pay out their traders.
Liquidity problems, you say? Isn't that what our well-spoken British friend just suggested happened at FMS?
It's showing signs that the company is having cash flow issues if they're not being able to pay out their traders.
So how does Raul solve said liquidity problem?
And it really just comes down to booking the profitable traders. Yeah. It's what it is. Then what that allows you to do is, if you have like 12 months worth of data for this specific trader, and instead of him maybe trading on a $200,000 account, yeah, sure, he could trade what he thinks is 200K, but he could realistically be managing $500,000 for you alone. Big money comes into play as well. Obviously, we wouldn't tell them that, because then it's like, oh, wait a second, I really have 500K, and that's where they fuck it up.
So what Raul is saying is that if you take their prop challenge and pass it, and are then consistently profitable, what they'll do is switch you to real money. No, you'll actually be trading with over double what you think you're trading with. So while you get a profit split from the first 100K, Raul's firm then takes profit from the remaining 400K. So much for that.
Fully transparent, fully transparent.
I was talking about earlier. So moving on, let's talk Expert Advisor bots, also known as trading bots. See my other video for more information on them. Now, Raul's not had just the one EA bot, but two of them. The first being Golden Owl, aka FX Core EA V9, which was originally created by Faris Pitbreaks, who sold the source code to Lambo Raul for $1,000, who renamed it to Golden Owl V9. Raul then sold it for between $500 and $1,000 per purchase to thousands of his audience members. And the price today for this thing, just $40. That tells you all you need to know about the quality of it, because shortly after release, the bot was termed a scam by buyers after being promoted by both Raul and Alex Gonzalez. Several buyers then requested a refund, with one saying, I'm writing you guys because I need a refund on my payment made in March. I honestly wouldn't think this EA would be like that. It haven't worked at all. There's literally no support from you or Lambo Raul. Trinity, prompting long. So what we're about to see is the second of two interviews where the interviewer is forced to ask about stuff he should have asked about the first time.
So the main kind of consensus I was seeing in my comments was more regarding the bot that you have, and it's not something I was fully aware of, and I just didn't know what was going on.
Not something he was fully. You're the fucking interviewer. Did you not Google Lambo Raul at all? Now I'll be making a video about this guy and this guy and these guys at some point in the future, because interviewing fraudsters and not asking them any tough questions is their modus operandi. But let's hear more.
From what I've gathered is you have a team that you've together coded some bot, a trading bot, and then you were selling that for a high ticket price. What led to actually negative reactions and a lot of controversy around it?
We allowed people to purchase the bot roughly around 3 times. But around the second time is when a lot of people were having issues. And we constantly put up videos on the platform where the bot was being held on how you could install the bot. I mean, tons of different times. I mean, me, myself, I went in and I recorded those videos 3 different times and people still weren't getting the installation properly done.
So Raul is implying that it's the customer's fault that they couldn't install the bot and that's why it didn't work. Which, while true that it was difficult to install, even after installation the thing showed the same quality as the marketing team's dog shit response we saw earlier.
And it got to the point where we decided it was best to remove them from being a part of us. So we just essentially fired them, to keep a long story short, because they just weren't delivering what they promised in terms of, okay, we're gonna make sure the people have the bot files installed properly. We're gonna make sure the license keys work well. And as they weren't starting to deliver that, that's when the problems started to actually arise.
But that's not where the problems started to arise. The problems arose because 1, the bot was difficult to install, 2, that the customer service was non-existent, and 3, that if someone did manage to install it, the results thereafter were awful. Because while Raul says this about the bot's results,
it made me a ton of money. I mean, the returns were pretty wild.
That's not at all what other users experienced. Behind me you see the results of said bot after 40 trades, each with a 0.5% risk per trade at a 2-to-1 risk to reward structure, the standard in Forex trading. The results of the bot are worse than you'd expect. After 40 trades, the bot lost $4,000, and adding that to the $3,000 you had to pay for it initially, you'd be down $7,000. The bot never worked, he knew it, the dude interviewing him ought to have known it, and I for one hope Raul's audience now know it. But from what we can tell, in a conversation with a private investor, Raul is happy to take customer funds regardless of whether or not he's sold a product, as evidenced by a conversation between him and a private investor. They read, "Yo, so I just wanted to let you know out of the $25,000 you gave me, I've been able to make around $6,000. Not gonna lie, it's very hard to make a lot on a small account, but with the market conditions, I'm doing my best, bro." Now that's odd. Why would Raul need to trade $25,000 for someone else? What benefit is there to him? Unless of course 25,000 is a significant sum, but with his 202k profit day or 30k profit day or 33k profit day, using someone else's 25k just to trade with seems odd. Very odd. So let's see how this played out. The investor says, "What's good, brother? It's okay, remember it was a start to see how it worked. 25k on the bank will never pay 6k in 2 months anyway. But I was talking to your father the other day. I have one thing in mind of that 25k. Let's see what more we can do." Oh, music to Raul's Lambo there. The investor continues with 150 to 200k. Raul responds, "I can say on a low profit month, 10%. On a good month, 25 to 50%. Depends on market conditions and risk." Now, let's be absolutely clear. Raul cannot make 10% a month, and he sure as can't make 25 to 50% a month, because 10% a month on 25 grand after just 5 years is $7.5 million. Then another 5 after that is $2.3 billion. And that's just his low profit months. If we take the higher number, 50% on 25 grand after just 5 years is 919 trillion. But let's continue. Okay, says the investor, because if I have 200k sit on the bank, if you can guarantee 20% or more, when I'm back next month, I can take some cash and put in that account. Raul responds with, "Perfect. Yeah, bro, I'm not going to promise 20% a month, but I can make more than QDYD. The investor then sends Raul 100 grand USD. Now that was in September of 2021. Raul then says he's up 11% of the account so far. Now here's where it gets spicy. The investor says, "Crazy bro, almost 6 to 7 months without make any money. Crazy this shit." Raul responds with, "I'm not even sure what's going on with that platform and what exchanges they are using. I still have my money locked in there with yours. Haven't been able to get a single cent," which is code for, "Yeah, this money is mine now." The investor, after long last, calls Raul out saying, "Yeah, but I don't think so, because I see you to relax, not even try to get the money back." Raul responds with, "I'm pushing them every week, but it's just like PayPal. They're holding my money for 180 days. It's in the terms of service of sign up. Can't really do anything until they release the funds." Now keep in mind, during this entire time, Raul was posting images like the ones you see behind me. Now it's unclear what ended up happening with Raul and this investor, whether he claimed he lost the funds via trading, whether the company never released the funds, or if Raul just said thanks and sent the investor a photo of a down payment on his new Lambo. We'll likely never know for sure. But either way, this entire exchange summarizes Raul nicely. A guy who will gladly take your money, and it's gone. And speaking of gone,
at gunpoint, "Yo, get on the floor, get down now, give me your watches." Bro, he told us to go inside, so bro, I'm not trying to get shot. We go inside.
Yeah, for sure.
We're laying down on the floor, bro.
How long was this? 5 minutes ago.
10 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes ago, yeah. What did he look like? He was a black male, wearing all black.
A black male wearing all black. Okay.
One that robbed us. I don't know. Look, you can see him right here, bro. I don't know why my fucking piece of shit camera, dog.
What was the camera? What was the car? What car was it?
I don't know, but I think it should be a black. We saw a black BMW pull up here.
Yeah.
A black SUV BMW. But you can see him pull up, creeping right there.
So a black guy wearing a black ski mask?
Yeah, you can see him creeping up right there.
Some of my favorite comments on the video were, time to sell a new EA, and 2 scenarios. 1, insurance fraud. 2, karma, the thief got robbed. And my favorite is just someone providing the definition of insurance fraud. I'll let you draw your own conclusions. So if you've reached this part of the video, I hope this has been helpful to you in some way. Thank you for watching, and may God go with you.
The gray area between hacker hunter is not as gray as it used to be.
There are hackers out there that want nothing more than to cause damage and wreak havoc. There are hackers out there that are protecting your infrastructure.
I got to admit,
and I'm going to jump right to the 30-year because it is above 5%. This is a level that has been scaring stocks off and on for over a few years here. And let's take a look at the chart here. You can see it closed the day up 5 basis points to 5.02%. Here's a 2-year chart, and every time it is poked above 5%, and it's done so a few times in recent history here, as recently as just a couple months ago, post-Liberation Day, during that rally, guess what? Stocks rolled over a bit. So stocks don't like this, and we're going to talk a lot about this in the, I think, the days and weeks to come, maybe the minutes to come as well. But the bottom line is, after that CPI report today, which was not as bad as feared, we were expecting a jump in the monthly numbers of 0.3%. We got that number for the headline. We actually came short of it, so it was better than anticipated for the core number. That takes out food and energy. You put it all together, stocks actually rose in the, this was a pre-market, so the stock futures rose on that report. But as soon as the market opened, we had bond yields climbing, and that just kind of tipped everything to the south side. So that's my number one takeaway right here.
But there was some green today, was there not?
Yes, there was, and you can thank NVIDIA, you can thank the chips, you can thank tech, you can thank the NASDAQ for that. And let's take a look at the NASDAQ 100, because that kind of shows you what's happening today. And let's see if we dial that up right here. These are the sector action. By the way, I said tech was the only sector in the green, up 0.9%. And here's the NASDAQ 100. In the upper left corner, there is NVIDIA. You want to hit that for me? 4.04%. Here is the price action. So this is a record high. I'll show you the last 6 years so you can see how far it's come, up 4,000%. That is a nice chart right there. Very volatile stock, but the AI leader clearly still in control of the rally. But this is almost a defensive trade. Like, look at all the green on here. Most of that is in the chip space, some of these outsized winners, and this is where you really saw the concentration of winners today. Not even the smaller chips, a lot of red here, but it's the larger ones. And so this is a contrast from what we saw in the prior days. As we were talking about yesterday, I was out 3 weeks, but small caps were doing well, especially yesterday when I came back, and also meme stocks and crypto. We're going to talk about that in a minute. So things were looking good, but then we had this party interrupted by yields, and so that's still my biggest concern right here.
You mentioned crypto. What are we seeing?
You bet. So let's take a look at that, because crypto, mainly Bitcoin, slumped. Now, not everything was looking red today in crypto, and I'm going to show you the heat map for that in a second here. Here we go. Ethereum was up 1.32%. We have had incredible price action, not only price action, but flows into Ethereum ETFs. But let's focus on Bitcoin here. It's down 3% over the last 24 hours, and I'll show you a year-to-date chart here so I can do some voodoo technical analysis on it. And here is the most recent jump to record highs. Now, we had a consolidation here over several months. It was a healthy consolidation. There were some fake outs to the upside and to the downside. That's what Bitcoin does. But I think what traders are asking themselves right now, because is this another fake out? Was this break to new highs another fake out when all the way to 123,000 came down to about 116? So that's $7,000, which is nothing to sneeze at here. That's about 6% in Bitcoin. I looked over the prior 6 years of history, not necessarily on the screen, but on my charting platform on Yahoo Finance, and I found that when Bitcoin does break to new highs, and it does so convincingly, you typically don't have these big slumps, like 6% in one day. That typically doesn't happen. So this might be an outlier. I'm not too concerned about the rally unless unless we take out to the downside those prior highs, 111, 112,000. If we break that, then I start getting concerned about this being a false breakout. But here's the good news, and here's what I was talking about yesterday. Here is a 10-day look. I'm going to sort by performance here. You can still see there's a lot of gains to be had here. XLM up 77.8%, Algo up nearly 60%, Ripple up 27%, Cardano 24%, Ethereum holding on to gains of 19%. So things, the breadth in the crypto market looking pretty good here. One day does not a trend make, but it has my attention.
Bottom line, let's get down to this. The big theme for Jared Blicker in today's trade.
Bond market is leading. Bond investors are scared. The one good spot today, the US dollar was up as well. So this is the opposite of what we saw a few months ago in Liberation Day. The dollar was tanking as yields were going up. Well, that's not what happened today. So again, one day does not a trend make, but has my attention.
All right, thank you, sir. You appreciate it. Stick around, much more Ask for a Trend. Still to come, we're taking a cybersecurity check. An expert breaks down what corporations are doing to protect valuable data. Stick with us.
Are you ready to master the markets and, dare I say, become a better investor in the process? Yahoo Finance has you covered with our new full suite of original podcast content. Whether you're a seasoned investor picking up new trends or you're just starting your financial journey, we offer invaluable market insights and strategies from some of the most influential minds on Wall Street and the boardroom for key insights to help boost your portfolio, build your wealth, and make you a successful investor. Join us on yahoofinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, your favorite streaming platform, and wherever you get your podcasts.
I år har du muligheten. Det en ekstremsport. Det et sirkus. Men mest av alt så sirkus. Men mest av alt så sinnssykt.
Bare han sjekker det ut. Den ligger der da. Jo. Se den fra linken. Ja vel, jeg fikk den her. Send den fra nå.
Well, the most valuable currencies corporations may be data and cloud computing, but how safe are those assets? We're joined by Nick Schneider. He's CEO and president of security operations firm Arctic Wolf. It currently has a valuation of more than $4.4 billion. Nick, welcome to the show. Great to see you in person, by the way.
Yeah, great to meet you.
Nick, let me start high level, because you have a good line of sight here. There are concerns about a slowing economy. We've got tariff uncertainty. So starting kind of big picture, what does spending on security look like, right, against this backdrop and in this environment, Nick?
Yeah, I still think demand in cybersecurity is pretty high, right? So despite what's kind of happening in a macroeconomic context, there's still a lot of activity with bad actors. As a matter of fact, it's up quite a bit year over year. So for businesses, despite what's kind of happening within their own ecosystem or the world, they have to still be conscious of what's happening or the opportunities that the bad actors might use in that kind of chaos to take advantage of the cybersecurity posture that these companies have. So we've seen actually elevated demand, and I think demand in cybersecurity will remain pretty elevated for the foreseeable future.
Let's talk about AI. Trend investors are very excited about. How is your company leveraging that tech?
Yeah, so there's two primary ways. First of all, AI has been used in cybersecurity for a long time. There's two primary ways. You can use it kind of in the back end or in the core of the platform to be able to make sense of all the data that you're ingesting. So for example, our business is ingesting now somewhere in the neighborhood of 9 trillion security events a week, but our average customer is only really actioning, call it 2 to 3 of those alerts per week. And really the magic between those two numbers is all through automation and AI. Now that's not really customer facing, that's a lot of what's happening in the back end. The second way to leverage it is through LLMs or engagement with the end user themselves. So like for example, we have a product called Cypher, it's an AI assistant. And effectively what that allows end customers to do is understand the data that they're getting through the platform to be able to take action within their environment or do something within their business.
And we talked about how you're using AI. How are the bad guys using it?
Yeah, the easiest one to like really wrap your head around is through like phishing campaigns, right? So it used to be a world where a phishing campaign was actually pretty easy to point out if you were an individual and you were paying attention. Now they've gotten pretty sophisticated, right? So the emails are written really well. They use logos that are really well depicted. The headers that they leverage for the emails that they send are really hard to decipher, like a 1 versus an I, for example. So they've gotten really sophisticated with leveraging AI, and then also leveraging then AI in a bulk fashion to do that to thousands of people at once, as opposed to trying to kind of do it in a piecemeal fashion.
When you talk about bad guys, Nick, who are we talking about in broad strokes?
Yeah, I got this question today too. So bad actors in general, generally speaking, they're in groups of bad actors, and I think that's where we see the majority of the activity. So those can be actually organizations in certain countries, or individuals now with the advent of AI can do this from their home. But then you also see in certain industries concern over like nation states, right? So if you're in critical infrastructure, anything that might be critical to a country or an organization that would be interesting to a nation state, you'll see some nation state activity as well.
If I met you, Nick, at a barbecue and I heard what you do for a living, I think one of my first questions would be, how do I protect myself? Now, granted, what you all do is very sophisticated, but I would imagine you must get that question from folks. I mean, are there basic tips and tricks? And that might sound very simple and common sense to you, that you tell people, hey, you should keep these lessons in mind.
Yeah, the most fundamental is to stick to the fundamentals. So
and what are the fundamentals?
So for an individual, passwords, using password managers, making sure that you're not using the same thing over and over, especially for critical assets, your bank accounts, your insurance accounts, things that you really would not want a bad actor to get into. And the same kind of principle applies to businesses as well. Like, how can you simplify your overall security operation and make it applicable to your business in a way that's not so complicated that you actually lose some insights as a result of the complication?
I have to ask you guys have been around for some time, of course. We do see, and we talk about this a lot in this, Nick, the IPO market picking up here, showing some life. Any interest yourself in kind of testing the markets there?
Yeah, so I mean, we're of the size and have kind of a business profile that I think would be very interesting to the public markets. We're in an interesting time in cybersecurity in that there's a lot of consolidation and platformization around what had historically been a lot of different tools into more centralized platforms. And I think Arctic Wolf can play in that story actually quite well. So we're being really smart about strategically where we can make those choices as a private firm and then enter the public markets kind of as the markets are ready for us, but also as we've gotten through some of our strategic initiatives. But it's certainly on our roadmap and certainly something that we'll take serious interest in here over the next, not too distant future.
Nick, great to see you and to have you on set.
Yeah, great to see you.
And that is a wrap on today's Ask for a Trend. Be sure to come back tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. Eastern for all of the latest market moving stories affecting your wallet.
Jobben min spesiell for meg fordi jeg kan hjelpe pasienter som har forskjellige problemer i kroppen, da. Både fysikk og
Den har skremt meg litt. Så stengte det.
On Wall Street, and now it is market domination overtime, giving you all the moves and information to get you up to speed on the action from today's trade. Got Jared Blickry joining us here to break down the moves today. Jared.
Oh, thank you, Josh. We got a mixed board here, and we are losing some steam in the NASDAQ, which is the only major market to close in the green. Let us start with the Dow here. On the Wi-Fi Interactive behind me, you can see it's down 437%, almost 1 percentage point, and I'm going to pull up a chart here of the intraday price action. You can see we started at yesterday's close, basically break even, and we just trended down after that CPI report, and it kind of zigzagged, and we are closing at or near the lows of the day. So a lackluster end to an auspicious day here. Here's the NASDAQ, which was holding on to gains for most of the day, but then sold off in the last hour, a little bit more than that. And then the S&P 500 down about 0.4%. It slid into the red earlier in the day, and then it finished at the lows of the day, very similar to the Dow. I also want to take a look at the S&P 600. This is a small cap market, down 2.1%. This is the worst day for small caps in almost 8 weeks. And I think that's kind of telling as to the price action that we've seen here today. And if you're looking for a culprit, you could potentially look to the bond market. And I've been talking about the 30-year yield for the last hour. It is now back above 5%. And on a lot of days when it has kind of jumped above that critical threshold the way it has today, we've seen equities roll over, go to the south side, and that is what happened today.
Om det noen grunn til at børsen stenger en time? Nei, det bare future-markedet. Det bare sånn der. Det bare sånn der. Og så blir det newsdeal klokken 12, da åpner igjen. Så... Men i dag var det veldig, veldig spesielt. Du fikk det, selvoffen fikk du nå siste timen. Den burde egentlig kommet med en, og tallene kom i dag. Løft på markedet, eller tenker du på gull? Ja, kan vi sikkert gjøre. Men sånn som nå da, så er det lite volum, og nå kjøper jeg gull på dipper. Så Så det ikke sikkert gull går opp med intra, for jeg klarer ikke manøvrere meg sånn som jeg har gjort før med alle de Trump-meldingene. Så når jeg kjøper gull nå, så kjøper jeg gull for det makro, og mens er det riktig, fundamentalt er det riktig. Han var oppe på 68 i dag. Så alt det vi ser nå for meg er bare støy. Så jeg bruker tiden min på å kjøpe på de dippene, og så sitter jeg til det går opp igjen. Nå er det midt i en uke nå hvor det er tariffkjør, og så er det kryptouke. Crypto week. Så hvis du ser på hele markedet i dag, så falt jo Dow Jones med over 400 poeng, og Tyskland falt med 200 poeng, og det er sikkert litt sånn gevinstsikring, og folk er litt nervøse, så selger man alt. Og så ser man også gull med alt annet også. Men gull skal egentlig gå opp da på de tallene som kommer i dag. Da er det spekk på at det ikke blir noe rentekutt, og da styrker dollaren seg noe, ikke sant? Men igjen, det er bare støy. Så, det er jo liksom sommerferie, og det er ikke veldig lett nå, altså. Det er veldig... Altså, i dag så jeg har dratt inn 2 lapper i dag da. Det er ikke sånn som det pleier. Jeg pleier å ha mye heftigere gevinster enn jeg har hatt nå de siste par 3-4 ukene. Og det er fordi det er veldig toppers på alt. Alt er på alt av meg. Og alt er jo nedgradert. Så det er veldig, veldig skummelt egentlig. Så gull legger jo sølv blant annet. Så ser jeg nå, så ser jeg at hvis du ser på sølv da, på år så er sølv opp 30%, så kan du gange det med 200, for du har gira 200 på frontblokker, ikke sant? Så det er ganske mye. Hvis du går på gull da, så ser jeg at det på year to date er opp 26%, og så ser vi på måneden så er vi ned 3,49%, så den henger jo noe jævlig etter da. Men sånn er det. Det er sommerferie også, så det er lite volum. Men alt ligger til dette for at det gull skal gå videre. Så får du sånne bevegelser som kom nå da, at markedet faller sammen. Og det er helt riktig at markedet skal falle i dag, på de CPI-tallene. Helt riktig. Du får gevinstsikring, og så ser du at gull har vært litt nervøs. Den har liksom ikke klart å komme forbi 60 nå 3 dager på rad. Da selger man, det er liksom ikke noe, det er bare støy, det er liksom ikke noe nytt noe som har kommet. En som tredde jævlig mye gull, som er tidligere forvalter av JP Morgan, har satt target på gull i dag. Han er svær forvalter, kjempesvær. Jeg skal sende til dem. Så han trodde at den skulle bryte dager på 62, for der han har ligget og slått noe 3 dager, ikke sant? Så de tror hun skal opp til 3750 da. De tror hun skal opp på nesten $300-400 opp da. Så de her forvalter masse ting. Så at det gull falt nå i dag med 16 år. Nei, det er bare støy. Ja, Fredriksen, du må se på totalmarkedet, ikke sant? Se på markedet i dag, det falt noe helt jævlig. De CPI-tallene var drittdårlige, ikke sant? Så det ræva tall fra CPI-tallene, og så har du ekstreme, skumle tall fra Japan nå. Se på rentene, det er jo helt katastrofe. Så ser du her også på... Så går du på bondsmarkedet i dag også, så ser du her. Opp nesten 5%, ikke sant? Det er helt sjukt. Det er helt sjukt. Hvis du kan litt om finans, så skal du se på det. At gull går litt opp og ned med $20-30 i intradag, når markedet er helt all over the place, midt i sommerferie, det må man bare tåle. Det er viktig at man bare har nok marginer. Egentlig skal man bare ligge helt unna til Trump er ferdig med pisset sitt. Og selvfølgelig så kan du gjøre penger, du sitter i masse takeperioder. Sahara opp nesten 300% nå, på 2 uker. 300% av Sahara på hennes konto. Så det går an å tjene penger. Det blir liksom, hvis du ikke satser på store bets da. Fader. Jeg kommer på klokka 12, for jeg må være våken og at gull rører på seg som bare faen på natta.
Den tilbake live?
Ja, jeg har vært der nå en time, ish, cirka.
Ja, men da lærte jeg stå åpent litt oppholdet.
Har du gjort noe, eller?
Hva sa du?
Har du gjort noe i dag?
Nei, ingenting.
Shorter du ikke ingenting?
Sett, stappar. Nei.
Jeg har gjort lite selv. Jeg var shortet Nasdaq, og det var egentlig mer sånn flaks, for jeg synes at jeg forstod ikke hvorfor den ikke falt, og så ramlet den til slutt da. Så det var liksom, det var ikke noe, og gull gikk jo først rett opp, og så gikk den rett ned, og så, det er full fokus på rentene nå, og så se på det CPI-tallene. Så basically i dag, det var litt rart at gull var så svagt også. Hele markedet tanket jo. Dow Jones var nede med nesten 500 poeng på det verste her. DAX var nede med over 200 poeng. Hæ?
Ikke noe volum da.
Nei, det er fe, det er jo ikke en dritt, det er jo ikke noe volum i det hele tatt. Sitter bare rolig. Men jeg skal ikke legge meg, så jeg er på etterpå. Så mulig du skal legge deg, jeg sitter der og følger meg i hvert fall. Det blir litt sånn så lite, det er ikke noe volum, ikke sant? Det er bare sånn.
Ja, jeg har sett noe til åpning, ikke sånn.
Ja. Nei, jeg har gjort veldig, veldig lite i dag, altså. Jeg har gjort.
Ja. Jeg fikk jo target på 33,06, hva det var for noe.
Hva sa du at det?
Så på analysen i dag. Så det spørs om det skal ned i et først da.
Ja, gull eller markedet?
Gull.
Ja, det er fint mulig. Jeg bare kjøper på dipper. Jeg gidder ikke stresse så mye med det, for den spiker som faen han først går. Det var bare, vi så i dag lenge at han var liksom, hadde motstand oppe på 60-tallet der, men liksom, på de CPI-tallene som kom, så skulle det egentlig bare blåst videre oppover.
Ja, sant.
Den notis jeg sendte i chatten er fra en svær forvalter i JP Morgan. Så de kjøper i dag og trodde at den skulle bryte gjennom i dag. Gjorde ikke det da. Men det er det lille jeg har gjort.
Ja, men lavere innganger enn det vi da.
Hva sa du?
Jeg ser vi har da vel lavere innganger enn det kanskje.
Ja, det var sånn. Ja, vi får bare ta det som det er. Igjen så de CPI-tallene gull skal egentlig opp på det, men nå var det jo da fokus på at det ikke blir rentekutt. Da tror man at dollaren skal styrke seg sånn kortsiktig, da var det som skjedde. Og så fikk du Nvidia med den der pakka fra Trump på at de skal få lov til å selge datachipene sine i Kina. Og da ble jo hele markedet litt preget av det. Mens på slutten så ble det jo sell-off på det også. Men jeg har ikke fått fulgt med så mye i dag, men var det ikke ganske lite volum på gull i dag også? Var det ikke noe mye volum der? Eller var det det du mente?
Nei, det har vært dårlig.
Det var dårlig volum på gull i dag også, var det ikke det?
Jo.
Ja. Nei, men jeg er på litt for 12, jeg.
Jepp, hva skal jeg si.
Greit å ha det.